Chapter 864. Davos left and did not stay for lunch. The young count also went to the garden to pick strawberries. At this moment, only Dany and the dwarf were sitting at the table beside the cucumber vine. Tyrion called out, "Dany, whom?" Dany raised her voice and looked at him from the corner of her eyes. "Is Dany something you can call?" The dwarf understood. He rubbed his nose and smiled. "Your Majesty." Dany looked better. "You intend to give up on the believers of King's Landing? If Stannis enters King's Landing, it will be a huge blow to the Church of Seven." Tyrion said seriously, "How many people are there in King's Landing now?" Dany asked. "Maybe 800,000, maybe even more. The people of Hudgien, the royal domain, and the Stormlands are all moving to King's Landing. Since the War of the Four Kings, most of the areas of the three duchies have been destroyed, especially the area from the Three River Basin to the royal domain. The once fertile land is truly deserted. When the Valley Army goes south to King's Landing, Aegon and I have to ride on the dragon to deliver the army provisions." The dwarf frowned as he pondered. Even in the ancient Celestial Empire, where the government was the most efficient, there were still people who could not survive the winter and ran to the nearby cities to beg for food. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, the tradition of going to the city to avoid the winter was carried to the extreme. Ordinary farmers did not have the ability or the awareness to store food for several years of winter on their own. Even the nobles only received the seasonal forecast from the City of Knowledge before winter, and then used the remaining 1 or 2 years to store food. If the scholars of the City of Knowledge did not notice the change of seasons by observing the stars, the people of the Seven Kingdoms would not even know when winter was coming. By the time they felt the temperature drop, it was already too late to store food. Every winter, not only the people of the Northern Territory gathered at the nobles' castles, but also the people of Hudgien, the royal domain, and the Stormlands. In summer, including the floating population, King's Landing had 500,000 people. In winter, the number would fluctuate between 500,000 and 1,000,000. It was no longer winter, but a long night. The people of the royal domain were not the only ones flocking over. The people of several kingdoms could not survive. Have you ever seen a sardine barrel? King's Landing was now like a barrel full of people, a barrel of explosives, and no one could save them. Even I can't support so many people. Moreover, King's Landing will definitely fall when the Deviant Ghost Army moves south. Dany said helplessly, "Why? The King's Landing is right next to Dragonstone Island. We can provide reinforcements at any time," Tyrion exclaimed. "How high are the walls of King's Landing?" Dany asked. Tyrion thought for a while and said, "The side near the Blackwater River is shorter. The standard height is 8 meters, but the north side is more than 12 meters, and the highest is 15 meters. You've been to Winterfell. Do you know how high the Winterfell walls are? Why must your cultivation be so high?" Dany reminded. Tyrion was shocked, but he understood what was going on. King's Landing was a normal ancient city, and its walls were about the same height as the ancient Celestial Empire. This was because King's Landing was located at the bay, which was closer to the south. In winter, the temperature was much higher than in the north, and there wasn't much snow. In an ordinary winter in the north, even on the plains, there would be 12 meters of snow. Because of the thick snow, the night watchers lived underground, using the worm tunnel to pass through various buildings. "We can use the dragon flame to burn the snow," Tyrion said. Perhaps Stannis thought so, but King's Landing is too big. Dany sighed. King's Landing included 3 large hills, with a total area of more than 50 square kilometers. Even if Aegon Hill faced the bay, there was still a 40-kilometer-long wall to defend. Winterfell only has a 1.5-kilometer wall, with more than 5,000 soldiers taking turns to defend it, and more than 8,000 soldiers as reserves. Even if King's Landing has a large population, and every citizen is a soldier in an emergency, King's Landing has no danger to rely on. The cost of defending it is very high, and it won't last long. Tyrion frowned and said, "If that's the case, do you have any plans? We can't just give up, right? There are hundreds of thousands of people in the city." As for King's Landing, we've discussed it a few times in the Ghost Resistance United Front Committee. My suggestion is to evacuate the people immediately. Tidehead Island can take in 200,000 old, weak, sick, and young, and the young and strong south to Storm's End Castle. Storm's End Castle will have 50,000 people, and the rest will be divided into two groups. One group will go to Brittany's Taz Island, and the other group will go to Dorne along the Bone Road. Sansa is so lucky. Dany had to sigh. I didn't realize it before, but now I realize that Taz Island is the largest island in the Narrow Sea. It's 200 kilometers long and 100 kilometers wide. It's very close to Storm's End Castle, Dragonstone Island, and King's Landing. It's like Noah's Ark in the Long Night. The reason why I asked for Theon's Wind's End Castle as collateral is because of Taz Island's geographical advantage. Taz Island is the rear, and Storm's End Castle is the front line against the other ghost army. We'll probably be the ones to survive until the end. Tyrion smiled as he explained his plan. You? Dany glanced at him. Sansa seems to have rejected your proposal, and you're dating the Princess of Dorne. I heard that you're getting engaged soon. Sansa, she... Tyrion's expression became very complicated. Compared to when she married me, she's a completely different person now. When she was in King's Landing, her life and freedom were controlled by others, and she understood the value of power. Even if she didn't experience it, she had seen how others used power to manipulate others, including her own fate. In the valley, with Littlefinger by her side, she began to learn how to seize and use power. Now, she's become a qualified power player. She won't marry me, because as her husband, I'll be a strong contender for the Iron Throne. But as her Hand of the King, I'll never be able to surpass her. It's very likely that the story between you, Luwin, and my sister will make her wary. She's better than Cersei in this aspect. She's good at learning. Cersei will definitely remember the lesson of being usurped by the king's husband and learn from it. You know her well, Dany said in surprise. I've seen her transform from a naive girl in the north to the current Lady Sansa. I've even participated in some of the processes. How can I not know her? Tyrion smiled bitterly and shook his head. He then asked curiously, the plan to relocate the people of King's Landing is not bad. Why hasn't it been implemented yet? I'm just one of the chairmen of the Ghost Resistance Committee, Dany said. Who disagrees? Too many people disagreed. Forget about the others. I can make the decision and ask the committee to leave. But even the people of King's Landing aren't willing. What can I do? Dany said calmly. The Iron Throne and the great Cathedral of Baelor had both received the Dragon Queen's relocation plan. Yu Luin and the other ministers had immediately rejected it. This was expected. Leaving the Iron Throne of King's Landing was like leaving the Emperor of Han in Loyang. But the rejection of the people of King's Landing really surprised Dany. Without the seal of the Holy Mother, she couldn't use holy healing. She didn't even have the face to become an archbishop. Therefore, every archbishop was a devout believer of the seven gods. In other words, the higher-ups of the Church of King's Landing, the archbishops, were all true believers. In the face of the Pope's edict, the monks and bishops of the great Cathedral of Baelor didn't hesitate. Even if they had other thoughts, they were willing to listen to Saint Dany. After all, there were only 2 children of the 7 gods in the world. The Great Sparrow was dead, and only Saint Dany was left to represent the Holy Mother. If they didn't listen to the Holy Mother, would they betray the Church? During this period of time, the great Cathedral of Bel had been building fortifications. They sealed the main doors and small doors, smashed the mosaic glass windows on the lower floors, and covered them with thick bricks. In short, they wanted the great Cathedral of Bel to become a one-way fortress. The Church had priests and sons of warriors. Of course, they wouldn't leave the King's Landing. In Dany's plan, the King's Landing could fall, but the Red Castle and the great Cathedral of Baylor had to be defended. It was best to pin down a large number of ghouls in the King's Landing like a nail, so as to reduce the pressure on the defense of other areas. Therefore, in Pope Danny's edict, a large number of bishops and the church's armed forces stayed. Instead, the small monks and the old poor were responsible for leading the people to leave. In Danny's opinion, she was selfless to the extreme by sacrificing the church's elite forces to resist the ghouls. But the people didn't think so. They felt that the church's upper echelons were too Westeros nobles. They hid in the King's Landing and enjoyed their lives, while the believers with no status fled thousands of miles and died in a foreign land. Danny felt that it was inconceivable, but it was human nature. In the hearts of the people of the Seven Kingdoms, the King's Landing was the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. The most normal thing for the Dragon Queen to do was to lead the 5 Megalosaurus and all the relief food to move the nest to the King's Landing. While sitting on the Iron Throne, she would also protect the hundreds of thousands of people in the capital. Didn't you see that the King of the Red Gods was still standing outside the King's Landing gate drooling? Yes, during the Erlu siege, many bishops and nobles who believed in the 7 gods wrote to Dragonstone Island, asking the Dragon Queen to move to the King's Landing and chase away Uluin and the pagan king outside the city, so that she could be the king of the 7 kingdoms. Stannis' attack on the King's Landing this time, I'm afraid that many people will die. Tyrion could not hide the worry on his face. Danny stared at him and said, I thought you didn't care about the lives of the people. Back at Slaves Bay, you were very cold and never cared about how many slaves died in the war. Tyrion was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, I'm a Westeros, isn't that normal? Just like the free cities on the other side of the narrow sea. They knew that the long night was coming. But not only did they not help, they even speculated with the Westeros and profited from the disaster. At this point, he remembered something that his sister-in-law Teresa had mentioned, so he said, Do you know that the Atonement Scrolls are being sold? The merchants on the other side of the narrow sea are using food and wine to buy the Atonement Scrolls in the hands of the people at a low price, and then sell them to the free cities at a high price. I know. Danny's lips curled into a strange smile. Why didn't you stop them? This is blasphemy against the 7 gods, and it's also ruining your plan of fighting the deviants and going to heaven. Tyrion was puzzled. Did you notice that the wind has been very strong recently, and it's always the north wind? Danny asked out of the blue. It's the long night. Of course it's the north wind. The north wind brings the cold air from beyond the Great Wall to the south. This is what you told me. Then have you seen the huge windmill leaves above the Sea Dragon Tower? Danny laughed. The dwarf was at a loss for a moment. Then he suddenly remembered the physics book that he had been reading every night recently. You use the windmill to drive the printing press and print the Atonement Scrolls day and night? Tyrion was first enlightened. Then his face was full of shock. How does your brain work? Even in the long night, you can still find something to exploit from the disadvantages. Chapter 865. How many Atonement Scrolls can you print in a day now? Tyrion asked curiously. With the seal open, it's easy to print 1,000,000. 1,000,000? The 7 gods. No wonder you don't care if the Atonement Scrolls are leaked. If we continue to print for a month, everyone in the world will have a copy. Tyrion's body swayed. He felt a little dizzy. It's impossible to keep the seal open all the time, other than printing 3 million in the first few days and distributing them to the castles near the north in Hudgian, the royal territory, and the valley. We can only print about 100,000 every day. Danny shook her head and sighed. The most important factor limiting the number of Atonement Scrolls is the stranger's blood. Although Blackie is big, it can't withstand continuous bleeding. 100,000 is quite a lot. Wait, did you say the stranger's blood? Isn't that Blackie's blood? Tyrion, who was no longer a muggle, immediately noticed the secret in the Dragon Queen's words. Danny thought for a while and said, The Three-Eyed Crow and Stannis know about this. Most of the evil gods in the world know about this. Perhaps the evil god's disciples know about this too. There's no need to hide it from you, but it's enough that you know about it. There's no need to spread it. Actually, the 7 gods were originally 7 pieces of wood. Night, in the guest room of Dragonstone Island. Under the dim candlelight, Elaine's oily, delicate skin reflected the light as her body moved up and down. After a while, her voluptuous body stiffened. Slap. Elaine slapped Tyrion's handsome face and scolded him softly. What's wrong with you? You've been absent-minded since lunch, and you've been muddle-headed for the whole afternoon. Where's your usual majesty? Tyrion looked at her in a daze. He looked at her pretty face, which was full of desire. He looked at her mouth opening and closing. It was as if nothing entered her heart, and he did not hear anything. Seeing him like a wooden puppet, the woman pinched his crotch again. It was as if she was pulling a rubber band. Awoo! With a miserable howl, the dwarf was finally angry. I'm not in the mood today, and I don't have the energy. Why do you have to torture me? Even the cows in the corral can't be taken out to plow the fields every day. The dwarf was angry, but Ylien was a little dispirited. She gently rubbed his wound and asked curiously, My Dragon King, what happened? You don't look right today. Hearing the woman gently call him Dragon King, the dwarf's anger subsided a little. Well, dwarfs have a fetish. They like to be called majestic by women when they are making love. It's just like how normal people would call, My dear, you're so beautiful, or you're so great. For example, he liked Shwe calling him Lannister's giant and the great lion. After following him for a while, Ylien also discovered this little secret. However, the name lion was changed to Dragon King, while the name giant remained the same. I'm fine, it's just that. Tyrion hesitated for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. I have something to do, but it has nothing to do with you, so I can't tell you. Why can't you tell me? Does it have something to do with that little bitch on Taisai Island? Ylien's expression changed as she said warily. Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered something and asked, You originally planned to sign the holy contract in the morning and ride the dragon to Taisai Island in the afternoon to report the results of the negotiation to that bitch. Why did you change your mind? Tessa. Tyrion shook his head and said, My holy knight's seal is broken. Although Tessa remembers me and has feelings for me, I can't control her heart to heart anymore. If I take off rashly, I might be in danger. Why did the holy knight's seal break? Ylien was puzzled. There's something wrong with my faith. What's wrong? Ylien was even more curious. The dwarf pushed away the woman, who was crawling on his chest in annoyance. Sigh, don't ask. Help me find a 7 Stars Bible. I want to rebuild my worldview, outlook on life, faith, and life values. Ylien was confused. She got up in a daze and said, Teresa is next door. She's a nun and always carries the 7 Stars Bible with her. I heard that it was annotated by Saint Bailey himself. His notes are on it. My uncle spent a lot of money to buy it from a cultivator family in the Starry Church. No, Tyrion shouted with a twisted face. Saint Bailey can't do it. I want the new 7 Stars Bible written by Saint Danny. Ylien thought that the dwarf was being unreasonable. She stood in front of the bed and said angrily, What's wrong with you? Isn't the 7 Stars Bible the same? Tyrion shook his head and said, Hearing your words, I know how shallow your faith in the 7 gods is. You don't even know that the 7 Stars Bible has been revised? No wonder your sister Teresa only became a 3rd-generation priest recently. She chose the wrong teaching material. Go find Larissa and ask her to find the latest edition of the 7 Stars Bible from the Queen's study. It's best if it has annotations. I want my sister to annotate it herself. After I finish reading it, I'll give it to Teresa. I guarantee that she will become a white bishop in 2 years. Ylien still stood there and looked at the dwarf with a strange expression. She said softly, Is your ancestral mad blood acting up? The dwarf glared at her and said impatiently, "Go and call Larissa. She will understand what I mean." Although Yelien was confused, she still put on a robe and slippers. She walked to the door and rang the bell. After a while, the maid came and asked a few questions. She then closed the door. About a quarter of an hour later, the maid brought a brand new Bible with the smell of castor oil. So there really is a new Bible. Yelien walked back and flipped through the pages. "I want the manuscript. Why did you give me a new one?" The dwarf was dissatisfied. Larissa said that the original manuscript is in Slave Bay. After coming to Dragonstone Island, Danny and Rise have been practicing witchcraft in the magic tower. They don't have the time or the mind to study the teachings of the 7 gods. There is one with your sister's annotations, but it was given to the red-robed monk Machiro. Yelien and the dwarf lay side by side. Their chests were cushioned by a feather pillow. Their heads were leaning against each other as they read together. Interesting. Tyrion thought that it would be boring, but he gradually became fascinated. He became more and more energetic. Yelien, on the other hand, was in a daze. She was half awake. "What's interesting?" She opened her misty eyes and asked in a muffled voice. "The book describes the birth of the universe, the creation of the world, and our current human era. The description is very—" The dwarf thought for a moment and sighed. "It's very scary. It's all true. They directly expose the secret in the Bible for everyone to see. It's too scary. These gods and gods are strange. They change the soup, but not the medicine. Their main purpose is to scare the believers and make the gods seem more sacred and great. It's fine to just casually read about it. Whoever really believes it is a fool," Yelien said disapprovingly. "You're very insightful," Tyrion praised her. "My uncle Oberon said so. He had studied the Holy Scriptures and had almost become a monk. However, he gave up halfway, just like how he became a scholar. It's a pity. If he were still alive, he would definitely take back what he said. Sigh, that guy likes to talk too much." Thinking about his good friend who died under the claws of the Demon Mountain because of his broken mouth, the dwarf sighed. Unexpectedly, it only took 3 days for the dwarf to regain his faith in the 7 gods once more. Yes, he acknowledged the teachings of the 7 gods from the bottom of his heart. It was not worship of the 7 gods themselves. Not only did he recover the divine power he lost when his faith collapsed, he also found that his connection with the Holy Mother had become closer. The divine power that the 7 gods gave him after praying increased. With complicated feelings, the dwarf rode on Tessa, who had signed a Dragon Knight contract with him for the 3rd time. He brought the sacred contract with Stannis to Taz Island. "You betrayed me?" Sansa's hands were trembling as she held the parchment. Her face, which had become fat due to pregnancy, was twisted like a devil's. "Hey, calm down. Listen to me." The dwarf hurriedly persuaded her. "You gave my food to Stannis for free in exchange for him to let your bitch sister and Casterly Rock City go. And you want me to calm down?" Sansa roared. "You want to fight for the Iron Throne with just this little bit of knowledge and shrewdness?" Tyrion could not help but poke at her. "All right, tell me. I'll listen." Sansa felt her stomach sink. She hurriedly took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. "Storm's End Castle is now ours." "It's yours," Tyrion said softly. "It's only mortgaged to me. When the long night is over, he will use 5 million gold royals to redeem it. Even if he dies in the long night, Mia Byra and Theon will inherit this contract. In the end, I will only get 5 million gold royals. You, on the other hand, will not only protect Jaime and Cersei, but also Casterly Rock City," Sansa said coldly. "How arrogant! A mere 5 million gold royals? Have you ever seen that much money in Stark?" After complaining in his heart, the dwarf said seriously, "Sansa, you have to remember one thing. In the game of power, never treat your opponent like a fool. It's better to be lenient than to be careless." Sansa's eyes flashed with contemplation. The hostility on her face lessened by a third. The dwarf sighed and said, "How can I not know what you're thinking? It's nothing more than hiding together inconspicuously. If there's a chance, you'll complete the oath of the one who ends the long night will be king. If there's no chance, you'll use the chips in your hands to try to exchange for a dukedom from the new king. The problem is you're smart, but don't treat Stannis like a fool. He's a stubborn person and has even been bewitched by the Red God. However, he still has 20 years of experience in the game of power. The other kings have withered, but he lives alone. Oh, he died once in Winterfell. Be more direct. What's wrong with my plan?" Sansa said coldly, "How did the Targaryens lose the Iron Throne?" Tyrion didn't expect her to answer. After asking a question, he continued, "In the War of the Usurpers, the Mad King and Rhaegar didn't make any tactical mistakes. The reason they lost the Iron Throne was because they weren't as strong as the alliance of the Four Kingdoms. If you obtained a dukedom, together with your brother Jon Stark and your granduncle Blackfish Tully, you would have formed the terrifying alliance of the three northern kingdoms. Because you're still under the banner of the Targaryens, you're a potential ally of my sister. The alliance of the Four Kingdoms is even more terrifying than the Four Kingdoms. It would drive any king on the Iron Throne crazy. Why would Stannis allow it? He has no choice. I have the initiative. At most, I'll leave the Westeros and watch from the sea, waiting for an opportunity," Sansa said stubbornly. "Naive. You think that the free cities are all good people? Or do you think that you're more powerful than the Dragon Queen? Food in the long night is more attractive and unscrupulous than the miraculous megalosaurus that has reappeared in the world. After all, the food is eaten by humans, but the megalosaurus will eat humans," the dwarf sneered. Chapter 866. I still have the Golden Group. They're much stronger than Dany Rise, who only relied on a few dozen centaurs to conquer the world. Sansa's face was pale, and her tone was uncertain. "If you really think that mercenaries are more reliable than Kars, then let's break up. I'll return to Dragonstone Island, and you'll return to Winterfell. We'll leave the food on Taz Island to rot." Tyrion crossed his arms and stood at the head of the bed, mocking her. Sansa knew that the Golden Group was not 100% reliable, but she was angry at the dwarf for mocking her. She argued, "The Golden Group once swore a blood oath to Aegon. Now the oath has been transferred to me and Catelyn." Tyrion could see that she was at her wit's end. She was arguing with him because she did not want to admit defeat. He decided to take a step back and not argue with her to the end. "If you don't have a trustworthy group, then try to build your own. If you don't understand, I can help you." Seeing that the dwarf did not pursue the matter, Sansa's tense heart relaxed. She did not celebrate her victory. Instead, she asked, "How do I build a group?" "Why does the Dragon Queen have so many loyal subordinates?" Tyrion asked. "Because of the megalosaurus," Sansa said. "What did you learn from Littlefinger? Don't tell me he only taught you Spring Cry?" The dwarf looked at her strangely. You, what nonsense are you talking about?" Sansa was anxious, angry, and embarrassed. I was still a virgin when I married Aegon. Brother Meribad can testify for me. Why am I talking to you about this?" She covered her face with her hands, embarrassed. "That's enough. Don't let poor old Meribad take the blame. That honest man doesn't know anything, but he's willing to believe you." Tyrion waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "From the first time we met, I knew that you were taught by Littlefinger countless times. Don't deny it. I know him too well, and I know you better than you think. Get out, get out," Sansa said angrily. The dwarf did not leave. He chuckled and said, "I'm also a rotten person. I was kissed 10,000 times by a prostitute before the curse was lifted. Have you forgotten? Actually, when you're with me, you don't have to pretend to be a noble and inviolable Saint Sansa. I don't care about your past, and you can't hide it. Let's go take a look at my sister. She's truly otherworldly. She's about to become a god. Even now, I can't imagine how Zhuge made her pregnant. The dwarf shook his head. It's a pity that you can't learn the way of the Dragon Queen. In the end, you can only walk the path of the Virgin Queen who loves to drink moon tea. I don't want to talk to you about this, Sansa said coldly as she held up the sacred contract. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll give the remaining 200,000 tons of food to Stannis for free. I only have one request. Kill your incestuous siblings. The dwarf smiled and gave a thumbs up, praising. Not bad. You've touched my weak spot. Sansa couldn't help glancing at his manhood. The dwarf noticed and proudly stuck out his crotch. When she blushed and looked away, he said, The Megalosaurus only instills fear in people at first, but it's very difficult to turn fear into respect. Just like Stannis, he also has the two-headed demon dragon. But who would submit to him? Daenerys had succeeded because she had set a great goal for her followers. She had worked hard to achieve this goal, and she had been constantly victorious. So do you understand now? Sansa no longer looked angry. She began to understand. She might not be very smart, but she was at least very studious and good at learning valuable things from others. If I want to succeed, I should imitate her and set a goal. Then, I should keep fighting and winning, she muttered. Learn from the winners and learn from the losers. Tyrion looked at her with satisfaction and smiled. Cersei and Littlefinger were both your teachers, but they were also losers. From them, you can only learn some shady methods of taking advantage of the side door. Those tricks may be useful in the palace and in power struggles, but they are not suitable for establishing a country. If you want the Iron Throne, you should change your goal and learn from her grand way of the Emperor. Sansa had an idea and asked, What should I do? I don't have the Megalosaurus. I don't have her powerful, personal strength. Tyrion shook his head. She is very strong now, but her starting point is not as good as yours. I told you to learn her strengths, but I didn't ask you to imitate her completely. There's no better goal than ending the night, and no better victory than defeating the others. You should give up on what Littlefinger taught you. Hiding in the shadows will make you a shadow, and shadows cannot be seen in the light. A king should stand under the sun and accept the doubts, challenges, and hostility of the people, but also accept the cheers and love of the people. He paused and let Sansa digest it for a while before continuing. Tarth is a good place to avoid the others on the continent, but this is both a strength and a weakness. If you avoid the others, how will you fight them? So, you have to open up a frontline battlefield. That battlefield has to be one of the main targets of the others. Otherwise, you will be no different from the other counts and marquises guarding the clan fortress. Defending Winterfell was different from defending Hearthstone, wasn't it? In addition to its strategic importance, it must be easy to defend and easy to attack. Storm's End Fortress. Sansa's eyes lit up. She suddenly understood the gnome's intention. Yes, Storm's End Fortress. I don't understand why Stannis didn't bring his men back to Storm's End Fortress. Why did he insist on attacking King's Landing? Tyrion shook his head. Storm's End Fortress isn't facing the sea. It has a 30-meter high wall, the same height as Winterfell's inner wall. It's especially thick at 12 meters, enough for a steel armor squad. Enemies won't be able to break through it using conventional means. The seaside is even more terrifying. It's 45 meters high and 24 meters thick. It's like a mountain wall. Besides the high and thick walls, Storm's End Fortress is also protected by incantations that prevent mana from passing through the walls. Yes, Winterfell is also protected by mana. Winterfell and Storm's End Fortress were built by the fortress builder, Brandon. How was its performance in the war against the otherworldly demons? Why was it frozen? Tyrion was puzzled. Sansa pondered for a while and recalled the coffin of the legendary king of the northern region in the tomb. She said, Storm's End Fortress is still the Storm's End Fortress from 8,000 years ago. Winterfell has been expanded several times. The outer walls were built by the Snowbeard King, Idlik. If the inner walls weren't damaged, the Snowbeard King wouldn't have wasted his effort to repair the outer walls. The otherworldly demons will invade the south. We can test if the storms and fortresses, fortress is effective. Tyrion was tired from standing, so he took 2 steps forward and sat on the edge of Sansa's bed. He smiled and said, "Now that the contract has been signed, you're the temporary Duke of Storms and Fortress. At least during the long night, no one can question the legitimacy of your identity. The nobles of the Stormlands have joined Aegon's True Dragon Alliance. It won't be difficult for you to pull them to Storm's End Fortress. After all, guarding Storm's End Fortress is also saving their lives." Immediately announce the contents of the contract to the 7 dukes and send out messenger crows. The gnome pondered over the King's Landing map and continued, "The vast southern plains between King's Landing and Storm's End Fortress has no danger zones. This is another opportunity. You can send letters to the Dukes of the Stormlands and the neighboring river bend to invite them to Storm's End Fortress and form the Southern Plains Ghost Resistance Alliance. It's actually a 3rd line of defense against the otherworldly demons in Storm's End Fortress. The 2nd line of defense in Neck Marsh will definitely be breached. There's no doubt about that. Casterly Rock, Valley, and Dorne are all building a 3rd line of defense. Your 3rd line of defense, with Taz Island as the rear and Storm's End Fortress as the front line, is the only choice for the Dukes of the Stormlands. There's no need to be afraid that they won't come to you. Naturally, you'll be the leader of this small alliance. You'll be qualified to be a chairman in the 7 Kingdoms Ghost Resistance Alliance." Sansa's mind wandered, her face full of joy. Previously, she only wanted to pick up the Iron Throne by stealing chickens, so she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Now, the gnome parted the fog in front of her and showed her a real path to power. How should I protect them? Or rather, what did Dany Rise do? She asked anxiously. After you give birth, immediately move to Storm's End Fortress, put on armor, and hold a magic staff. Magic staff? I don't have one. It's a glass candle. When the time comes, use the dragon crystal to make a beautiful staff with a magic gem embedded at the top. Use the magic power of the Moon Singer to light it up. You don't have to do anything. Just, like my sister, walk around in front of everyone with a calm expression. Those muggles don't know anything, so they'll definitely think that you're a powerful sorceress like the Dragon Queen. Oh, right, you also believe in the 7 gods, so you can strengthen your faith. If you can become a priest, you'll be a dual elemental extraordinary. You'll be qualified to compete for the #1 youth in the Westeros extraordinary world. It's mainly because of your previous experience. Sansa Stark was tortured by Cersei, manipulated by Littlefinger, and married to a joke of a fake crown prince. It made you look stupid and weak, not like a powerful ruler at all. You have to change your image. In my sister's words, you have to reinvent your character. All famous rulers have one thing in common. They're powerful. At this point, Tyrion couldn't help but sigh. The scholar's true world has made the people of the 7 kingdoms suffer. Only the Westeros supernatural powers are suppressed and suppressed. Outside the Great Wall, on the other side of the narrow sea, the extraordinary are still active, but we've become fools and blind. When I first arrived at Slaver's Bay, I actually thought that the Dragon Queen was young, and her fire witchcraft was definitely not as good as Volantis. Don't you think it's funny? Even someone as smart as me can't figure out the twists and turns of magic. When you ride a pterodactyl, wear a platinum holy priest robe, and light up the sun with your staff, you're the legendary heroic queen who walked out of the murals. How can the Westeros country bumpkins doubt your power? What's fake is fake. I need the collective power of the army more, Sansa said calmly. Tyrion looked at her approvingly and said, "It's very good that you have this awareness. Even someone as powerful as the Dragon Queen needs to form a Mother of Dragon's Guard. Once you've shown your powerful supernatural powers, it'll be easy to win people's hearts. Dani, Rise, also hatched a dragon, and her curse began to be loyal to her. Chapter 867. You're still pregnant. When you give birth in a month, the Lords of Storm will gather at Storm's Rest Castle, and there will be a large number of commoners following them. The Lords have complicated minds and are not easy to rope in. First, choose the elites from the commoners to form the Sansa Guards and give it to Brittany to lead. When the Ghoul army starts to attack the city, you will take the initiative to go to the front lines and fight the other ghosts with the soldiers. Yes, when the time comes, I'll help you design a plan and let you kill other ghosts in front of everyone. We can advertise it as the Duke of the Other Ghosts. After killing the Duke of the Other Ghosts and leading the soldiers to defeat the Ghoul army, successfully defending Storm's Rest Castle once, small nobles will start to approach you. Choose knights with commanding ability from the small nobles and let them become the middle and high-ranking generals of the Sansa Guards. This way, your team will gradually mature, your guards will have combat experience and qualified officers, and will become stronger. This way, you will be more proficient in the war, your victories will increase, and more people will join you. In the end, when the long night is over, when you turn around, you will find countless veterans who are willing to die for you and call you Queen Sansa. They are more reliable than anything. Even if Theon Bella gives you 5 million gold royals and you are willing to leave Storm's Rest Castle, will your loyal guards watch you suffer? Even if you are willing to continue learning from my sister, Starion, your words are like a mountain and give away Storm's Rest Castle. You will only give away a castle. Your power will still exist. At that time, there will be no one in the world who can stop you. Where can you not go? Sansa's thoughts wandered, as if she had traveled through time and arrived at the end of the long night. She led an army of 100,000 to the king's landing and shouted, "I want to be king. Who agrees? Who opposes?" Then Queen Sansa pierced through the clouds and split the sky. She was so happy that she couldn't help but giggle. Tyrion also looked at her and laughed proudly. After laughing for a while, Sansa suddenly frowned and asked, "Your plan is indeed very good. You hid a scheme within a scheme and made Stannis think that we were only after Storm's End. But he neglected the fact that Storm's End is the third line of defense against the ghosts. However, I only have 200,000 tons of food left. I can still raise the Golden Regiment and steal the chickens, but I'm afraid I don't have enough capital to learn the grand path of Dragon Queen." The dwarf smiled and asked, "Did Littlefinger teach you how to deal with the current situation?" Frost crept up Sansa's pretty face again. "I don't want to talk about Pinky." Tyrion shrugged and said, "Continue to learn from the Dragon Queen. How did she arrange for her people to survive in the long night? Just follow her example." Sansa perked up and asked, "How did she do it?" "I've heard that she's been researching magic on Dragonstone Island all this time and rarely shows her face. Do you remember the barbarians beyond the Great Wall? When I went to Dorne a few days ago, I went to the Stone Steps archipelago to take a look. Compared to them who are lively and orderly, the Westeros who claim to be civilized are more chaotic and depraved like the barbarians." The dwarf laughed and teased, but the expression on his face was unusually complicated. "Perhaps I should go and take a look," Sansa said thoughtfully. "How do they feed themselves?" "In the distant sea, they use the ability of shapeshifters to hunt whales. For example, they control the whales and lead them into a trap. In the coastal waters, they collect seashells, seaweed, and crabs. On the shore, they form groups to collect pine nuts, dig bear holes, chase wild boars, pick fungus. As long as it's edible, they don't let it go. Oh yes, they also build their own tents and use wood, sawdust, and husks to grow mushrooms. In just over 2 years, they have stored 250,000 tons of food. Now, they still have a surplus every day. The rate of increase has slowed down, but it hasn't stopped." Recalling the giant stone granary guarded by giants at Queen's Horn, the dwarf was filled with emotion. "Holy Mother, how did they do it?" Sansa exclaimed. The Dragon Queen knew that the barbarians didn't know how to grow wheat, so she planted sweet potato seedlings, turnip sprouts, and burying sprouted potatoes all over the mountains. Anyway, the land of strife is vast and fertile enough. The 80,000 barbarians kept planting until the first batch of sweet potatoes matured. You don't even know how high the yield of sweet potatoes is, and how short their growth cycle is. But I know that sweet potatoes don't taste good. It's hard to swallow if you eat them often. I also know that planting requires weeding. I also know that the land has a difference between raw and ripe. Not all land can be planted with crops, Sansa said. You're not completely ignorant, Tyrion said in surprise. There's a harvest festival in the Northern Territory. I've been to the fields before, Sansa said proudly, even though she had only ridden around the wheat fields once on a horse. The dwarf smiled and said, It's easy to turn raw land into ripe land. Just let the megalosaurus set the fields ablaze. The land burned by the dragon's flames, regardless of grass seeds or insect eggs, will all die. Back then, Whitey planted a few barbarians in Queen's Corner. As for whether sweet potatoes taste good or not, in the long night, even surviving is a luxury. What are you thinking about when you want delicious food? Actually, sweet potatoes can't be stored for long before the long night. They'll germinate and rot after a few months. That's why they'll be processed immediately after they're harvested. For example, they'll be made into dried sweet potatoes and beaten into vermicelli by giants. They can also be used to make wine. The pork and cabbage stewed with vermicelli in Queen's Corner is the best. You can try it if you have the chance, the dwarf said while smacking his lips. After staying in Taz Island for a day and a night, the dwarf boarded Tessa with a strangely satisfied expression and flew to Dragonstone Island. Your Majesty, Sansa plans to build a third line of defense against ghosts in Wind's End Fortress. The vassals and citizens of the Stormlands and the neighboring River Bend can seek refuge there. In the magical wizard tower of blue and red, Tyrion proudly explained his plan. In the end, he asked tentatively, Wind's End Fortress and Taz Island will definitely gather a large number of citizens, but the food shortage is still a big problem. I wonder if you can provide a batch of fire elves to help the citizens of Taz Island catch fish and grow winter wheat? Why are you so concerned about her? Red lines of fire flew out from the blue magic crystal ball. Like a 3D virtual print, they printed a set of translucent red armor on the surface of Dragon Queen's body. It was as vivid as a painting, showing every detail. The dwarf looked at it enviously and explained, As long as one is alive, one has to find something to do. After doing it for a long time, one has to have a goal. After signing a sacred contract with Stannis, Jaime, Cersei, and Lannister of Casterly Rock are basically safe. It's time for me to think about my own future. The last time he learned the secret of the 7 gods from the Dragon Queen, although he was so shocked that his faith collapsed on the spot, in the process of rebuilding his faith and worldview, he also had a clearer understanding of himself. In the beginning, he returned to the Westeros to help Aegon fight for hegemony only because of his feelings for Lannister. He wanted to protect Casterly Rock and his loved ones, especially Jaime. Now he already knew what happened in Winterfell. Since Jaime had received the Dragon Queen's evaluation of the Grey Robe Knight, he naturally would not be dealt with by her. In other words, Lannister's great settlement with the Dragon Queen was almost complete. The remaining scraps could be covered by his identity as the son of Aerys. In this way, as long as he could ensure that Stannis, who went crazy and massacred the city, did not go crazy on Casterly Rock, his responsibility of protecting Lannister in this chaotic world would be considered complete. He could then pursue other goals. As for the guilt of killing his father, the dwarf was honest. After knowing the truth, he was even more pained. However, the psychological burden of killing one's foster father was different from killing one's own father. Moreover, Tywin's father was indeed too much to him. He let soldiers rape his wife Tessa, favored his own daughter Cersei, and allowed her to torture him. After that, he slept with his lover Shwe, He did his best to save Lannister, and considered it as repaying his father's kindness. By helping Sansa, I am fulfilling my friendship with Aegon, and I am also fulfilling my own value. Back then, when I replaced my father as the Hand of the King in King's Landing, although the situation was extremely difficult, it was the most fulfilling time of my life. I realized that all these years, I have been waiting for an opportunity in my heart. I want to fight for it, to prove that I am great. I want to tell everyone that there is a giant standing in front of you. Tyrion was very honest. After saying this, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as if he had started a second life. If you complete the wildfire improvement and make the wildfire engine a daily item, I guarantee that all the scholars will treat you as a giant in the future, Dany said calmly. After the long night, when I am older and no longer have the drive and desire I have now, I will consider being a pure scholar, the dwarf said. Dany asked, "How many refugees can Tarth Island take?" The dwarf's spirit was shaken, and he immediately said, before the Undulls came, Tez Island was already a rich kingdom. There were mountains, lakes, waterfalls, alpine pastures, and plains full of wheat. As long as there was enough food, fresh water, and forest resources, it would be enough to feed the entire King's Landing. How about this? For every 50,000 people on Tarth Island, I will give you a little elf, Dany said. Don't you have more than 1,000 fire elves? Even if 10,000 people share one, it would be enough for the entire Westeros. Don't push your luck. Dany's expression turned cold. I'm not greedy. It's just that if there aren't enough little sons, we won't be able to grow wheat. Tyrion said helplessly, Stop dreaming. The long night has just begun, and it will only get colder and colder in the future. It will be impossible to grow crops on the surface, unless you cultivate a new breed of wheat that can withstand the cold and low light, Dany said. If there is no stable food production, 90% of the millions of Westeros will die in less than 2 years, Tyrion said worriedly. Let's take it one step at a time. If we only rely on conventional methods, a large number of human deaths will be inevitable. Then, do you have any unconventional methods? The dwarf's heart skipped a beat as he heard the hidden meaning in Dragon Queen's words. A green light flashed in Dany's eyes as she said calmly, That depends on how far my training can go before the food runs out. The dwarf's mouth twitched. That's too unreliable. Who can say for sure when it comes to training? Stop talking nonsense. Let me have more time to train. That's more reliable than anything, Dany said impatiently. Tyrion was embarrassed and didn't know if he should leave immediately. Then he saw the short and plump Jichi running upstairs and shouting, Calixi, there are guests! It's Tai Chu from Bravos and Davos, Count of Rainforest. Do you want to see them? Why are they looking for the queen? Tyrion asked curiously. It seems to be related to the food purchase contract. Bravos should deliver the food to the queen, Jichi said. Take them to the garden, Dany said. Chapter 868. Next to the cucumber vines was a long wooden table. The dragon queen sat at the head of the table, while the dwarf and Tai Chu sat opposite each other. The one who owed money might be the boss, but if the one who owed money wanted to borrow more money, he would definitely be the grandson. So, as the hand of the king of Stannis, Davos was willing to sit below Tai Chu. Your Majesty the Queen, you won this long night. The representative of Bravos, who had thin eyebrows, a thin goatee, a thin face, and a thin body, said dejectedly, I thought you would continue to play dead and act shamelessly. Tyrion smiled. You think we don't want to? If it was anyone else, they would have already been served by Faceless. But Dragon Queen had defeated the World Allied Army, challenged Frost God who had beaten Lollo into a dog, and slapped the king of Foreign Ghost like a grandson. Whether it was military power or personal strength, she was the only one who could act shamelessly. When did anyone else have the right to act shamelessly? Tai Chu glared at the dwarf and said righteously, The Iron Treasury's credibility is even stronger than the Westeros sacred oaths. Are you hinting at something? In recent years, the Westeros sacred oaths have become as solid as mud. Tyrion said strangely, "We have the ability to carry out the contract." Tai Chu turned to the Dragon Queen. "Then, how do you plan to carry out the contract? Gold or food?" Dany asked. "Your Majesty the Queen, the situation is like this." Tai Chu cleared his throat and said tactfully, "After receiving your food contract, the Iron Treasury immediately packed it up and sent it to 20 major merchants of the 9 free cities. Now that they are unable to deliver the goods, we are unable to provide you with the food in the contract. Naturally, since we have breached the contract, we are willing to pay you 20 times the compensation according to the contract. However, those 20 merchants are unable to take out that much gold at the moment. So the Iron Treasury's idea is to transfer the debt of those 20 merchants to No." Without waiting for him to finish, Dany shook her head and refused. "Your Iron Treasury is a big business. There's nowhere to run, and you can't go bankrupt. What if those grain merchants jump into the sea and kill themselves? Who am I going to cry to? Your Majesty, please let me finish." Tai Chu smiled awkwardly. "In your contract with us, the compensation is only 20 times, but we signed a contract with 20 grain merchants to pay 25 times the compensation. If you transfer the debt, you can earn 25% more. I'm not interested in gold royals. You can earn the money yourselves." Dany said indifferently, "If you're not interested in the gold royals, you should just cancel the contract right now. 50 million gold royals, 20 times that, 1 billion. Tai Chu wanted to complain loudly, but the truth that Sir System was the one who owed money did not apply to Bravos. The Dragon Queen's fist was too hard. "Then can we wait until after the long night?" he asked. Sigh. Davos, who had been silent all this time, suddenly sighed. The Iron Treasury's meekness in front of the Dragon Queen and its arrogance in front of him was a stark contrast. The old knight felt very complicated. Why was there such a big difference between people? "How much gold do you have in the Iron Treasury?" Tyrion asked curiously. Tai Chu glanced at Davos and said maliciously, "How much gold does Lannister store in Casterly Rock City?" Tyrion narrowed his eyes and laughed. "I want to know too, but I'm the second son without inheritance and I'm a dwarf. My father didn't allow me to enter the treasury at all. He only said that he would give me 2,000 gold royals when we split the family. Bravos, on the other hand, has too much gold. Even the old mine can't hold it all, so you can only build a bigger treasury. I'm afraid that 1 billion gold royals is nothing, right? I'm just a representative of the Iron Treasury. I'm not even a shareholder, so I don't know the amount of gold in the Iron Treasury." Tai Chu copied the dwarf and evaded the question. Dany said, "I'm not being unreasonable. 1 billion gold royals in one go is indeed very difficult. You can pay in installments and pay a little every year. I don't want too high of an interest rate, just half of the interest you gave to the kings of the Westeros." "How many installments?" Tai Chu asked nervously. "This is determined by your ability to repay." Dragon Queen was very reasonable, but Tai Chu was in a difficult position. If the amount of repayment was too much, the Iron Treasury would not be able to handle it. The internal pressure of the Iron Treasury was not 1 billion gold royals. If the repayment period was prolonged, it would generate high interest. It would be great if they could not repay. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Can we use goods as collateral?" "Yes. Didn't you collect hundreds of tile steel swords? It's a complete waste to leave them in the warehouse. Why don't you use all of them to pay off the debt? I can also equip a group of Dawn warriors." Dany said casually. Tai Chu probed, "How much are you going to pay for the tile steel swords?" "The tile steel swords on the market are depreciating rapidly, right?" Dany smiled. "If we calculate based on the current market price, we won't sell them." Tai Chu shook his head. Then he added, "In fact, the Iron Treasury is still wantonly purchasing those depreciating tile steel swords. Even if you melt hundreds of tons of tile steel statues, the total amount of tile steel in the world is fixed. When the tile steel swords on the market enter the iron treasury, the price of tile steel will naturally rise again. Too naive. Whoever has more tile steel swords will have the right to set the price. As long as the Dragon Queen is willing, she can make any profiteer who hoards tile steel swords to commit suicide. Tyrion sneered. Hoarding garlic and medicine might cause you to lose money, but hoarding tile steel swords definitely won't. Tile steel swords won't deteriorate even after 10,000 years, but accidents will cause the loss of tile steel swords. For example, your Lannister's clan sword, Light Howl. As time passes, the number of tile steel swords will decrease. After hoarding them for 100,000 years, let's see if the value of tile steel swords will rise or not. Tai Chu said confidently, "If we really wait 100,000 years, the interest of a single copper coin will accumulate to several hundred or several thousand gold royals. Will tile steel swords rise by several 100,000 times?" The dwarf mocked. "AI, the reality is that our iron treasury always has a batch of gold stored in the treasury. And the gold stored in the treasury, even after 1,000,000 years, won't produce a single copper coin of interest. It's better to buy some hard currency and wait for it to rise in value." The dwarf had no words to refute. Dany thought for a bit and said, "Let's go with the market price from 5 years ago. I'll take all of the tile steel swords in the iron treasury." Tai Chu's heart was suddenly filled with joy. He anxiously said, "You aren't joking? There are more than 700 tile steel swords. Even if we go with the low price of 80,000 gold royals per kilogram, we'll need at least 150 million gold royals." Dany shrugged and said indifferently, "It's free money. I don't feel bad spending it at all." Tai Chu felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart. All of his joy from before disappeared. He said bitterly, "Do you need anything else other than tile steel swords? For example, Earthlander silk, Korra's fine iron, Myrlen's Rhys's poison. What's the use of those things in the long night? We don't even have a place to store them." Dany shook her head. Tai Chu didn't say anything. He obviously knew what the Dragon Queen needed, but they lacked food and winter clothing, so how could they sell them? Dany saw that he was silent, so she turned her gaze to the Onion Knight. "What about you? Why did you come this time?" "For the upcoming great battle of King's Landing." Davos glanced at Tai Chu and explained, "His Majesty Stannis believes that the Long Night is a threat to the entire world. Fighting the other ghosts is not the responsibility of the Westeros alone. Therefore, he hopes to expand the scope of the United Ghost Resistance Front to the entire world. At least, let the free trade city-states on the other side of the narrow sea participate. In the previous great battle of Winterfell, almost all of the 7 kingdoms gathered together, but they still failed. In the foreseeable future, there will be an even more intense battle at King's Landing. In order to protect the King's Landing, and to completely eliminate the king of the deviant ghosts at King's Landing, the people of the world should unite. Just like how the 7 kingdoms warriors came to Winterfell's aid, the city-states of the world can send knights and wizards to King's Landing. The supernatural forces of the Westeros are weak, but in the continent of Essos there are many wizards and wizards. According to Priestess Melisandre's plan, if we can form a wizard legion with 10,000 wizards, we can even fight the Frost God head-on. In this way, we have hope that the Battle of King's Landing will be the final battle against the deviant ghosts. We can defeat the Frost God, kill the king of the deviant ghosts, and end the Long Night." Tyrion was dumbfounded, and so was Dany. However, the reason why they were shocked was different. Dany was shocked by the fact that 10,000 wizards could fight against a true god, while the dwarf was shocked because he realized that he had underestimated Stannis. Stannis was not an idiot, nor was he a scapegoat. He had his own thoughts and plans. If they followed Erlu's plan, his plan for the 3rd defense line of the Storm's Rest stronghold would be meaningless. If they won the great battle of King's Landing, there would be no need for a third defense line. If the King's Landing, which gathered the forces of the world, was lost, the Storm's Rest stronghold would inevitably fall as well. The Storm's Rest stronghold would not be able to form a wizard legion with 10,000 extraordinaries to fight against the Frost God. The only question was, could Erlu's plan be realized? Would the city-states be willing to help the King's Landing fight against the deviant ghosts? Could they gather 10,000 wizards? Was it Melisandre who said that a wizard legion with 10,000 wizards can fight against the Frost God? Dany asked doubtfully. Yes, she was the one who proposed the great battle of King's Landing. Davos nodded and explained. She said that the King's Landing is the capital of the 7 kingdoms. It can nurture the bloodline of kings and has special magical powers. If we set up a wizard spell formation that gathers the power of 10,000 wizards at the King's Landing, we can cast a fire-type forbidden spell that can fight against the Frost God. Hiss! Tai Chu took a deep breath and muttered, "How terrifying would a forbidden spell that can fight against a true god be? What is the name of that forbidden spell?" "I don't know. I don't have any direct knowledge of forbidden spells. The red-robed lady told me, and I'm telling you now." "That's all," Davos said awkwardly. "Why didn't she come here herself?" Dany asked with a frown. "Your Majesty, I didn't expect to meet Her Excellency Tai Chu here. We are not together. I came to find you this time to reach a preliminary agreement. After all, we haven't even taken down the King's Landing yet," Davos said with a bitter smile. After a while, seeing that the Dragon Queen was still deep in thought, he couldn't help but ask, "What do you think?" "The idea is not bad, but where do we find 10,000 wizards? There aren't even 10,000 extraordinaires in the entire world," Tyrion said doubtfully. "Priests are also extraordinaires," Dany said calmly. "Yes, Melisandre said that priests of the 7 gods and priests of the Red God can do it." The dwarf had just said this when he suddenly saw the cold expression of the Dragon Queen and suddenly stopped talking. In that case, there really is some hope for the great battle of King's Landing. He remembered the relationship between the Dragon Queen and Lalo. What does Her Excellency Tai Chu think? Dany looked at the representative of the Iron Treasury. Chapter 869. Tai Chu said, "Braavos didn't know about His Majesty's plan for the King's Landing War, so I can't comment now. But the Sea King, the professors, and the wardens have already decided on their attitude towards the Long Night and the other ghosts. The Frost God came from Westeros, and the king of the other ghosts was transformed by Bunyan Stark. The Long Night is a disaster brought by Westeros to the world. As victims, we should ask for compensation. But with the situation of the 7 kingdoms, we can't really add insult to injury. Obviously, the people of Braavos didn't think it had anything to do with them and planned to watch from the sidelines." Dany said lightly, "If the Westeros can't hold on, can you survive in a world without the sun?" "Do you think the savior is in Braavos?" Tai Chu asked. "The savior in Asha's prophecy is His Majesty Stannis," Davos said immediately. Tai Chu laughed. "That's it. The Westeros have the king of the other ghosts and the savior. This is obviously your own business. Why should we get involved?" "Are you sure the other ghosts can't cross the Narrow Sea?" Tyrion sneered. "If no one deliberately throws the other ghosts across the Narrow Sea, if the sea doesn't freeze—" Tai Chu stared at the dwarf and said word by word, "No one is that crazy, but the last long night affected the whole world. Will it be an exception this time?" Tyrion said seriously. Tai Chu frowned and looked at Dragon Queen. "How will the other ghosts cross the Narrow Sea? Will the Narrow Sea freeze? It's at least 400 kilometers. In the later part of the long night, there may be glaciers connecting the 2 continents. You know the old man of the river, right? He had experienced the last long night." Tai Chu nodded with a grim expression. The Battle of Meereen attracted the attention of the whole world. The outcome of the battle would affect the future political structure of Essos. So who wouldn't pay attention? Naturally, they knew that the old man of the river had sided with the Dragon Queen. They didn't doubt the old man of the river's words. He really experienced the last long night, so there was no doubt. In fact, even without the old man of the river's reminder, Danny had guessed that there would be icebergs in the sea. Even the Atlantic Ocean had icebergs. How else could the Titanic have sunk? The Atlantic Ocean was much wider than the narrow sea, and the long nights were much colder than the winters on Earth. Therefore, the entire narrow sea might not be frozen, but the appearance of continuous icebergs was inevitable. Bravos, on the other hand, was located at the northernmost tip of the Ursos continent. It was the entrance to the narrow sea, and the probability of glaciers appearing there was the highest. After a moment of silence, Tai Chu sighed. If deviant ghosts appear in Ursos, Bravos will definitely join your united front against the ghosts. But now that there is no danger and the weather is so bad, why would the nobles and the common people have the motivation to cross thousands of miles and fight for their lives in a foreign country? Davos said, "The common people are ignorant and the aristocrats are selfish, but those in power should be far-sighted. At least they can hear the cicadas and know the summer heat, and see the falling leaves and know the arrival of autumn. Even though the danger is not imminent, the signs of danger are very obvious. His Majesty, the Sea King, the professors, and the guards are all people with great wisdom. How can you not understand the principle of, if your neighbor is on fire, you will be in danger if you don't help?" Tai Chu's expression changed, and his firm heart began to waver. He sighed and said, "The Earl of Rainforest's words are very reasonable and enlightening. However, I am only the representative of the Iron Treasury. If I can't even be the master of the Iron Treasury, what more Bravos? But don't worry, I will definitely pass on the news of the battle at King's Landing to His Majesty." Davos did not force him. He nodded and smiled. "It will only take a few hours to fly from Dragonstone Island to Bravos. Let me send you back." "Thank you very much." Tai Chu smiled. Then the Onion Knight turned to the Dragon Queen and asked, "I wonder how much support Her Majesty will give to the battle at King's Landing? Priestess Melisandre knows that you had some misunderstandings with the Light King in Winterfell. But in the face of the big picture of fighting deviant ghosts and ending the long night, everyone should put aside their prejudices and cooperate sincerely, right?" Tai Chu was shocked. The Queen has a conflict with the Light King? What happened at the battle at Winterfell? Looking at his expression, it seemed that his mind, which had been slightly convinced by Davos, was about to change again. Dany laughed and waved her hand generously. She said loudly, "There is no conflict. I was just blaming Lalo for dropping the ball at the crucial moment and not persevering to the end, causing the battle at Winterfell to fail on the verge of success. It's also my fault for my short temper. I said a few unpleasant words at that time. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just a small conflict between teammates due to a higher goal and higher demands. Uniting all the forces that can be united is the unchanging principle of the united front against the ghosts. Everyone's close cooperation will never change. The determination to sacrifice everything to end the long night will never change. Moreover, I don't have many good points, but I am very considerate of the big picture. Davos, go back and tell Stannis and Melisandre that I will definitely participate in the battle at the King's Landing. I am also willing to face this difficulty together with the Light King." The Dragon Queen's voice was loud and sonorous. Her tolerance for all was on full display. At the end of her speech, she exuded an infectious and fearless spirit of sacrifice. At least Davos and Tai Chu were moved. Only Tyrion's facial muscles were twitching. "You really want to participate in the battle at the King's Landing?" "The battle at the King's Landing is indeed an opportunity. If you don't go, you will attract criticism and even the wrath of the world. But if you really go, will Lalo cause trouble? Is he still trustworthy?" After Davos and Tai Chu left, Tyrion was at a loss. "Of course I will go. Just be careful." Dany looked indifferent on the surface, but she was muttering in her heart. She could not make the same mistake as when she plotted against the Black Goat. She could not even think about it. She did not want to hide it from the dwarf. But in this world, where prophecies were common, it was too easy to touch and peek into the river of fate. Without waiting for the dwarf to ask again, she immediately began to chase him away. "Go and tell Sansa to be prepared to welcome a large number of refugees at the King's Landing. Stannis will attack the King's Landing soon. There will be many people fleeing by then." After the dwarf left, Dany immediately called for Scholar Pylus, who was in charge of the crow's nest, and asked him to send a message to the great cathedral of Baelor. Then she turned into the Holy Mother and began to search for Archbishop Matthew of the King's Landing. The King's Landing will soon become the battlefield of the gods. It is not a place where ordinary believers should stay. You will imitate Saint Moses and lead the people of the King's Landing to escape the tragic fate of a worthless death. Holy Mother Dany said to Matthew, who was kneeling on the ground, in a world of white light that was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Well, it was not the first time they met, and they were familiar with each other. "Holy Mother of Mercy, I wonder which Saint Moses is. I don't know, and there is no record of it in the Seven Stars Bible." The former #1 follower of the Great Sparrow was puzzled. Saint Moses was born 5,000 years ago. He led a group of enslaved Anderite believers to escape the pursuit of the barbarian ancestors. At that time, the Andorites had just crossed the narrow sea not long ago, and had not formed a complete and powerful kingdom. They were only fighting in the form of tribes and groups. Of course, the ancestors were losing, but the Andorites were not winning every battle. In the area of the 3 rivers between the rivers, there was an ancestor king called Egypt. Although he was cruel, he had extraordinary military talent. More than 20,000 Anderite believers were captured and tortured. Among the captives was a prophet, Moses. He received my blessing, and with a swing of his sword he split the raging waves of the Green Fork, one of the rivers between the rivers, where Robb and Fry signed the holy marriage contract, and led the believers back to the valley where the Andorites were based. Mother of Mercy Dany was full of nonsense, but Archbishop Matthew was fascinated. He could not wait to follow the example of the ancestors and lead the people of the city to escape from the King's Landing. The believers once recorded and sang the deeds of Moses. Unfortunately, with the passage of time and the changes of the kingdom, everything disappeared in the history of the human kingdom. Only the doctrine of the 7 gods is passed down forever. Mother of Mercy Dany sighed. "Holy Mother of Mercy, I will not disappoint you and complete the task of saving the people of King's Landing," Matthew said with emotion. "Some will go with you and some will stay. You can persuade them, but don't force them. Hurry up and leave, do you understand?" Mother of Mercy Dany said, "I understand. Mother of Mercy has given them a better choice. But the choice is the believer's own business." Matthew immediately replied with a sentence from the Bible. "Very well, go." Mother of Mercy Dany's figure gradually blurred. Matthew had been summoned by the Mother of Mercy many times and knew that he was about to leave the place of the Mother of Mercy. He immediately shouted, "Holy Mother of Mercy, you have not separated the sword of Moses from the Green Fork River for me yet. I have the ice sword of the King of Strange Ghosts. Do you want it?" Mother of Mercy Dany almost could not hold it in. Times have changed. This time, you will not encounter any river blocking your way, and there will be no king of Egypt leading his soldiers to chase after you. Holy Mother of Mercy, King Stannis of the Red Gods is more brutal than the King of Egypt. He burned the statues of the 7 gods and massacred the city. Matthew complained. With Saint Dany around, no one dares to slaughter the believers of the 7 gods for no reason. Saint Dany, who was wearing the Mother of Mercy's vest, said, "Holy Mother of Mercy, Saint Dany is good at everything, but she is too weak, too Holy Mother of Mercy." Matthew was horrified. "Oh, 7 hells, what nonsense am I talking about?" He immediately defended himself. "Holy Mother of Mercy, benevolence and generosity are the virtues of human nature, and also the teachings of the Mother of Mercy. but Saint Danny is too tolerant of the king of heresy. In the face of the blasphemous Stannis, we should use the thunderous means of a warrior. At least we can't let him occupy the King's Landing. The King's Landing is the holy city of the Church of the Seven Gods. It was not his fault that he lost his composure. Since the Urlu siege, Bishop Matthew had been anxious because of St. Danny's inaction. Not only did he send messenger crows to Dragonstone Island many times, but he also prayed to the Mother of Mercy for guidance. However, St. Danny was busy practicing and never responded to him. Now that he had finally met the Holy Mother and was even given the position of a saint, he was so excited that he forgot himself and began to report St. Danny to the Holy Mother. "Matthew, have you forgotten the lesson of the Holy Sparrow?" The Mother of Mercy was not angry, but her gentle tone became indifferent, which made Matthew tremble in fear. "Holy Mother of Mercy, I dare not forget the purpose of the Church, not to interfere in government affairs for a moment. But the blasphemer Stannis is extremely evil and is about to occupy the King's Landing," he explained weakly as he crawled on the ground. Saint Danny resisted the urge to endow the little brother in front of her with a spirit. She sighed and decided to use the profound Path of the Seven Gods to understand him. "Sigh, you still haven't understood the true meaning of mercy." Matthew looked up and asked, "Holy Mother, what is the true meaning of mercy?" Chapter 870. Enlightening the good and sending them to heaven is only a small mercy. Enlightening the ordinary people who are lost and sending them to heaven is a medium mercy. Using the teachings of the seven gods to enlighten the demons and send them to sainthood is a great mercy. Turning demons into saints? Great mercy? Matthew was shocked. Saints went to heaven and demons went to hell. This was the worldview that they had always taken for granted. At most, the monks would admonish those who still believed in the seven gods but had gone astray, but they would never pull the demons from hell to heaven, just like Cersei and Stannis. Cersei's sins were far worse than Urlu's, but she had believed in the seven gods for decades and had always been devout. Even though all the monks, including Archbishop John who crowned Cersei, the Archbishop of the Southern Diocese established by the Starry Cathedral, thought that Cersei would definitely go to hell after death, they still tolerated her rule. But for Urlu, the devout monks could not bear to breathe the same air as him. It seemed that as long as Urlu got close to them, they would be pulled into the hell of the evil gods. In the Western Church, demons were generally used to purify and destroy. In the Eastern Buddhism, demons were used to turn demons into saints. In the Western Church, angels in heaven were born. There had always been fallen angels, but no fallen demons had ever become angels. In the Eastern Buddhism, Buddhas were all enlightened through cultivation in the mortal world. There were very few fallen Buddhas. Falling into depravity was also a kind of experience. Their career was still attached to the Buddhist heaven, and there would always be a day when they would return. However, there were a lot of demons who fell and became Buddhas. Removing the cassock, spirited mountain was full of demons. Cough, cough, they used to be demons. How to turn demons into saints. Matthew respectfully asked the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother sighed and said, "Let me tell you a story first. That year, the beginning of the new era, all things were born. I was happy and went down to the mortal world. After playing for a long time, I was a little tired, so I landed in a bamboo forest and meditated in silence. Suddenly, a cry came from the sky. It was an eagle chasing a pigeon. The pigeon was very spiritual. When it was desperate, it saw the green clouds in the bamboo forest, the divine music, and the fragrance that filled its nose. It guessed that a god had come here. Matthew listened with fascination, wishing that he could personally witness the scene of the Virgin Mary descending to the world. If I saw green, multicolored light and divine sounds, I would also know that it was a strange place." He sighed. The Holy Mother Danny nodded slightly and continued. "When I saw the white pigeon, I felt pity for it. I opened my sleeve and let it hide in it. I said to the eagle that was chasing after us, 'Please let go of this pigeon. Heaven is virtuous.' Matthew frowned. Mother Mary was too much of a saint. Wasn't it natural for an eagle to eat a pigeon, just like a noble eating a commoner? The Holy Mother did not seem to see his expression, nor did she hear his thoughts. She continued, "The eagle told me that if I let the pigeon go, the pigeon would survive, but I would starve to death. What kind of virtue is that?" Matthew was displeased. This eagle was so untactful. How dare he talk back to the Holy Mother when she had already invited him? Even if you starve to death, you'll still be able to earn something. At least you'll be able to go to heaven. I said to the eagle, "I can't bear to let you starve. Why don't you cut off a piece of meat of the same weight for me in exchange for the pigeon's life?" "Ah, no!" Matthew exclaimed unbearably, as if the Holy Mother was about to cut off a piece of meat in front of him. The Holy Mother ignored him and continued, "The eagle found a scale and put the pigeon on one side of the scale. He asked me to put the meat on the other side." "How dare you blaspheme the Holy Mother?" Old Matthew's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He could not wait to pick up his sword and call for a holy war against the eagle. "It's strange. The pigeon is small and not heavy, but I still couldn't balance the scale even after cutting off a lot of meat. In the end, I jumped directly into the scale, and the left and right trays were finally balanced. I closed my eyes and said to the eagle, 'If I don't go to hell, who will?' 'Eat me.' Then the eagle ate me. That eagle is a demon. He should go to hell." Archbishop Matthew almost fainted from anger. He was just saying this out of anger, cursing old eagle. However, the Holy Mother nodded and sighed. "You're right that old eagle is an evil god in the form of an eagle. He's quite famous in the East. You should have heard of him." Archbishop Matthew was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed, "Could it be the harpy from Slave Bay?" "Yes, I used to train in the purple bamboo forest in the Andros Mountains, the birthplace of the Undulls and the seven gods. The harpy ate my body, so I had no choice but to stay in the mountains for 100 years to reform my divine body. During that time, I met little Hugo," the Holy Mother said. Matthew's body trembled as he said, "I see. So this is the origin of the seven gods that is not recorded in the Seven Stars Bible." According to the Seven Stars Bible, the seven gods appeared in the Andros Mountains in human form. The Heavenly Father plucked 7 stars from the sky and placed them on the forehead of the first Undul king, Hugo, the king of the hills, to form his crown. The maiden brought a young girl who was as slender as a willow and became Huge's first wife. The Holy Mother made the young girl fertile, and she gave birth to 44 excellent sons for Hugo, just as the old woman had predicted. The warriors gave the children strong arms, and the blacksmith made a set of armor for each of them. The old monk was so excited that he felt like he had witnessed the birth of the Undul kingdom and the Church of the Seven Gods. "This kind of story should be recorded in the Seven Stars Bible," he exclaimed. Before today, all the monks of the seven gods only knew that the seven gods suddenly appeared and gave crowns and wives to the king of a small tribe in the Andros Mountains, but they knew nothing about the cause and effect. It sounded like a made-up story. Now Matthew knew the truth. He wanted to tell everyone that the story of the seven gods and Hugo, the king of the hills, was not a made-up story. Everything had a cause and effect. "Matthew, what enlightenment did you get from the story of cutting your own flesh and feeding it to the eagle?" Danny the Virgin pulled Matthew back to reality. Enlightenment? Matthew was stunned and carefully recalled the whole story. He wanted to say, "Are you out of your mind, Virgin?" But Matthew must have had some experience, since he became an archbishop. Connecting the dots, he understood that the Virgin was answering the question of how to convert the demon into holiness. Only a fearless spirit of self-sacrifice can save the demon and convert the demon into holiness, he said awkwardly. The Virgin did sacrifice herself, but it did not seem to work. She could not convert the harpy at all. "You are not convinced." The Holy Mother saw through everything and sighed. "I did want to sacrifice myself to reform the eagle demon, but when I sacrificed myself, I only had pity for the eagle demon, and I didn't have the intention to reform the demon to achieve great results. So, when the harpy ate my body but was still not enlightened, I had no hatred or unwillingness in my heart, only a deeper pity for her. Matthew's eyes widened, and he was deeply shocked. Then, under the stunned gaze of Danny the Virgin, Matthew closed his eyes and fell into an epiphany. The surface of his soul rippled like water, and wisps of holy golden light came out from the depths of his soul. This was the space of the faith of the 7 gods, and Danny the Virgin used a telepathic thought to guide Matthew's soul here. Now, Matthew's soul was undergoing a qualitative change that Danny did not understand. Danny the Virgin hesitated. There was no doubt that Matthew's soul was sublimating under the guidance of the Virgin. But she had not finished her teaching yet. Should she continue? The following story might allow Matthew to have a further epiphany, or it might break his current state. Just as Danny the Virgin was hesitating, the golden light in Matthew's soul gradually faded. Was the epiphany over? Danny the Virgin immediately decided to continue the story of the Virgin cutting her flesh and feeding it to the eagle. Whether Matthew's epiphany would be interrupted or not, she had to at least let her show off. "What do you think?" Danny the Virgin asked. Archbishop Matthew opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. He murmured, "Mercy comes out of pity, without the slightest utilitarianism. The satisfaction after doing good deeds and the expectation of the results after doing good deeds are utilitarian. That kind of mercy is not great mercy." "Very good. You have been enlightened by 30%. Danny the Virgin nodded with satisfaction. Then she asked gently, "Actually, the story of cutting her flesh and feeding it to the eagle is not over. There is a follow-up. Do you want to know?" Matthew was shocked. He bowed piously and said, "Please teach me, Virgin. The white dove is also a demon. The reason why the harpy wanted to eat it was not because she wanted to eat the dove's flesh, but because the same kind of gods robbed each other of their divinity." Danny the Virgin dropped a bomb, and Matthew was dizzy. He almost went from sublimation to depravity. "Did you know before?" he asked bitterly. "The Holy Father's eyes see the truth," the Virgin said faintly. Matthew understood that the Virgin knew everything from the beginning. She knew that the white dove was a demon, and she also knew that the eagle was a demon. The Holy Father's eyes could shine for thousands of miles and see through everything, but the Holy Father was the Virgin. If the demons kill each other, won't there be one less demon? Matthew asked, "One less demon, and a more powerful one will be born." Matthew was silent. "Do you know who the white dove is?" Danny the Virgin asked. "Who is she?" Matthew asked, "Where did the wife of Hugo, the king of the hills, come from?" Danny the Virgin asked with a smile. Matthew's soul trembled, and he said in disbelief, "There is a description in the 7 Stars Bible that the maiden of the 7 gods, brought a girl who was as slender as a willow. Her dark blue eyes were like deep pools. This maiden became Huji's first wife and gave birth to 44 excellent sons for him. Could that maiden be?" Danny the Virgin smiled and nodded. "That's right. She is the white dove. Great mercy is not only the cultivation of your own state of mind, but it will also bring more kindness and beauty to the world." Cutting meat to feed the eagle did not convert the eagle demon, but the white dove was touched. She sincerely put down her butcher's knife and became a saint. Therefore, the white dove was the first believer of the Church of the 7 gods and also the first saint. After that, she followed me to learn the teachings of the 7 gods and gradually understood the fearless spirit of, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" In order to help the humans in the chaotic world, the white dove voluntarily shed her demon body and started a second life as a human. After that, she married Hugo and spread my teachings to the Undulls. Even the first version of the 7 Stars Bible was compiled by the white dove. Chapter 871. Now you understand why there are white pigeons circling the 7 gods in the murals of the Holy Church in the future, and why the white pigeons have a special symbolic meaning in the Church of the Seven Gods. Before Danny could finish, Archbishop Matthew, who was kneeling below, shone with golden light again. He fell into an epiphany, and his soul was sublimated. He murmured, "Great mercy is to perfect one's own cultivation, and also to spread the beauty of truth and kindness to the world. Finally, the flower of truth and kindness will grow, and the world will become more perfect with one's state of mind." Even though she had expected it, Danny was still dumbfounded. The old monk's transformation was too shocking. His soul had turned completely golden, and the power of faith around him was surging like a storm, gathering around him and merging into it. Danny was a little confused. It was the first time she had seen such a situation. Her initial purpose was very simple. She wanted to show off in front of the believers, and then trick Matthew, who was talking bad about Saint Danny behind her back, into flirting with Erlou. However, Saint Danny was a little reluctant to let the old cultivator court his own death. If he really died, well, it didn't matter if he died. After going to heaven, she could still study his strange soul. When Matthew's soul gradually calmed down, Danny decided to continue and finish the story. What if he could sublimate again? What's wrong with me? Matthew looked left and right at his hands and legs. At this moment, he finally realized his abnormality. His soul had absorbed a lot of divine power and turned into a shining golden little man. You listened to my teachings, and your soul sublimated. This is the ultimate pursuit of the Church of the Seven Gods, to let the believers make up for the defects, from the mind to the soul, and from the soul to the body, from the inside out, to achieve perfection. Saint Danny had mastered the highest mystery of religion deception, and the highest level of deception was to turn the fake into the real. I feel power, light, and all the good things. Matthew closed his eyes and said with an intoxicated face. Danny resisted the urge to immediately press him on the experiment table and said slowly, "After cutting your flesh and feeding it to the eagle and the white pigeon, the story is not over." Matthew immediately abandoned all distracting thoughts and listened to the teachings of the Holy Mother. That eagle wasn't satisfied even after eating one of my divine bodies. When I spent 100 years to condense a second divine body, he came again. "Are you chasing another white pigeon?" Matthew asked angrily. Virgin Danny said, "No, he's a demon. Demons are the most cunning. How can they use the same trick twice?" That time, he used his soul to enter the body of a female tiger that was on the verge of starvation. The tigress came to me with her weak cubs and said, "I am too hungry and tired to hunt. If I die, my son will die as well. Please help me kill a fat deer." "How about it?" I said. "I cannot bear to kill the living." The female tiger said, "If you don't kill, we will starve to death." In order to prevent me and my child from dying tragically, they had no choice but to let us eat each other. But if I give my flesh to my young children, they will eventually starve to death after a full meal. Helpless, I can only eat them to protect my own life. How can you bear to watch a mother eat her children? I said, "Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs." The female tiger said, "That's because they are not starving yet." I said, "I want to convert you and the tiger cubs." The female tiger said, "That's easy. You have meat on your body. Why don't you lie down and let us eat you?" Evil demon. Old Matthew gritted his teeth. Alas, as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Virgin Danny showed a compassionate expression, and her whole body seemed to exude the holy light of fearless sacrifice. "Virgin Mary, you can't do it again," the old monk cried. Virgin Danny ignored him and said lightly, in response to the tigress' request, I immediately used the first move of Virgin Mary's palm, the first appearance of holy light. Across thousands of mountains and rivers, I smashed the body of the harpy hidden in the Great Pyramid of Slave Bay into minced meat. The old monk's face was full of anger, but it froze. Then, without waiting for the harpy to wail and beg for mercy, I used the second move of Virgin Mary's palm. Follow me to hell. The soul of the harpy was completely purified. In the end, I fed the corpse of the eagle demon to a few hungry tigers. The old monk's face was distorted, and he didn't know what to say. He didn't speak, but Danny kept staring at him. The result disappointed her. The ending that was supposed to be the climax of the story didn't move Matthew at all. Being merciful doesn't mean that I'm stupid and weak. I'm the Virgin Mary, and I'm also a wise old woman who can see things clearly. When necessary, I can transform into a warrior and use thunderous means. Now, do you understand? Thank you for your teachings, Virgin Mary. I understand how to deal with the relationship between the Church and Stannis. I'm merciful and willing to sacrifice myself to save the devil, but I won't let the devil take whatever he wants. Old Matthew's eyes were firm and full of confidence. Very good. Back then, I gave Moses the sword of Moses that split the Green Fork River. Today, you also shoulder the responsibility of leading the believers to migrate and seek refuge. I'll teach you the 3 moves of Virgin Mary's palm. What is Virgin Mary's palm? The old monk was both happy and confused. Virgin Danny didn't explain much. She pointed her finger and knocked out old Matthew's soul. Then she took off the Virgin Mary's vest, assumed the posture of a research monk, and began to study Matthew's soul after it was sublimated. It wasn't the first time that Danny encountered the sublimation of the believer's soul. Once, the big sparrow's piety was the highest, reaching 250 points. After he was resurrected by the Virgin Mary, his faith was further sublimated. Reaching an incredible state of true saint, the Holy Sparrow no longer had any barriers with the 7 gods. He could transmit and use the power of faith to 100%. Why was Virgin Danny unwilling to grant the healing technique to all the believers of the 7 gods? Efficiency. If a low-level believer's piety was 20, and he prayed for 100 points of power of faith in a day, then only 80 points would fall into the faith space of the 7 gods. If he was granted the healing technique by the Virgin Mary, Blackie would take 50% of the tax, and only 40 points of divine power would leave the faith space. But when it was passed to the believer through the line of faith, there would be a huge loss, and the believer could only get 15 points or even less. Danny only got the power of faith from him and didn't grant him the healing technique, which was equivalent to saving 25 points of divine power. That was to say, reducing the loss by 25%. Well, this was the theory of capitalists. Just like a car factory, because of the serious plague at the beginning of the year, the factory stopped work, but because it didn't make money, it complained that if it didn't resume work, it would lose hundreds of millions a day. After the big sparrow sublimation, the power of faith produced by daily prayers remained the same. It had reached the limit of mortals, but the efficiency of faith increased to 100%. In short, if the Holy Sparrow produced 100 points of power of faith, the Virgin Mary would get 100 points. If the Virgin Mary gave him 100 points, he would get 100 points without any loss. The power of faith of believers was transmitted to the Virgin Mary through the line of faith, and the more devout the believer, the wider the line of faith. The line of faith could be compared to a wire that conducted current, and the big sparrow was a superconductor with no resistance. Now, Archbishop Matthew had surpassed Big Brother in his epiphany, directly crossing the zero resistance and becoming a negative resistance. At this time, for every 100 points of power of faith that Matthew produced, the 7 gods would get 120 points. The 7 gods would give him 100 points, and he would also get 120 points. The law of conservation of energy was broken. Saint Mother Danny was indeed shocked at first, but after studying it carefully, she immediately made 2 big discoveries. First, she found that she could perceive and control Matthew's mark of life. It was as if Matthew was devoted to the 7 gods to a certain extent, and he had dedicated everything to faith. His will took the initiative to open his mark of life to the Virgin Mary. Like an ordinary believer opening his heart, He revealed his thoughts and life experiences to the gods. The direct result of this change was that Matthew could almost completely accept her divine power, divine soul, and song of laws. If the 7 gods descended on Matthew, they could exert 70% of their power. The reason why it was only 70% was that Matthew was a mortal after all, and he couldn't bear too much power. In particular, the power of the Song of Law would make his body collapse. In addition to being an excellent carrier for the descent of the gods, Matthew himself had also evolved in a real sense. His mark of life gave Danny a feeling that he was a high-level creature. After the death of an ordinary person, the soul that went to heaven was still an ordinary soul, such as King Aegon. Some devout believers, such as the Big Sparrow, would make themselves extraordinary in the process of believing in the gods. Wizards could evolve themselves through cultivation. The priests of the gods could only borrow the power of the gods. So could they evolve? The Big Sparrow first proved to Danny that the priest's cultivation could also make him evolve into a high-level creature. The wizard's cultivation was based on the elements and the law, from the outside to the inside, using the power of the elements to evolve themselves. The priest's cultivation was to cultivate the heart from the inside to the outside, and the sublimation of the soul was also a kind of evolution. The priests were very similar to the Confucian scholars. They both studied, researched, and expounded a certain way and truth. However, many priests could only write proposition essays related to the doctrines of the church, such as the sex of the Church of Desire and the killing of the Church of Slaughter. In the past, Confucianism worshipped the truth of heaven and earth, and the disciples of Confucianism were writing open-ended essays, but later it became a proposition essay of peace for all ages. If the level of the Big Sparrow and Matthew's soul was based on the wizard's level, the Big Sparrow was a half-step demigod, while Matthew was promoted to a demigod in a day under the guidance of the Holy Mother. There were no angels in the Church of the 7 gods. After the appearance of the Big Sparrow, the Dragon Queen artificially divided the souls of the believers into levels. That was to say, she learned from Christianity in her previous life and came up with a 9-level angel hierarchy. The Big Sparrow was just a saint, half a step away from becoming an angel. But Matthew was still a level 1 guardian angel, and even touched the threshold of a level 2 archangel. Danny held Matthew's mark of life and wondered if she should modify his soul into a birdman. Just now, Matthew's soul crazily absorbed the power of faith in the faith space. At this moment, the soul body was very solid and should be able to appear in the material world. Well, in the past, it was difficult for her to see a human's mark of life, unless the person had a special attribute, and the mark would not collapse even if his soul was burned to ashes. It was even more difficult to change the mark of life, unless it was like the crow, the son of the forest, who had been modified in the process of opening his second life. But believers who were pious to the point of Matthew had given their everything to the gods, and the password lock of life was directly open to the gods. Perhaps this was the true conversion? Thinking about it carefully, this way of faith was really terrible, almost like the devil's way. Or there was no difference between gods and devils, but human beings used their own ideas to distinguish them? Chapter 872. Archbishop Matthew led the monks and the church knights to the lecture hall next door before he began to recite his adventures in the past few hours. The Holy Mother cut her flesh to feed the eagle, and the white dove became holy. Everyone was almost as shocked as old Matthew at that time, and they all had the same realization. However, there was still a gap between them, so it was not as good as listening to the Holy Mother's sermon. It was like watching a movie could not compare. Their piety had greatly increased, and many of them even condensed the Holy Mother's seal on the spot. However, no monk's soul was refined and became a divine priest. Even so, Archbishop Matthew was greatly comforted when he saw the faint golden light on the foreheads of the pastors below him. He sighed and said, "We should recompile the 7 Stars Bible. Apart from adding a foreword, we should also adjust the interpretation of mercy in the Gospel of the Blessed Virgin, so that all believers can understand the great spirit of the Blessed Virgin Mary. The cultivators all nodded in agreement. After discussing the Holy Mother's path of mercy for a while, Archbishop Matthew began to talk about his mission. By the way, the invasion of the Undulls. It's westward. During the Undulls' westward invasion of Westeros, there was a saint named Moses who was also forgotten by history. We should at least write a biography of him. After the story of Saint Moses was told, everyone gasped in amazement. Not long after, the history books of the Westerners had a new king named Egypt, Saint Moses, who saved 27,000 believers of the 7 gods. The so-called history was more or less like this. Now that the king of Egypt is coming, I will imitate Saint Moses and lead the people of King's Landing to migrate to Storm's End Castle in the south. This is the mission given to me by the Holy Mother, old Matthew said. Lancel suddenly remembered the message from the Dragon Queen. She quickly took out the letter and handed it to the Archbishop. Before Stannis entered the city, he began to call for the 7 kingdoms and other countries to come to King's Landing to fight against the otherworldly demons. The Dragon Queen believes that the battle at King's Landing will be tragic. She wants us to arrange for the ordinary monks and refugees to leave immediately. Lord Theodore Wales agreed and said, I participated in the Battle of Winterfell. The White Blade River outside Winterfell has as much water as the Green Fork River, but it was frozen. Therefore, the Neck Swamp and the Trident River, which could block the living, were like a level road for the deviant ghosts. A great battle at the King's Landing was inevitable. Unless the warriors of the 7 kingdoms gathered at King's Landing, the pressure on King's Landing's defenses would be greater than Winterfell's. King's Landing is too big. This middle-aged man was the commander of the warriors' sons. His position was even higher than that of Lancer. Matthew handed the letter to the Archbishop beside him and said, There is no doubt that the Holy Mother has also conveyed an edict to the Pope. Lancel asked curiously, Archbishop, your soul seemed to have left your body and grown wings. What happened? Old Matthew was intrigued by her words. He smiled and said, Thanks to the teachings of the Holy Mother, I have gained some enlightenment. My soul has been sublimated, and I have become an angel. What is an angel? Everyone looked at him in confusion. Old Matthew smiled and said, Before the appearance of the Atonement Scroll, those who could go to heaven were all saints. There was a higher realm above the saints. The guardian angel was the first level above the saints. Originally, only after death could one be blessed by the Holy Mother and transformed from a saint's soul into an angel. But when the long night came and the world was in danger, the Holy Mother gave me the power of heaven in advance. Seeing that the people around him were still confused and did not have a direct understanding of angels, old Matthew raised his hand and stopped Theodore from asking questions. He said, The power that the Holy Mother gave me is not to show off. Just like I will not tell you that the Holy Mother also taught me 3 moves of the Holy Mother Palm. I will not show off the peerless power of the Holy Mother Palm and the Holy Mother Palm in public. Holy Mother Palm? Peerless power? The monks' and knights' expressions were a little distorted. If you did not tell us, we would not have known that you had the 3 moves of the Holy Mother Palm. As soon as you said it, we became more and more impatient, but you only told us half the story. But then they heard Chief Bishop Matthew say, The Holy Mother asked me to lead the people of King's Landing to the south, but I don't have the prestige of Saint Moses. I have to show my divine might and let the believers know that I am the angel of the Holy Mother. That evening, the bells on the 7 towers of the Holy Church rang. The sound of the bells echoed throughout King's Landing, and hundreds of thousands of people in the city heard it. The bells on the towers only rang at the same time on important occasions, such as the death of a king or the ascension of the throne. At this time, the 7 bells rang at the same time, which meant that something important was about to happen. For a moment, the Vezania Hills became a huge magnet. All the people and believers in King's Landing were like rusty iron shavings, rushing to the place where the bells rang. Circe, who was in the Empress Dowager's Tower of the Red Keep, also woke up from her daze because of the bells. There was only a wooden bed in the stone tower, which made the room of nearly 150 square meters look particularly empty. If Sansa had come to take a look, she would have thought that she had gone the wrong way. But this was indeed the Empress Dowager's Tower, the Empress Dowager's Tower that the cruel Maegor had built for her mother. The Empress Dowager's Tower was the tower with the best natural environment in the Red Keep. Open the window and face the sea, a row of egrets in the blue sky and thousands of white sails in the blue water. Go to the balcony and look down at King's Landing, the 9 heavens gates, the open palace, and the clothes of thousands of countries. The interior of the Empress Dowager's Tower was extremely luxurious. The floor was covered with a Myrish carpet that made people feel like they were falling into the clouds. The walls were hung with colorful brocades embroidered with exotic landscapes. A screen in the middle of summer separated the tea room near the balcony from the bedroom. The sandalwood table and chairs were filled with exquisite golden pots and jade cups that looked like works of art. Now, except for the statue of the Holy Mother that Circe had bought years ago, which was half the height of a man, in the corner, everything was gone. The French doors to the balcony were bricked up, and the windows facing the sea were boarded up. This was Yu Luen's request. He said it was to protect his wife. Circe thought that Yu Luen wanted to torture her. At most, the others thought that Yu Luen was worried that Circe would not be able to bear the hardships and jump off the building to commit suicide. Yu Luen was telling the truth. Before the Battle of Winterfell, Arya had been spying on Circe at King's Landing for months. The carpet, screen, brocades, and all the other furniture had been removed. Even the down quilt on the bed had been replaced with straw curtains and coarse linen sheets. The dark and cold stone room was filled with the smell of fermented excrement. The bells of the Holy Church are ringing. Why? The greasy straw quilt was lifted, revealing a furry head that looked like a messy grain grass. On the dirty and bruised cheeks, one could vaguely make out the shadow of the Color Queen. She blinks her eyes and tilts her head to listen carefully. After confirming that it is the 7 great bells of the Holy Church, she suddenly lifts the heavy and moldy quilt with an unknown strength. She changes from a pitiful shrimp into a rampaging crab with its fangs and claws. She waved her arms that were like sticks of reeds, stomped her feet, and shouted, Someone, tell me what happened outside. Did that bastard Yu Luen usurp the throne and be crowned the king of eunuchs? No one answered her. Circe was not discouraged. Wrapping herself in an old sheepskin jacket, she ran to the door and slammed the oak door that was as thick as the wall of the world. Beyond the oak door was another world. Why aren't you sleeping after dinner? Why are you yelling at ghosts? The old woman's stern voice came from outside the door. Sister Moll, why are the bells ringing in the Holy Church? Did Yu Luen usurp the throne? How can you allow an evil heretic to become the king? Circe shouted. Crack! A small window, 20 centimeters long and wide, cracked open on the top of the wooden door. Immediately, yellow light and the pungent smell of smoke mixed with kerosene came in. Then an old woman's sharp face that looked like an axe blocked most of the light. Yu Luen did not usurp your throne. Go back to sleep, the old nun said coldly. Circe heard and let out a long sigh of relief. Her pale and dirty little dry face showed the peaceful smile of a country wife who watched her husband return with a cow in satisfaction on a summer's evening. The anger in her heart dissipated. Her body quickly felt the cold air from the long night. Circe shivered and asked what happened outside. I want to know too, Sister Moll said impatiently. You're the only one outside. Everyone else went to the Holy Church. If that's the case, let me talk to you to relieve your boredom. Later, we can ask Sister Allenthine about what happened in the Holy Church. Circe handed over a maid's humble smile. The old nun outside the door turned her face away. She did not speak, but she did not close the window. The yellow light shone in again. Circe moved her face closer, greedily feeling the brightness and heat of the light. "Have the other ghosts reached the king's landing?" Circe asked expectantly. If the other ghosts besieged the king's landing, Yu Luan would have to guard the wall. If you encountered the other ghosts, thinking of the beauty, Circe could not help but crack a dry smile, like a dried orange that had been exposed to the sun for a few days. "What are you laughing at?" The sudden and inexplicable laughter startled the old nanny outside the door. Circe stopped laughing and said, "What's the big news in the Westeros recently? Tell me. I'm just fasting and training. I didn't join the Silent Sisters. Even the Silent Sisters can ask about outside news, right? The church only asked you to repent and atone for your sins. They did not block your news. As long as it's not prayer time, your husband and the Grand Chamberlain can visit you at any time." "You can ask them," Sister Maul said. Circe stroked the bruises on her face and gritted her teeth. "Are you playing dumb? Can't you see that they have betrayed me? Yu Luan used the Church of the Seven Gods to bind me and steal the Queen's power. You call yourselves the servants of the seven gods in the mortal world, but you actually helped an evil heretic to torture the Holy Mother's lamb. You first murdered the Holy Sparrow and then voluntarily confessed to the Holy Mother as an ascetic to atone for your sins. The Church only supervised you to fulfill your vows and did not participate in the power struggle of the Seven Kingdoms. Yu Luan is your lawful husband. Lady Tanya is the Grand Chamberlain you chose, and even the Red Keep's guard commander was appointed by you. When did the Church interfere in the Red Keep's internal affairs other than to ensure that you repent on time?" The nun with the pointed chin said sharply. Circe was speechless. The old nun was despicable, but she was right. In this game of power, the Church did not interfere at all. It was only because she had made a holy vow to the people and sparrows in King's Landing that the Church had sent someone to help her fulfill her vow. She had used 5 years of penance to atone for the death of the Great Sparrow. It was Yu Luan. He was the one who recruited the Winged Dragon mercenaries. He was also the one who suggested that the Winged Dragon Knights could be used to murder the Sparrow, and then let the Winged Dragon Knights take the blame. He was the one who made me swear, who made me cultivate. It's all Yu Luan's fault. He plotted against me. Circe howled. Chapter 873. The Church is not involved in your feud with Yu Luan, and I don't want to hear about it either. Both of you are the same, and there's no difference between the two of you. Both of you make me sick. Sister Maul's sharp voice was filled with disgust. "I am a lamb of the Holy Mother. How can I be the same as Yu Luan, a disciple of the Cthulhuism Society?" Circe retorted unhappily. "The Holy Mother must not be happy that you believe in her. Every evil deed you do as a follower of the Holy Mother is a disgrace to the Holy Mother," Sister Maul said. "You are not the Holy Mother. Don't take it for granted. I met the Holy Mother when I was praying." Circe said, "The Holy Mother met you? In your dreams? You must be hallucinating because of hunger." Sister Maul laughed coldly. "It's true. I even felt that I might be able to learn lay of hands. At that time, I saw the Holy Mother smiling at me in a daze. She was gentle and kind. It reminded me of my mother who held me and sang nursery rhymes before bed." Circe's expression was sincere and earnest. "Ha ha ha! You think you can learn lay of hands?" Sister Maul laughed as if she had heard a funny joke. Even she, an old nun who had been a devoted follower of the Holy Mother since childhood, had never seen the Holy Mother and could not become a priest. Even if the Holy Mother was blind, she would not give a sinner who committed adultery, husband murder, and regicide divine spells, especially when the sinner had murdered 2 archbishops in a row. Archbishops were the Holy Mother's representatives in the mortal world. Sister Maul was right. As long as the Holy Mother was not blind, she would not give Circe divine spells. But Circe was not lying either. She had seen the Holy Mother and had enough devotion to learn lay of hands. For ordinary people, the highest devotion was 250. The soul of an extraordinary person was of a higher quality and had the possibility of breaking the 250-point limit. However, there were very few extraordinary people in Westeros, and even fewer who believed in the 7 gods. So far, other than old Matthew, no one had broken the 250-point limit. The first time Saint Mother Dany bestowed the saint healing skill upon a believer, the requirement was as high as 200 piety points. At that time, there were only a few dozen people in the 7 kingdoms who met the requirements. After Mother Dany obtained 1% of the seal of the Green Prophet, the requirement to become a priest was lowered to 150 piety. From then on, priests began to appear in large numbers, numbering in the hundreds. Later on, Mother Dany obtained another 2%. She now had a total of 3% of the mark fragments. Any believer with more than 100 points of piety could be converted into a priest. As such, the number of priests in the 7 nations began to exceed 1,000. Before the plot began, when Robert was still alive, Cersei's devotion to the 7 gods was less than 0. However, she had been through a lot in the past few years, especially after the tragic deaths of her 2 sons and witnessing the miracle of the Holy Mother's resurrection of the Great Sparrow. Her devotion to the Holy Mother had become pious. After being trapped in the Empress Dowager's tower by Yulun, Cersei suddenly realized that she could only rely on the Holy Mother. Jaime, whom she missed the most, had abandoned her. Her father had died long ago. Uncle. Every time she thought of Uncle Kevin, she would repent even more sincerely. Yes, she did repent, but she did not regret it. Sometimes she would even complain to the Holy Mother in her prayers that it was all Uncle Kevin's fault. He had lost the simplicity of the past when Tywin was still alive and became addicted to power. If he had been willing to assist her, none of this would have happened. Even the Robert Strong that spellcaster Cawborn had custom-made for her was taken away by Yulun using black magic. In this cold, dark, and empty stone room, only the Holy Mother could give her comfort and hope. That was why Cersei was so pious. There were 2 ways to increase one's devotion. One was to have a deep understanding of the doctrine and agree with it. The other was to wholeheartedly believe in the gods. Cersei belonged to the latter. She knew the doctrine of the 7 gods and felt that it was good and right. However, she was unwilling to follow it. Judging from the doctrine alone, Cersei's devotion was barely 0, which was the standard of a normal believer. However, there was a limit to how much devotion could be increased through blind faith and pure agreement with the doctrine. It was about 100 points fanatic. If one wanted to be promoted from fanatic to petitioner, 150 points of devotion, they would need to believe in the gods and wholeheartedly agree with and follow the doctrine of the 7 gods. Therefore, when the requirement to become a priest was 150 piety points, none of the priests had much of a problem with their character. Saint Mother Dany could directly bestow them with the mark of the Holy Mother. However, when the requirement was lowered to 100 points of devotion, trouble came. The Dragon Queen accidentally met Cersei. At that time, Holy Mother Dany almost had a mental breakdown. This kind of trash can become my priest? Is the Church of the 7 gods finished? If Dany let Cersei become a priest, many of the true priests would probably leave. They would not be willing to wallow in the mire. Cersei made Dany understand that her priest profession change system had encountered a bug. Even if Cersei was an extreme person, she was not the first fallen believer who believed in the 7 gods and violated the doctrine of the 7 gods. For example, in the real world, the missionaries who were involved in colonial activities were not afraid of sacrifice. They were willing to die for the church and for God. There was no doubt about their faith in God. However, what they did was the actions of Satan. It was the opposite of God's doctrine. If Dany were God, she would redeem those missionaries, help them escape the fate of hell, but not allow them to go to heaven. Redemption was her responsibility to her believers. Going to heaven was a reward for her believers. Rewards were a means of encouragement. No God would encourage believers to do things that went against their doctrine. Therefore, Holy Mother Dani decided to give Circe redemption, but not the divine spell that represented the glory of the monks. Circe said that when she saw the Holy Mother smiled at her, as if receiving the divine spell was not an illusion. Holy Mother Dani not only comforted her tired and weak soul, but also left a seal of redemption in her mind. The seal of redemption had 3 functions. First, because Circe had royal blood, she was a high-risk person. The seal of redemption would alert Blackie when she died, ensuring that her soul would not fall into the hands of the evil gods. Second, every time she prayed to the Holy Mother, she would receive a low-level healing spell to heal the wounds left by Yuluen. Lastly, when Circe's devotion reached 150, the seal of redemption would become the Holy Mother's seal. If Circe's devotion reached 150, it meant that she had truly repented. Making her a priest would not tarnish the church's reputation. Instead, it would be an example of redemption. Circe did not chat with Morley for long. Morley was ignoring her, and Circe was cold, so she retreated back to her straw bed to suffer. She wanted to wait for news from the great cathedral, but she was so tired that she fell asleep. The next morning, the sound of the door opening woke her up like an alarm clock. When he opened his eyes and lifted the blanket, he saw 4 gray-haired but burly old nuns walking in. Some of them were cleaning the floor, some were washing the toilet with a brush, and some were smashing a window on the stone wall that separated the balcony from the bedroom with a hammer. Bang! 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 They were all busy. Circe stuck her head out and asked with narrowed eyes, "Why are you smashing the wall?" "To open a window for you. The night is long. At least you can see the 7 towers of the great cathedral," Sister Allenthine said, thinking that she would be able to see the scenery outside soon. Circe was happy. She looked at the nuns cleaning the room and asked, "What day is it today? Why are you all so diligent? You wouldn't even be willing to clean the floor in the past." Sister Morley used a shovel to remove the dried dung on the wooden floor as she scolded. "Cleaning your own room is what a normal person should do, not to mention that you're cultivating. It's already wrong for you not to work hard. You don't even wash the toilet. You're too lazy. I only eat hard bread every day, drink cold water, and get tortured by Yuluen from time to time. My whole body is sore and weak. How can I work? You should stop Yuluen from hurting me." Circe grumbled in a hoarse voice. "Hundreds of people in King's Landing die of hunger and cold every day. You're lucky to have bread to eat. Even the Archbishop only has 1 more bowl of vegetable and egg soup than you," Sister Morley said coldly. Sister Allenthine, who was hammering the window, said, "You and Yuluen are husband and wife. The 7 gods can't forbid a husband from sleeping with his wife." "I want to drink vegetable and egg soup too," Circe gulped and murmured. "Yuluen's dick is burnt to a crisp. He can't use it anymore. He used it on me and whipped me. Tell the Archbishop that I want to annul my marriage with Yuluen. Mother of mercy, I'm in too much pain right now." Circe was just saying it casually. She did not expect the cold-hearted nuns to help her. She had been saying things like annulling her marriage ever since she found out Yuluen's true colors. She had said it thousands of times. Then, every time these old men would mock her with words like, "You reap what you sow," and "Yuluen is your retribution," and so on. But this time, the 4 old nuns stopped what they were doing and looked at each other. Sister Moll hesitated and said, "The Holy Mother is merciful and compassionate. Maybe we should help her this once. At least tell St. Matthew." The other 3 nuns nodded in agreement. Then Sister Morley left the room, leaving the nuns to continue with their work. "What's wrong?" "Something's wrong with you all today. Is St. Matthew Archbishop Matthew? How did he become St. Matthew?" Circe sat up and asked in surprise, "The night is long and full of danger. Fortunately, the 7 gods saved the world. Today, when Saint Sparrow went to heaven, another saint was born. Saint Matthew inherited the will of Saint Moses and Saint Sparrow. He will lead the people of King's Landing to the south to Storm's End Keep, Sister Allenthine said excitedly. Saint Matthew is also known as Angel Matthew. He has understood the true meaning of mercy and has transcended the mortal world to become a true saint, Sister Mason said. The 3 nuns quickly told Circe about the grand occasion at the great cathedral of Baylor last night. Oh, 7 gods! Saint Matthew can transcend his mortal body and become a holy 2-winged angel. Circe exclaimed. Everyone saw it. That was a true saint soul, the nuns said reverently. Circe was silent for a moment and said, Mother of Mercy is indeed merciful, but cutting her own flesh to feed the eagle. Isn't it a little silly? Wouldn't be fine if he just used the Holy Mother's divine palm to slap the eagle demon to death? How could a demon be converted? And that white dove, she is obviously taking advantage of Mother of Mercy. A demoness can marry the king and become a saint in heaven. What a great deal! So, we should not care about you and let you continue to sink, Sister Mason said coldly. I'm different. Circe shook her head. Yes, you are different. What you did is far more terrifying than a demon. Chapter 874. Circe had been looking forward to seeing Sister Maul until the afternoon of the same day. Saint Matthew risked his life to enter the Red Keep today to meet Yulin, the nun said. The Archbishop suggested that you be sent to the great cathedral to train with the monks. I will. Before the nun could finish, Circe shouted excitedly, Mother of Mercy, Saint Matthew of Mercy, I will go to the great cathedral. I want to drink vegetable and egg soup. Sister Maul looked at her with pity and shook her head. Yu Luin is not willing. Circe's smile froze. She was stunned for a moment. Why is he not willing? Even the Archbishop is here. What marriage can't be annulled? He said he doesn't believe in the 7 gods, the nun said. He also asked Saint Matthew to stay out of the royal family's affairs. Saint Matthew is an angel, Circe begged. He understands the true meaning of Mother of Mercy. He must not give up on saving a poor sheep like me. Of course, the Archbishop will not give up, Sister Maul said. Yes, he must not give up. He must gather the sons of warriors and the poor and wash the Red Keep with 100,000 soldiers. Circe said excitedly. Sister Maul was horrified. Holy Mother of Mercy, my sins, my sins. How can you say such evil things? Very well, Mother of Mercy, Circe said. Not everyone will be killed. Just kill Yu Luin and save me to take charge of the situation. That should be enough to suppress the rebels in the Red Keep. The Church must not participate in the struggle for power. This has become the first commandment of us monks. The power belongs to the king and the people, and the faith belongs to the 7 gods and the Church. The only thing the 7 gods ask of their followers is to make them better, Sister Maul said seriously. Sigh, if only you were this obedient when I was the Queen Regent. Circe sighed. She ran to the newly opened window and looked at the 7 holy lights above the Visania hills. Saint Matthew of Mercy, please use the same ruthlessness as when you made me parade in the streets. Kill Yu Luin with Mother of Mercy. Saint Matthew hasn't returned to the Holy Church yet. He's at the Red. Keep trying to convert Yu Luin, Sister Maul said. What? Circe turned around in confusion. Saint Matthew took pity on Yu Luin, who had fallen into hell, and wanted to turn the devil into a saint. Circe was confused. After a while, she came back to her senses and asked tentatively, Are you right? Saint Matthew took pity on Yu Luin? Yu Luin were bewitched by the evil god and struggled in hell, truly experiencing the greatest suffering of the human world, the nun said. Lunatic. Circe said with a twisted expression. You've wasted all your hard work these past few days. You don't even have the slightest understanding of the Holy Mother's path of mercy, the nun angrily said. I am the one who is suffering, yet you pity Luin and blame me for not being compassionate." Circe was also angry. Old Sister Mal sighed and said, "You murdered the Holy Sparrow. Isn't that a great injustice to the church?" "It was you Luan's idea," Circe said weakly. "You have committed heinous crimes and harmed the people of the 7 kingdoms. But we did not give up on you and gave you many chances to save yourself. Luin's sins are not as great as yours. So why can't you pity him and persuade him to repent and be saved?" Just as Circe was hesitating, the sound of someone climbing up the stairs suddenly came from the staircase outside the door. Not long after, Sister Aranting gasped and shouted, "Oh no, no! St. Matthew advised you, Luin, that the sea of bitterness is boundless and that repentance is the shore. But he was stabbed by you, Luin." "What?" Sister Mal's old eyes almost popped out of her sharp face. "You, Luin, dared to murder St. Matthew?" Circe was surprised and happy. She shouted, "Go to the Holy Church and ask the warrior's son to wash the Red Keep with blood and avenge the Archbishop. If St. Matthew was stabbed to death, Luin would be dead. If Luin was dead, she could take charge of the situation." "That was great. The Archbishop is not dead." Sister Alanthine leaned on her knees and panted at the door. "Didn't you say that St. Matthew was stabbed?" Circe could not hide the disappointment on her face. She was too surprised before, but now she was too disappointed. How can St. Matthew be stabbed to death? Alanthine glared at her and shook her head. "Blessed by the Holy Mother, St. Matthew is an angel and has powerful healing and resurrection spells. He will not die." Sister Mal let out a long sigh of relief. "If he is not dead, why are you screaming so pitifully?" Circe cursed in her mind and asked, "What is going on? Luin wants to stab St. Matthew just because of one sentence? Isn't it because of you?" Alanthine looked at her and sighed. "St. Matthew advised Luin to be kind, to let go of the butcher's knife and convert to the Holy Mother. Luin said that St. Matthew was spouting nonsense, and that it was easy for him to say that he could not feel his pain." Sister Alanthine gave a brief account of what had happened in the council hall of the Red Keep. Luin sat on the Iron Throne to receive St. Matthew. St. Matthew didn't come to the Red Keep just for Circe. More importantly, he wanted Luin to open the city gates so that the monks could lead the refugees and commoners to the south or to Blackwater Bay to Tighthead Island. Luin did not agree at first, and even asked the church to cooperate with the Iron Throne to resist their loot outside the city. Matthew handed the Dragon Queen's letter to King Euron and said directly, "Stannis will definitely attack the city within a week. He won't care about the commoners below the city walls at all. The city is already short of food and the Iron Throne is unable to provide relief, causing the people to be angry and riots to break out on the streets. King's Landing is about to collapse under the siege. I showed the believers a miracle last night, and now the people in the city know about the plan to go south for survival. If you stop them from leaving the city, there will be an uprising of at least 300,000 people before Stannis can attack. How can you withstand it? Besides, there is the church behind the believers and thousands of church armed forces. The Dragon Queen of Dragonstone Island and the Holy Mother in the sky. Which one can you withstand? Only the starving refugees are leaving. Most of the church's priests and armed forces are still in King's Landing to resist the otherworldly ghosts. This will only benefit the Iron Throne." Rando Tarly and the others advised. Luin also heard the cheers of St. Matthew from the beggar army outside the walls of the Red Keep. He knew that he could not do it and could only agree. As long as the church swore that the Valley army would not take the opportunity to attack the city, St. Matthew would be allowed to take away the civilians and refugees who left voluntarily. After settling this matter, Matthew began to convert the great demon King Euron. The chief bishop persuaded Luin to give up his power and convert to the Holy Mother. No wonder Luin stabbed him. Luin would never give up the Iron Throne, Circe said with a strange expression. Lewin demon is indeed greedy for power, but the reason why he stabbed St. Matthew was because of you, Sister Allenthine said. What about me? Circe was stunned. St. Matthew advised you, Lewin, to stop torturing you and let him dissolve the marriage between the two of you. You, Lewin, dared to speak ill of him and threaten the chief bishop. If he dares to interfere with your matters, he will send the chief bishop to meet the Holy Mother, the old nun said angrily. Lock you, Lewin, up and let him repent. Let him become an ascetic to atone for his sins. Circe shouted excitedly. The old nun shook her head and said, St. Matthew understood the true meaning of the Holy Mother's mercy and is willing to sacrifice himself. If his death can exchange for your peace and the peace of you, Lewin's heart, he would rather die. Then you, Lewin, pulled out your sword and stabbed St. Matthew's heart. Actually, you, Lewin, should not have been so impulsive, but the way St. Matthew looked at him was compassionate and loving, as if he was looking at a lost child. Not only did it not convert him, it ignited a fire in his heart. You, Lewin, dared to swear to the storm god that he had never hated a person so much like that moment. Who do you think you are? Who are you to show such loving care to a child? How dare you look at me with such loving care? I am the first boss of Game of Thrones. Then he pulled out his sword in the court and pierced St. Matthew's heart under the horrified gaze of countless courtiers and nobles. St. Matthew did not dodge and did not even frown when the sword pierced his heart. He only looked at you, Lewin's ferocious face and red eyes, and felt even more pity and sympathy. There was a sadness that could not be dissolved spreading from him. Even you, Lewin himself, was a little shocked. His right hand that was holding the hilt of his sword could not help but tremble. Has the resentment in your heart disappeared? St. Matthew asked gently. He did not die. His heart that was pierced by the sword was bleeding, but he did not die. He could still speak. Thump, thump, thump. Lewin's face turned pale. He was frightened by an inexplicable aura and took 3 steps back. The blade of the sword brought out a pinch of blood from his heart. It was also at that moment that Sister Allenthine left the hall and rushed to the Empress Dowager's tower. How dare you attack St. Matthew? Lewin's sin is unforgivable. Circe said agitatedly, if it was so easy to exorcise a demon, the Holy Mother's mercy would not be so precious. The nun sighed. If St. Matthew is still trying to exorcise you, Lynn, why are you yelling and screaming as if the Archbishop is dead? Circe asked impatiently. Sister Allenthine glared at her angrily and turned to Sister Moll. You, Lewin, are stubborn. I'm afraid that the Iron Throne will eventually come into conflict with the Church. Go pack your bags. We will be ready to leave at any time. So serious. You, Lewin, dared to attack us? Sister Moll was shocked. The Red Heart demons are about to attack the city. The Red Keep is the main battlefield. We will have to return to the Holy Church sooner or later, Allenthine said. Hearing this, Circe realized that the nun had not left because of her shift, but because she had given up on her supervision. If you leave, does that mean I will be free? She was overjoyed. Did you not obtain peace and serenity through penance? You make it sound as if the Church is restricting your freedom. We've worked so hard just to help you redeem yourself. Sister Moll said bitterly, I can eat good food and live in a luxurious castle while I repent to the Holy Mother, Circe said righteously. If you do not abstain from the desires of the mouth, nose, and tongue, how can you purify your heart and let your soul reach the other side of heaven? Sister Allenthine said solemnly, You old nannies have not even learned healing. What right do you have to lecture me? Circe said impatiently. Sister Moll's face turned red, and her eyes were full of regret. Sister Allenthine reached out and lit a ball of warm holy light. Last night, when we listened to St. Matthew's sermon at the lectern, Masani, Unia, and I had an epiphany. We have been blessed by the Holy Mother and have become priests. Sigh, I should not have stayed here to talk nonsense with you. Sister Moll looked at Circe with resentment. Oh no, oh no. At the mention of Sister Masani, Sister Masandi came over. Just like Sister Allentine before, she gasped and shouted, "The Yuluan demon is crazy. He cut off St. Matthew's Gigi with one sword." Chapter 875. What? St. Matthew has become a eunuch? Circe exclaimed. Allentine glared at the sinner and roared, "Shut up! You are blaspheming the angel Matthew." Cut off Gigi? Isn't he a eunuch? I'm just telling the truth. How is that blasphemy? Yuluan the demon is the one who is blasphemous. Go outside the castle and summon the sparrows to attack the Red Keep and wash Yuluan's party with blood. Circe could hardly hide her smile and joy. Well, she didn't hide her true thoughts. The 3 old nuns were furious, but could not refute. They were ready to leave the sinner's cell. "Oh, don't go. I am guilty. I admit that I am guilty. I have blasphemed St. Matthew's Gigi. Oh, no, I have blasphemed St. Matthew's name. I have failed the teachings of the Holy Mother." Circe wanted to hear more, and the negotiation between St. Matthew and Yuluan concerned her future. She hurriedly grabbed the 2 tall and strong old nannies, one in each hand. She didn't manage to stop them. Instead, she was dragged 3 to 4 meters on the floor. But the 3 old nuns did not go out. Sister Morley asked her companion, "Why did Yuluan the demon cut off blaspheme St. Matthew?" "Sigh, it's all because of her," Sister Masandi shouted, pointing at Circe. "St. Matthew should have left after being stabbed, but he pitied Yuluan the demon's depravity and could not bear to see Circe." "Hey, that's enough," Circe shouted, interrupting the old nuns. "You gave Stannis the nickname Red Heart Demon and Yuluan the demon. It's fine, but what do you mean by calling me Circe the demon?" "I am a devout believer of the Holy Mother. Even if I was abducted by demons and made some mistakes, I am not a demon, right? I think I can still go to heaven. Your sins are comparable to those of demons. Circe the demon will be used to describe people who make the same mistakes as you in the future," the nun said. Circe's face turned red with anger. "I am incest, but isn't your Pope the product of incest as well? I murdered my own husband. But didn't your Pope also curse her husband to death? He's going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter how he dies. Blasphemy. Sinner. Circe!" The 3 nuns pointed at Circe and yelled at her. Dang, dang, dang. While the 3 old nannies were arguing with Circe, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs outside. They all quieted down at the same time, listening attentively and looking up. The haggard Count Tully and the warrior's son, Russell, led the way, while Sister Una and a few knights followed behind. "Cousin, you've come to save me," Circe cried out tearfully. The one-armed hero looked at his former lover, cousin, queen and now queen, sinner and prisoner with pity and asked, "Circe, on behalf of Archbishop Matthew, are you willing to give up all worldly power, dissolve your marriage with Yuluan, and convert to the church?" Circe stopped crying and said in surprise, "Of course I am willing to dissolve my marriage with Yuluan, but what do you mean by converting to the church and giving up worldly power?" "After many efforts, St. Matthew finally persuaded Yuluan to dissolve your marriage with him," Russell said. "But Yuluan also has a condition. You have to hand over the crown, officially recognize him as Yolan of Scylla, give up the Lannister surname, and never step out of the holy cathedral. You will become a Sister of Silence." Circe was like a puppy that had been kicked in the balls. She jumped up and yelled, "Let the other ghosts take advantage of King Euron. Who does he think he is? A mere Ironborn wants to become the king of the 7 kingdoms? How hard did St. Matthew work to make me lose the Iron Throne? You are unwilling?" Randall Tully frowned. Circe spat at Tully's face and scolded, "Bastard, have you forgotten who made you the hand of the king? Ungrateful bastard." Randall Tully pursed his lips, the veins on his forehead throbbing. But he only glared, not retorting or wiping away the saliva that was dripping down his forehead. "Circe, don't be unreasonable. If it weren't for Count Tully's efforts, you would have been secretly killed by Yulin. Lancer could not stand it any more. She stepped forward and shouted in a low voice. This was the truth. Randall Tully had never been on Yuluin's side. But before Yuluin plotted against Cersei, he had been encouraging her to suppress the Riverbend army in King's Landing. In the battle of the southern shore of Blackwater, Lion had suffered the greatest loss, followed by Riverbend. They had faced the true Dragon Alliance head-on, while Tai Min had ambushed them from behind and cleaned up the battlefield. When Cersei learned of Randall Tully's loss, she had laughed and opened a bottle of summer wine to celebrate with Yulin. Because of this, Riverbend's army in King's Landing was not even as strong as Lion's. Lion even controlled 5,000 gold robes. Even so, after Cersei had imprisoned herself, Randall Tully was loyal to her. Cersei being locked in the Queen's Tower was her own idea. Yuluin did not truly replace Cersei because of three concerns: the Church, Randall Tully, and Lannister in the West. No matter how many sins Cersei had committed, she was at least a believer of the seven gods. The great cathedral of Baelor did not like her, and the starry cathedral had crowned her. But Yuluin was a proper heretic. The west and half of Hujin were still under Lannister's control, and Tywin's cousin Damian was still in charge of Casterly Rock. If they fell out, Yuluin would be in danger of losing his home. Lannister was indeed in decline, but Tywin was not in a good situation either. The main reason was that his forces were too scattered. The Iron Islands, Riverbend High Court, King's Landing were more than 10,000 kilometers of land and sea, which was more than half of the Westeros. If Lannister was ruthless and gathered his remaining forces to attack the neighboring Iron Islands, Yuluin might really lose his home. The Iron Islands were not even as big as the Earl's territory, and their population was small. They were barely qualified to participate in the game of power because all of them were soldiers. Now 1/3 of Tywin was in Riverbend and 2/3 was in King's Landing. The Iron Islands were almost empty. Randall Tully was the representative of the Seven Kingdoms and the representative of Riverbend. Even Yuluin could not ignore his opinion. The king ruled over the nobles, and the nobles ruled over their subjects. If the nobles did not care about the king was no longer a king. If Cersei did not murder the Great Sparrow and did not make an oath to atone for her sins, Yuluin would not be able to become the regent. Everyone in King's Landing who knew about the Red Keep knew what Randall Tully meant to Cersei. Only Cersei herself did not know. She was still cursing at Randall. Cersei had not seen Randall Tully since she was imprisoned in the Queen Dowager's tower. Now, she wanted to vent all her pent-up anger. Randall's face was like a spittoon as she spat all over it. After a while, the Queen's hand said, "When I accepted Duke Tywin's invitation to help the Iron Throne quell the rebellion, it was to restore the order of the Seven Kingdoms. I don't know when it started, but I became one of the sources of chaos. I am guilty, but I don't know who I have let down." "You have let me down," Cersei shouted. Randall Tully's expression became strange when he heard that. "If it was because of you that I ended up like this, then it is a disgrace." "What do you mean?" "Without me, could you have become the king's hand?" Cersei said angrily. Randall Tully made a decision in his heart. His expression softened as he said, "My queen, what is your decision?" "In the agreement between Yuluin and Archbishop Matthew, the marriage can only be annulled if you give up everything in the world. If you leave the Red Keep, you must join the Sisters' Silence." "Let Yuluin shave his head and become a monk," Cersei said angrily. "The Archbishop did make such a proposal," Randall suggested sincerely after a moment of silence. "I think it is best if you agree to Yuluin's terms. Stannis will soon attack the King's Landing. The Red Keep will no longer be safe. Cersei, go into the arms of the Holy Mother. You will find that the peace of your soul is far more satisfying than the empty power," Lancel also advised. "Look at my face, look at my hair, look at my clothes." Cersei looked up and turned in a circle, revealing her dry and fragile hair, her wrinkled and pale cheeks, and her bloated and worn-out sheepskin coat that emitted a strange smell. "This is an ascetic," Is this worthy of the queen? Cersei shouted angrily. Don't tell me that a nun should be like this. Dany Rise of Dragonstone Island was surrounded by servants, dressed in fine clothes, ate delicious food, admired by thousands, and was loved by the Holy Mother. Why can't I? Randall Tully and Lancel looked at each other and said, You choose to remain as you are. Cersei shook her head and begged, Can you let me out? Have you forgotten your own oath, the sacred oath? Lancel frowned. It was Yu Luan. He tricked me into swearing an oath of penance, Cersei said. But you were the one who murdered the Holy Sparrow, Lancel said coldly. Cersei was speechless. Archbishop Matthew risked his life to fight for this opportunity for you, Sister Maul reminded. He's a guardian angel. Why didn't he fight for better conditions for me? Cersei complained. Thinking of you, Luan pierced the archbishop's heart with a sword, and then looking at Cersei, Lancel's heart turned cold. In a few days, the archbishop will bring the people of kings landing south. All the monks and nuns will leave. There may not be any nuns to supervise you, he hinted. Without nuns, you will lose the protection of the church. Cersei didn't fully understand what he meant, but she felt a sense of danger. She shrank back and thought of something. Cousin, my poor uncle worked hard for Lannister all his life. For his sake, please do me a favor. Call Lord Reck and the Grand Chamberlain Tanya here. Let me talk to them. Lord Reck was the general of Dragonstone Island who was captured by the Dragon Queen. He was the husband of Tywin's cousin. After the death of Lord Devon of the Lion family, Cersei appointed him the commander of the Lion Army and the Golden Robes. Thinking of her father who died at the hands of the imps, Lancel sighed and whispered something to Randall Tarry. Randall hesitated for a moment, then ordered a knight to go downstairs. While waiting, Randall couldn't help but remind Cersei, trusting Titus Reck and Tanya of Myr is the stupidest thing of all. Cersei responded with a sarcastic smile. Did Jaime look for you? She asked her cousin. Lancel nodded and said, Before going to Winterfell, we met once. After the Winterfell war, he disappeared again. Cersei stroked her rough, wrinkled face. Her hand trembled, and her voice trembled. Where is Brain, the Roseless Sentinel? Chapter 876. Bryn? Why are you asking about her? Bryn and Goldie should be at Tarth Island. Lancel was puzzled. Cersei was silent. No one knew what she was thinking. Her silence made the others speechless. It was quiet for a while. Before long, footsteps could be heard from downstairs. The Grand Chamberlain and the Red Keep garrison commander were standing in the courtyard, waiting for Cersei's decision. They arrived quickly. Your Majesty. The two of them bowed respectfully to Cersei. Both of you, come here. Cersei walked to the corner of the room with a stern face and waved at the two of them. Randall, Tarly, and Lancel were expressionless as they watched from the side. Did you see? St. Matthew lost his balls for me. Yu Luan is finished. The church will never support him as king. Do you know what to choose? Cersei glared at her two former confidants and said coldly, Understood. Your orders are my orders. The servants and maids of the Red Keep are waiting for your orders, Tanya said. I've always been loyal to you, but Yu Luan is too powerful. Even Randall, Tarly submitted to him. I can only try my best to protect the Lion Army, Earl Reeker said. Both of them had an honest look on their faces as they nodded like they were pounding garlic. Cersei was delighted, but her dirty and sallow face was still serious. My greatest support is not the church. I'm sure you know that Jaime is fighting against the deviant ghosts in Winterfell. I'm Tywin's daughter, Cersei Lannister. I'm not a lonely person who can be bullied. Yu Luan is nothing. If not for my name, he wouldn't even be able to see the Iron Throne. The two of them simultaneously revealed a look of awe, and even their waists bowed even more. Cersei's eyes flashed, and she said calmly, I'm not forcing you to rebel against Yu Luan. You don't have the guts or ability to do so. I said this just to let you understand a fact. Even if you are a fence-sitter, it is far more cost-effective and safer than working for you, Lewin, wholeheartedly. The Holy Mother once said that the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and be saved. Holy Mother, we won't be fence-sitters. We've always been loyal to you. The two loyal ministers hurriedly expressed their loyalty. Hearing this, Circe, who had already calmed down, became worried. Thus, she let her little head spin, thinking about what other trump card she had. It was completely blank, as if there was nothing left. Circe was furious and a little scared. She was Queen Circe. Had she fallen so low that she could not keep two servants under her control? Without any trump cards, he could only rely on his wits. Sighing in her heart, she said, Stannis will attack the king's landing soon. You, Lewin, will be on par with him, and both of you will suffer great losses. You, Lewin, and Stannis are both blasphemous heretics. You, Lewin, are Uluin demon, and Stannis is heart demon. The miracle of St. Matthew turning into an angel is known throughout the king's landing. How can the people and nobles of the 7 kingdoms allow them to be kings? The night is long and danger is everywhere. Fortunately, the Holy Mother saved the world. I am guilty. I am incestuous. I murdered my husband. I killed a king. I killed 2 archbishops in a row. I am Circe. But I am a devout believer of the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother even received me. I listened to the Holy Mother's teachings, just like the white dove in the purple bamboo forest. Saint Moses is the role model of Saint Matthew, and the white dove is the role model of Circe. I have an epiphany under the Holy Mother's teachings. I have put down the butcher's knife and become a saint. I have become a saint. Circe's little face was full of sincerity and solemnity. The Holy Mother is merciful. I was once Circe, and now I am shedding my demon body. In the near future, I may become Saint Circe, imitating the white dove and marrying the Holy Mother's chosen King Huggo. Even if there is no King Huggo, use your pea-sized brains to think. Will the Church support me to continue being the Queen, or will they choose 2 undeliverable hybrid demons? You, Lewin, and Red Heart are eagle demons. Sooner or later, they will be smashed into meat paste by the Holy Mother. This time, Tanya and Earl Peck were really moved. Tanya said in a trembling voice, You, Lewin, has been hit by St. Matthew's Holy Mother's palm. The first light. What? You, Lewin, is dead? Why didn't you say so earlier? Circe shouted in ecstasy. Lancel frowned. Are you done? It's getting late. Wait a minute. Circe waved her hand and whispered to the 2 beside her. What happened? Is Uluin dead? Uluin cut off Hadji with his sword. In front of everyone, St. Matthew picked up Hadji that had fallen to the ground. After a flash of white light, Hadji was as lively as before. At that time, Uluin's eyes lit up, and he eagerly begged St. Matthew to treat Ha. After St. Matthew saw his injury, he said that it was easy to heal a broken chicken, but difficult to reproduce without one. Uluin was not a believer, and the effect of the holy healing was too weak. It was better to convert to the Holy Mother, understand the teachings of the 7 gods, and become a flawless angel. Who knew Uluin would be so evil? Not only did he refuse to convert to the Holy Mother, he even waved his sword and laughed. You are just a little priest. You are not qualified to convert me. Doesn't your Holy Mother like to sacrifice herself to feed demons? Let her come here personally. I don't want to eat her. I just want to fuck her a few times. Big time. And then, the dark-skinned Tanya had been chattering nonstop, her face full of curiosity and excitement from gossiping. But in the end, her dark-skinned face suddenly turned pale. Her eyes filled with fear and reverence, and her voice started to tremble. St. Matthew roared. The Holy Mother was merciful, but he also had the means of a warrior. Then he shouted, Holy Mother's palm, the first appearance of holy light. The dim court was instantly filled with light. The holy light was like a knife, blinding my eyes. It's true. I really thought I was blind. My eyeballs were swollen and sore, as if they were going to explode under the holy light. Tanya rubbed her eyes and said with lingering fear, "And then, Yuluen was blind?" Circe said agitatedly. "Then it was even stranger. I thought I was blind, but I clearly saw St. Matthew transform into a white-bearded, white-robed, and white-winged birdman. It was an angel." Earl Burke interrupted her. "Yes, it was an angel. It's all my fault. I was busy with palace affairs last night and didn't go to the Holy Church to preach to Angel Matthew," Tanya said regretfully. "And then," Circe asked anxiously, "after St. Matthew transformed into an angel, he flew in front of Yuluen in an instant and was about to slap his head. Can you guess what happened? Yuluen can also transform into a monster with 8 tentacles. Greyjoy was indeed from a family of sea monsters. Perhaps their entire family was the descendants of sea monsters. What was even scarier was that the sea monster Yuluen was surrounded by strong winds. A black shadow rose in the wind. Its red eyes were the size of bowls, and its aura was far stronger than St. Matthew's. But St. Matthew was fearless. He shouted, 'Holy Mother of Mercy,' the first appearance of holy light. Then a huge golden deity rose behind him. It was the Holy Mother. Tanya grabbed Circe's arm and shook it violently, just like a roaring horse shaking a beautiful woman. Even her voice and expression were like a roaring horse. I swear I have never seen the Holy Mother in person before, but at that moment I was very sure that she was the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother's body was golden and round, like a small mountain at least 18 feet tall. She sat cross-legged in the air. I felt a heavy pressure just by standing beside her. Majestic, holy, domineering, merciful. I don't care. I will also convert to the Holy Mother in the future. She is too powerful. Tanya was a Mirian. She believed in the god of lust. It was also because of the methods she learned from the Church of Lust that she was able to marry a Westeros count and become Queen Circe's right hand. Even Yuluen fell for her tricks. The excitement on Circe's face disappeared. She asked suspiciously, "Are you sure it's not an illusion? Why is the Holy Mother so round and 18 feet tall? The ceiling of the Red Keep is not even 18 feet tall." Everyone saw it. Tanya turned her gaze to Earl Rake. "It's not the Holy Mother's body that is round. It's a golden ring behind the Holy Mother, like the sun." "Isn't the sun a round lump?" Rake asked. Yes, that's it. The Holy Mother is sitting in the sun," Tanya quickly said. "Then why is the golden Holy Mother 18 feet tall?" Circe asked again. "I don't know. At that time, the whole world was filled with the golden light of the sun. The Red Keep, heaven and earth, and I disappeared." Tanya was at a loss. "It was a spiritual state," Earl Rake said. "I asked Lancel. He said that what we saw was the souls of St. Matthew and Yuluen. Our eyes were blinded by the golden light, but our souls could still see the scene." "I see," Tanya suddenly realized. When St. Matthew struck out with his palm, the golden body of the Blessed Virgin behind him struck out with his palm as well. The golden palm, which was as huge as a city gate, smashed the demonic shadow behind Yuluen into ashes and disappeared with a wail. Then St. Matthew's palm landed on Yulen's forehead and hit him until his juices flowed. The golden light disappeared, the angel Matthew disappeared, and my eyes recovered from the stinging pain. Yuluen was lying on the ground, bleeding from all orifices. His body twitched, but he didn't die. St. Matthew stood where he was and didn't seem to have moved. "What do you mean by juices flowed?" Circe was puzzled. "Didn't Yuluen transform into an 8-clawed sea monster? When St. Matthew slapped him with his palm, only those inhuman soft tentacles would burst into pulp. It's just like when we step on a big snail or a slug, wouldn't the juice flow out?" Circe had also stepped on a snail before. She immediately formed a vivid image in her mind. Although she was happy to see what happened to Yuluen, she was also disgusted. Why didn't St. Matthew kill that blaspheme against the Holy Mother. Circe complained. Earl Rieker looked at the people in the distance and said in a low voice, "The Red Keep is now under the control of Timon. I'm just a nominal commander. There are hundreds of Timon guarding outside the court. If we kill you, Lewin, St. Matthew and the monks who enter the castle will die. Then use the Holy Mother's palm to kill all the Timon," Circe said fiercely. St. Matthew's face turned pale with sweat after one hit. He didn't even frown when he was stabbed in the heart and had his penis cut off. The Holy Mother's palm must be very draining. St. Matthew can't use it many times, Earl Rieker said. How badly is you Lewin injured? Circe asked expectantly. Tanya hesitated and said, It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Lewin didn't even faint. He got up and sat on the iron throne. St. Matthew said that this time he will only break his evil spells. He told him to take care of himself and stop doing evil things. It seems that Lewin can't use evil spells anymore, Earl Rieker added. Circe felt regretful, but she put on a cheerful face and said, This is our chance. You don't have to take any risks. Just protect me. When Lewin and Stannis are both injured, the believers of the 7 gods will chase them away. Then we will create glory together. Lord Rieker, I will make you the hand of the king. Tanya, I will make you an archduchess. Chapter 877. The church did not completely ignore Circe. When they called for the people to leave King's Landing, Sister Mall and 2 warriors' sons were still guarding outside the Queen's Tower. The other 3 nuns returned to the cathedral because they received the seal of the Holy Mother. St. Matthew went to see Stannis outside the city yesterday. From this afternoon onwards, the Valley Army outside the riverfront gate will withdraw to 20 kilometers away from King's Landing. 100,000 poor people will leave first. By this evening, they must cross the Blackwater River and enter the royal forest. Tomorrow, the people and nobles who are willing to follow St. Matthew will leave one after another. Stannis promised not to attack King's Landing for a week. Sister Mall was the only one left of the flowers of the church. She opened the small window above and below the wooden door and took the initiative to chat with Circe in the room. Well, there were only nuns and sinner Circe in the Queen's Tower. The church's knights and Red Keep guards outside the tower. They could not enter the tower without being summoned by the nuns. Circe was a tigress and had a criminal record of adultery. The royal family and the church needed to save face. Of course, Lewin, the Prince Regent's husband, could come in and spend the night with his wife any time. After all, Circe was only training to atone for her sins. Mason and the others are not coming to the Red Keep? Circe curled up under the blanket, only revealing her small head. After they became priests, they were promoted to white bishops by the archbishop. Now, each of them is leading dozens of young and strong young nuns to cultivate. Isn't it a waste of talent to come to the Red Fort to be supervising nuns? Old Sister Mall said sourly. The 4 of them had the same background. They were abandoned babies by the church. They entered the nuns' college at the same time. The church had a department that trained nuns and nuns. In the old town, there was even a church school for the children of nobles. They graduated in the same year and were assigned to work in the cathedral at the same time. They checked little Rose's virginity, the time when Circe reported her daughter-in-law's adultery, and punished little Rose to make her repent. They tortured the whore Queen Dowager and punished her to make her repent. After that, they shaved Queen Dowager's hair and walked the streets with Queen Dowager. They were hated by the Queen and Queen Dowager. When Circe imprisoned herself, they were the ones who supervised her training. The 4 of them were Granny Rong in the version of power travel. No, they were even more awesome than Granny Rong. Granny Rong could only deal with a few commoners, but the 4 flowers of the Vatican were dealing with the Queen and the Empress Dowager. After decades of ups and downs, they were finally separated. Old Sister Mall was still a teaching nanny full of hostility, But the other three had an epiphany during St. Matthew's sermon and became amiable and respectable white bishops. They even took in dozens of nun apprentices. How many are leaving? Circe asked casually. Maybe 300,000, maybe more by choice. Only those who couldn't bear to stay in King's Landing would leave. Sister Moll sighed. Can Storm's End hold that many people? Circe asked doubtfully. Not all of them are going to Storm's End. The royal fleet of Dragonstone Island is coming. Other than delivering food to the migration team, they will also bring the old and the sick to Tidehead Island. At this point, the old nun suddenly sat up from the soft couch beside the small charcoal stove. She found an iron hammer in the corner, opened the door, and walked to the window by the sea. She struck down with the hammer and made a hole the size of a bowl. Whoosh! The cold wind was like a young man waiting outside a love hotel room for his long-distance girlfriend to change and open the door on Valentine's Day. He could not wait to rush into the room and kiss the old nun's dry cheeks and sparse white hair. Along with the biting cold wind, a large patch of golden sunlight entered the room. The room suddenly lit up. St. Matthew was willing to endure the humiliation of cutting his manhood to save you. I am not as good as St. Matthew, but today I will break this window for you, even if I have to offend Yulin. The old nun held the hammer and said righteously. Then she explained, Blackwater Bay is full of ships now. They are the royal fleet of the Pope. There is also a small sun in the sky. The church only supervised Circe's penance. They never thought of interfering with her little dark room. It was Yu Luin who requested that the windows and balcony be sealed. 2 days ago, Sister Allenthine and a few others helped Circe clean up her bedroom and also broke the brick wall and windows of the balcony. However, when Yu Luin knew about it, he immediately sealed them up. Even though the nun tried to dissuade him, he only left a thumb-sized hole in the wall facing the great Cathedral of Baylor. There was also a thick piece of crystal glass embedded in the wall. Merciful Mother of God! Circe got up and ran to the window excitedly. However, after just one glance, she howled. Isn't that my galleon? The biggest one with 800 oars. Isn't that Duke Tywin? There is also sweet Circe and valiant Joffrey. Damn it, they are all my ships. Yes, the main force of the Dragon Queen's Royal Navy was the 10 giant galleons that Ordviscount had stolen from Circe. However, there were hundreds of ships flying the pentashade dragon flag in Blackwater Bay, including the family fleets of Crab Island, Valerian of Tidehead Island, and some of the 80 ships that the Dragon Queen had rented from Bravos for free. However, none of the ships were as big as Circe's galleon, so Circe recognized her own ship at first glance. I understand now. It's all Daenerys' scheme. I've long guessed that that bitch has a bright and upright appearance, but behind her back, she has endless dirty tricks. I just didn't expect that even my admiral is her spy, she said through gritted teeth. Sister Mahler lowered her head and looked at the thick hammer. She was conflicted about whether she should smash it into that noisy little head of a straw. Huh, didn't the sun disappear? And it's so short. Then Circe's attention was attracted by the small sun 300 meters above the sea. It was as big as a bathtub, and it was warm and gentle. Everything within a few kilometers could be seen clearly, and it reminded Circe of a summer morning a few years ago. That is the fairy of light that the maiden gave to the Pope. Sister Mahler put down the hammer and looked at the sun with reverence. Only the 7 gods can dispel the darkness and bring light to the world. The Maiden of Light is the real Lord of Light. Lalo is a false god. Circe was shocked. Even the title of Lord of Light? Does the church want to go to war with the red gods? Mahler shook her head and said self-deprecatingly, I'm just an old nanny. Is Lalo going to be angry just because I said that? He is too easily angered. Circe took the hammer from the old woman and smashed it on the window a few times, but it only made a hole big enough for her to stick her head out. Ignoring the cold, she stuck her head out of the hole and squinted her eyes to feel the sunlight. Although the cold north wind took her away in an instant. Circe truly felt the warmth of the sun. After enjoying the wind and sun for a while, Circe began to pay attention to the ships on the river. She could not see the Blackwater River wharf from her angle, but from time to time there were ships entering the river from the Blackwater Bay, and sailing ships returning to the bay from the river and continuing to sail east. Even from afar, she could see that the deck was crowded with thousands of people. She could not tell whether they were men or women, old or young. She could only vaguely feel that they were all dirty and unkempt. That's strange. Why would Stannis allow these people to leave? The more people there are in the King's Landing, the more soldiers there will be to defend the city when the other ghouls come. Can't he understand such a simple logic? Circe was puzzled. Only the living can defend the city. Those who starve to death in the gutters will only become the companions of the ghouls. The king and the nobles are fighting for power and profit. They don't care about the lives of the common people. The King's Landing has not collapsed yet because of the hundreds of thousands of tons of food that St. Sparrow used the church's bank as collateral, the old nun said coldly. What kind of attitude is that? Circe glared at the old nun and said righteously, blame those traitors. If they did not rebel against me, why would there be so many wars? You did not commit incest with the Kingslayer and did not murder King Robert. Why did they rebel? What does an old nun like you know? The reason for the rebellion is not important because, for the sake of the Iron Throne, they can come up with countless reasons just by flipping their lips. I don't know anything. I only know that you and the traitors you speak of are the same, the old nun said. Circe sighed helplessly and changed the topic. When St. Matthew met the Red Heart demon, did he convert him? Of course. The Holy Mother is merciful and saves all living things. St. Matthew not only converted the Red Heart demon, but also tried to persuade the Banshee of Hearts to repent and convert to the right path. The Banshee of Hearts, the red-robed priestess by Stannis' side? Circe was interested and asked, how many times did they stab the archbishop? I heard that the red-robed priestess can control shadows to kill people. The Holy Mother fought the shadow puppets with her palm. Was it exciting? Did the Holy Mother and the King of Light, our hero, appear? No, they did not. Nanny Mull shook her head and criticized seriously. You actually think of St. Matthew and the Holy Mother as acrobats in an opera troupe. It seems that days of hard work have no effect at all. You are hopeless. Circe immediately said, the Holy Mother is merciful. I am guilty and I repent, but I am also confused by my concern. Think about it. How can a person who is indifferent to the affairs and future of the Church be a devout believer? The more agitated I am, the more it proves my devotion to the Holy Mother. The old nun thought carefully and found the sinner's words reasonable. Her expression softened and she said slowly, the last time the Holy Sparrow fought Lynn, it was because Luan insulted the Holy Mother. In the face of St. Matthew's persuasion, although Stannis and the red-robed priestess were furious, they only ordered people to beat him. Yes, the Knights of the Red Heart punched and kicked the archbishop, but they did not even draw their swords. A group of knights besieging an old man. Circe was shocked. Maul nodded, slightly with an unnatural expression. Did St. Matthew fight back? Circe asked again. No, even when he was beaten to the ground, he was still compassionate and merciful. He recited the Bible and tried to use words and the spirit of mercy to reform the pagans. The old nun lowered her head awkwardly. What about the knights of the Church? What about the sons of warriors and the gathering of the poor? Seeing the archbishop being beaten like a dead dog, no one went to help? Circe could not imagine that scene. The Church of the Seven Gods is a disgrace. Even she felt a little ashamed at that moment. St. Matthew did not let us help him. Then how badly did he get beaten up? Did he not learn his lesson when he failed to convert Luin? Circe grimaced. The old nun's expression became even more strange. In fact, The experience of converting Lewin the day before yesterday made him even more determined to do so. Why? Chapter 878. If the sublimation of the soul under the teachings of the Madonna only made Matthew understand the true meaning of great mercy and set up an ideal, then the matter of converting Lewin completely strengthened his belief in the doctrine of the Madonna of Mercy. His soul had sublimated again. He had now crossed the angel rank and was promoted to the second level of the archangel. In terms of the wizard's level of practice, he was a demigod who had comprehended his own divinity. Yes, Matthew, the paladin, had divinity, and it was not from the Madonna. On the contrary, the Madonna got the same amount of new divinity as Matthew, the divinity of mercy. The night before, when Big Black suddenly contacted Danny and told her about the divinity of mercy, she was more surprised than happy. The true Madonna only had the divinity of the Madonna that came with the Madonna's priesthood, but there was no specific divinity of mercy. The Madonna's priesthood came from the imagination of the believers, and the divinity of the Madonna was also what the believers thought the Madonna should be. It was different from the divinity of mercy that Matthew himself had comprehended. It was more than innovation. The priesthood was essentially knowledge, similar to the god's talisman in the world of Xianxia. If a person who knew nothing got the priesthood of the water god, he could make clouds and rain. But once his water god's talisman was taken away, he would become a mortal who knew nothing again. If the person who knew nothing understood the divinity of the water god during his time as the water god, he would still have the ability of the water god even if he lost the talisman. Before Big Black lost the priesthood of the Madonna, he was beaten back to a stupid black dragon. Now that he had a part of the divinity of mercy and lost the priesthood of the Madonna, he could change his name to Buddha or Bodhisattva, because he had the divinity of the Bodhisattva. It was Matthew who comprehended the divinity, but the Madonna also had the same divinity. Reaping without sowing. This was one of the benefits of the gods keeping believers. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Matthew even gave his mark of life to the Madonna Danny. What was divinity compared to the mark of life? To put it in a simple sentence, I can give up my life, let alone the worldly possessions. But divinity was knowledge. Matthew gave his knowledge to the Madonna, but he would not lose his knowledge. This was different from the divinity, plundering between gods. The reason was very simple. Gods were different individuals, and believers were only a part of the gods. An angel-level believer like Matthew was completely a god. If they did not have such a deep relationship, he would not have become an angel with a demigod soul. It sounded a little cruel, but this was faith. You even gave your life in print to the gods. Are you still an independent person? What are you thinking? Speaking of which, why did Matthew's soul sublimate again? Could it be that he was a masochist and had an epiphany after being cut by Lewin? Matthew was a normal person with no special fetishes. Even if he had a special hobby, the Church of the Seven Gods was not a cult created by the goddess of lust. The Church of the Seven Gods was not a cult. Followers of some strange religions may comprehend the divinity of masochism due to masochism, but they would never comprehend the divinity of compassion. When St. Matthew returned to the great cathedral that afternoon, he was actually very depressed because he failed in his first practice of the Madonna's doctrine of compassion. It was a complete failure. Not only did Lewin not get converted, but he also showed signs of being possessed by the devil. Matthew was a normal person. Of course, he would be depressed when he failed until someone came. Randall Tarley came to the great cathedral of Baylor alone in the evening and found the archbishop. At first, Matthew thought he was here for Circe. He shook his head and sighed. Circe is addicted to power. I have tried my best. At another time, I can guide and convert her a second or third time. But I have to lead hundreds of thousands of believers south to Storm's End in a week. I don't have time. Plop! Randall Tarley knelt in front of Matthew and shook his head. I didn't come to the cathedral today for Circe. I saw the process of you persuading you, Lewin, this afternoon. Your words, your behavior, and your practice of the Madonna's spirit of sacrifice have shocked me. I don't want to lie to you. The Madonna's doctrine of compassion only shocked me, but it did not resonate with me. But the terrible experience in King's Landing over the past few years, and the death of my eldest son, Dickon, and the fact that the long night threatens the survival of mankind have made me tired and confused, and your actions have greatly encouraged me. You are not afraid to sacrifice the spirit of the Madonna's doctrine, and the miracles you have shown me have helped me out of my confusion and find hope for the future. Hope is the warrior, one of the 7 gods, that I have believed in all my life. I may not be able to understand the Madonna's compassion, but I can practice the warrior's courage. After explaining his motive, Randall said seriously, I am willing to give up my identity, status, and family in the mortal world and dedicate the rest of my life to the church. Please let me join the warrior's sons. St. Matthew was stunned and asked uncertainly, You don't want to be the hand of the king? What about the Horn Hill and the Riverbend army? It was no wonder that he was shocked. In thousands of years of church history, this was the first time that the hand of the king had directly become the warrior's sons. I wrote a letter of resignation and left it with the hand of the king's seal in the Red Castle. The Horn Hill soldiers will join the church with me, but they will only participate in the Battle of the Long Night. They are not part of the church's armed forces, unless some of them voluntarily join the warrior's sons or the Constellation Warriors, the Assembly of the Poor. As for the Riverbend army, they will return to the Riverbend army, join the church with me, and continue to serve the Iron Throne. Randall had been in a bad mood recently. He was full of despair and uncertainty about the future. And the fact that St. Matthew did not die even though he courted death in the court made him realize that the Mother of God was awesome, the church was awesome, and the monks of the church, such as the Great Sparrow, the Dragon Queen, and St. Matthew, were all outstanding and determined. The church was a good place to go. Being a missionary was a good career, especially St. Matthew. Randall did not think much of the Madonna's compassion, but St. Matthew's persistence and actions touched him deeply. The church now was no longer the rotten organization that the archbishop used to deceive little boys. It was no longer a weak organization that never revealed its true miracles. The church now had monks who kept themselves clean, persisted in their ideals, and were not afraid of sacrificing themselves. They had miracles that were revealed to people every few days, and they had powerful supernatural powers. Compared to the Iron Throne now, to be honest, Randall looked down on the Dragon Queen, because she was a woman, because she was independent, because she was not Westeros. But compared to the Dragon Queen, Cersei, Yuluen, and Stannis were nothing. The Iron Throne would not be able to save the world. The ones who could end the king of deviant ghosts and dispel the darkness must be the 7 gods. With this understanding, Randall Tarley's choice to join the church was logical, and Randall Tarley was just the beginning. St. Matthew baptized Randall immediately and personally helped him put on a colorful cloak, not a rainbow. The White Knight's cloak was pure white, and the Red Knight's cloak had a flaming red heart pattern. The colorful cloak was one of the symbols of the warrior's sons. The former commander of the warrior's sons, Sir Theodore, also took the initiative to step down and give the position of commander to the famous general of the 7 kingdoms, Randall Tarley. He was willing to be his deputy. The news of Randall Tarley leading the Jowling soldiers to join the warrior's sons spread. That night, more than 20 great nobles came to St. Matthew and applied to join the warrior's sons. They were also believers of the 7 gods. In the Holy Church Hall, facing St. Matthew and the statues of the 7 gods, they all said their heartfelt words. Matthew, you're too awesome. You sacrificed yourself to overcome the demons, stabbed the heart, cut the chicken to continue, 10 feet 8 golden body, and broke the evil with divine palms. You've really opened the eyes of us muggles who haven't seen the world. The story of Buddha cutting his flesh to feed the eagle and sacrificing his life to feed the tiger convinced believers mainly because Buddha could not die after cutting his flesh and sacrificing his life. Immortality was the key. If one day you saw a report on the news, a man died in Lopner, a camera was left at the scene, and some of his bones were gnawed by beasts. The police found a video in the camera's memory card. The video was taken by the man before his death. In the video, the man said that he met a wolf that was dying of starvation. He only had instant noodles with him, and the wolf did not eat them. I couldn't bear to see the wolf starve to death, so I decided to sacrifice myself to feed it. What do you think? This is a psychopath. Cherish life. Stay away from forbidden areas. God, it's the mysterious Lopner. There must be a strange magnetic field that interferes with his thoughts and makes him hallucinate. Different people had different opinions, but absolutely no one respected him as Buddha. Not everyone was qualified to sacrifice themselves to feed the tiger. If St. Matthew was stabbed to death by Yulun, then he was a big idiot. If he didn't die, then it was a miracle, a sacrifice, and a practice of the Mother of Mercy. Rando and the nobles who joined the Sons of Warriors were all witnesses of Matthew's demonic sacrifice. In the end, they became the white doves in the story of the Mother of Mercy. St. Matthew found that he had not failed. He reenacted the story in the Bible, and his compassion for the Mother of Mercy's teachings became more firm. His soul sublimated and became an archangel. He continued to work hard. The next day, he went to Erlu's camp and used his fearless spirit to influence Erlu and the red-robed woman. Well, he didn't even let go of Melisandre. In Erlu's tent, in front of countless people, Matthew looked at Erlu with pity and love and said, "Poor child, you have lost your way. I can feel your pain. Your body is in the human world, but your soul has fallen into hell." Although he was dressed in coarse linen and his face was not outstanding, there was a kind of motherly kindness in him that went deep into the hearts of the people around him. Almost everyone could feel his sincerity and pain. Yes, it was pain, because he felt the pain of Erlu, who was suffering in hell. He pitied him so much that he was heartbroken. This was the new ability of an archangel. Matthew could feel the hearts of believers like the Mother of Mercy. He could see the pain and confusion of others at a glance, and then pass on his love and compassion to the other party. Not to mention Davos and the other believers of the 7 gods in the tent. Even Erlu's cold and dead heart was touched. Matthew didn't use illusion or mind reading. He completely used his heart to feel and care for the other party's heart. This was the king's way of mercy. There was no deception, only sincerity, and he let the other party feel his sincerity. Erlu was deeply shocked. After the shock, he became angry and asked Matthew to get out. Instead, Matthew used the divinity of mercy to recite the 7 Stars Bible, intending to use the teachings of the 7 gods to help Erlu out of the sea of suffering. Well, that scene could be referred to as Tang Sanzang and Joker, who had just finished singing Only You. Chapter 879. She didn't know if Tang Sang's chanting had any magic power, but St. Matthew's chanting did have a magical effect. It wasn't an evil magic like mind distortion. The chanting had only one effect. The chanter's heart was completely exposed to the audience, so as to achieve the purpose of communicating the doctrines. If St. Matthew's pretense to Erlu was just to show off, then the audience wouldn't feel the slightest sincerity and wouldn't be touched at all. If St. Matthew really felt Erlu's pain and mercifully reached out to pull him out of the sea of suffering, then everyone, including Erlu, would feel the sincerity in the chanting. Erlu felt Matthew's pity and understood the doctrine of the 7 gods in the chanting, but his heart was clear. His stubbornness and the reality of his situation made him unable to accept the mercy of a monk. He was angry, ashamed, and resentful. Then the red-robed woman made a move and blocked St. Matthew's harassment of Erlu with the power of her soul. So Matthew targeted her again. The Holy Mother of Mercy could deliver the world, and both humans and demons could be saved. The red-robed woman was naturally included. The belief that you have persisted in your heart for a long time has become illusory and broken, which makes you confused. Like me, you feel pity for the miserable experience of the people around you and want to help them. but you don't know where the road out of the sea of suffering is. In fact, priestess, you are very wise. As long as you look back and look at the 7 gods of light, you will see a different scenery. If you want, I can personally guide you on the path of glory of the 7 gods, St. Matthew said sincerely. Melisandre immediately felt bad. She had an epiphany. The other party's sneaky. I seemed to be able to see through her heart and even her past. And just like Erlu, St. Matthew's pity and concern for her were so obvious that she completely felt it. But there was only shame and anger in her heart. Even your holy mother, Dani Reese, doesn't dare to say such things to me. Who do you think you are to pity me? A fake cultivator whose age is barely a fraction of mine, but who has worshipped wooden statues for decades like an idiot actually dares to put on airs in front of me, arrogantly wanting to convert me to the 7 gods. The red-robed woman had cultivated for hundreds of years and had almost never lost her temper. But this time she lost her composure. She pointed at the old cultivator who was reciting the 7 stars, Holy Scripture, with a compassionate expression and shouted, "Beat him up!" Hearing that he was going to be beaten, St. Matthew's smile became even more benevolent. At least it's better than you, Lewin, who stabbed him in the heart and cut off his penis. Perhaps I can really reform the red heart demon today. Even if they couldn't immediately convert to the right path, they had to let them feel the greatness of the teachings of the 7 gods. With this thought in mind, he simply sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and continued to chant the scripture with a compassionate divinity. At first, the red heart knight did not really hit him, but simply picked him up and left the tent, throwing him on the ground outside the door. St. Matthew did not leave, but sat at the door and continued to chant loudly. Erlu and Aunt May thought, "I'll ignore you, let you feel bored, and then leave." But half an hour later, St. Matthew's voice was still loud and clear, and the teachings of the 7 stars, Holy Scripture, spread far and wide in the camp. When it reached Erlu and Aunt May's ears in the tent, it attracted more people's attention. The sound of beating and kicking flesh, along with the cultivator's muffled chanting, entered the tent together. Erlu paced back and forth in the narrow space, irritably. "He won't leave even if I beat him up like this. I'm afraid that even if I throw him out of the camp, he'll still stand on the road and chant loudly. It'll be even worse. Why don't we expose Dani Liss's true colors to him?" he asked the red-robed woman, who was also restless. "It's no use, he won't believe it. Dani Liss's tricks are even more miraculous than most of the true God's miracles. Resurrecting the dead, worldwide healing, atonement scrolls, rumors of heaven, the arrival of the Holy Mother. If I didn't know everything, I would have believed that the 7 gods are real. In fact, at this point, even if we did our best to expose the details of Dani Liss's usurpation of the 7 gods, it would be meaningless. Because the miracles are real, the teachings are also real, and the actions of the 7 gods have always been in line with the teachings of the 7 gods themselves." At this point, the red-robed woman could not help but smile bitterly and shake her head. Just the maturing priest system alone has allowed the Church of the 7 gods to surpass all the other churches in the world. If the 7 gods are fake, then who would dare to say that they are real? What's this? The fake 7 gods are more real than the true gods. Then who is the fake god? What is real? Erlu's face was pale, and his voice was filled with deep exhaustion and faint despair. The red-robed woman suddenly looked up and stared at the man opposite her. "Don't doubt it. The prophecy of Asha is real. The red god Lalo is real. And your identity as the savior is also real. What's the difference between real and fake? Dani Lissa is fake, but she did better than the true gods. Before she usurped the position of the 7 gods, the saints of the Church of the 7 gods were only extreme people like Saint Baylor and Saint Sparrow. They were more like mentally ill than saints. When she became the Holy Mother, she taught a saint who was truly compassionate and fearless of sacrifice. Even I could feel his sincerity and compassion." Erlu sighed. "You were affected by his divine language." "Matthew is a demigod," Melisandre said. Erlu pointed at the tent door. Maybe I was affected, but I didn't listen to his chanting. I only saw what was happening outside the door. You said he was a demigod, but a demigod was punched and kicked by a mortal knight, and his compassion remained unchanged. Is this something an ordinary person can do? Whether he is a saint or not, it has nothing to do with us, Melisandre said. He waved his hand weakly and pointed at the military map hanging on the wall. How can it have nothing to do with us? I'm about to attack King's Landing, and the city is full of believers of the 7 gods. If a true saint appears, the believers will naturally unite around him. So, when I take King's Landing, how should I rule? Do I have to clean up the great cathedral of Baelor and burn the statues of the 7 gods? Even Cersei and Yuluen aren't that crazy. Matthew will lead the sparrows and refugees away from King's Landing, and the great cathedral of Baelor will be built into a fortress. It's obvious that Dany Lissa doesn't intend to fight with you for King's Landing. After a pause, Melisandre lowered her voice and said, "And it's not like you don't have any helpers. The Light King has sent an oracle to the Red Temple of the Free Cities, and countless hand of the Holy Fire and Red Temple priests will cross the sea to the Westeros. You are the Holy Son of the Red God Church, and the Light King's spokesperson in the mortal world. The Red Priests of Myr, Pentos, Bravos, and even Volantis will listen to your command." Stannis was shocked and asked for the forbidden spell array of 10,000 extraordinaries, for ending the long night, for the Battle of Kings Landing led by you. The Frost God is the Light King's eternal enemy, and only Lalo can save the world. The Red Priests who serve the Light King will certainly not stand by and watch what happens in the Westeros, the red-robed woman said righteously. The truth was not as dignified as Melisandre made it out to be. It was true that Lalo had called for the Red Temple priests of the Free Cities to support King's Landing, but the purpose was to clean up the dirty water that the Dragon Queen had poured on him and the Red Temple. Dany had arranged for the allied prisoners of war to return home and spread the information about Lalo. As long as she did not want to lose the faith of the humans, she only had one choice: to use practical actions to prove that the Red Priests were different from the despicable and weak nobles, and that they would fulfill their mission to end the long night. In other words, she would cross the narrow sea and go to the Westeros to fight the other ghosts. At this moment, in Volantis, Machiro, who had received the oracle, left the Black Wall and returned to the Red Temple outside the Black Wall. As usual, he stood on the highest pillar and preached to his believers. The Black Wall nobles have given up on the people of Volantis, but the Red Gods have not. Like all of you, I have been deceived by the Consul. Yes, I had publicly declared on the day the sun was broken that it was temporary and that the sun would come out. That was a lie, a white lie, because the Consul promised me that he would use the lie to temporarily maintain the stability of the city, and then he would use the opportunity to buy food from the other cities to relieve Volantis. I sacrificed myself and the honor of the temple, but the Consul did not fulfill his promise. They did buy food, but they bought the food on the market of Volantis and transported it to the Black Wall for the nobles to eat. Now I declare that the Black Wall nobles are the common enemy of the people and the Red Temple, and the cursed fate will befall them. I will always be with you, and the Light King will definitely save his believers in the mortal world. But the temple has no food, and the Light King cannot conjure food. The best way to save the world is to end the long night and summon the sun again. Now, I will lead the priests of the temple to the Westeros to help Stannis the Savior kill the king of deviant ghosts and defeat the Frost God. The Red God priests abandoned the nobles and chose the greater source of their faith, the slaves and the civilians. Thus, the Dragon Queen's lie that the Red God Church colluded with the nobles and betrayed their believers was exposed. 3 days later, in the Red Keep's Queen Dowager Tower, Cersei asked routinely, "Is St. Matthew still outside the city to convert the Red Heart demon?" Sister Morley shook her head and said regretfully, when St. Matthew was about to succeed, the Red Heart demon and the Red Heart banshee ran away. Ran away. Cersei was stunned. Where did they go? Probably back to Rosby City. St. Matthew will leave the King's Landing in 2 days, and he has no time to look for them, Sister Morley said disappointedly. Circe stomped her foot and shouted, "What a pity, what a pity! If he could convert them, the King's Landing would be one less disaster. Whether it is converting Erlu to the 7 gods or sending him to hell with the Holy Mother's palm, my Circe dynasty would be preserved." She was truly regretful. In the beginning, she did not have much hope for St. Matthew to convert Erlu. When she heard that he was beaten up by the Red Heart Knight, she even looked down on him. But one day passed, and the next. The news she heard from Sister Morley was getting more and more exaggerated. For example, on a cold night, St. Matthew insisted on chanting in front of Erlu's tent. Erlu woke up in the middle of the night and cried. Even Circe knew that Stannis was really affected by St. Matthew. He might even turn back and become a monk. Another example was that Erlu was angry because of his crying. When he woke up the next day, he took extra care of St. Matthew. He asked the knight to whip the old monk's back, but with a wrist-thick branch. The old monk's clothes were torn, and his skin was torn. Then a miracle happened. A Holy Mother's golden body appeared around St. Matthew. An illusory golden Holy Mother about the same size as Matthew appeared and overlapped with the old monk's body. It was like a human-shaped golden bell. Chapter 880. The little gold clone was too small and useless to Dany, so it was left in the faith space for Matthew to borrow. At present, only Matthew's line of faith was connected to the subconsciousness of Westeros, and he was the only one who could extract the thoughts of all living beings from the subconsciousness to cultivate the little gold clone. When Yu Luan was converted, the little gold clone that appeared in everyone's spiritual perspective was a blown-up version of the little gold clone. It looked big, but it was actually very illusory and fragile. The reason why the storm god could annihilate the will of Yuluin was mainly because of Saint Dany, who also descended on the scene. Well, it was also the first time that Dany's will descended on a believer. To put it bluntly, the little gold clone was just a gimmick. The real fight was between Dany, who used 70% of her strength, and the storm god, who used an unknown amount of strength. In the end, the thought of the storm god was engraved with a spirit and disappeared. After that, Dany found that the little gold clone had doubled in height from a small glass marble to a big glass marble. When the little gold clone was borrowed by Matthew, he would automatically absorb the thoughts of all living beings from the subconsciousness of the continent to fill the little gold clone. When converting Erlu, the little gold clone that acted as Matthew's golden bell shield was strengthened at an even faster speed. In the beginning, its defensive power was only equivalent to a thick, unlined garment. In the evening, it became a thick quilt. The next day, it became a leather jacket. On the third day, it was as strong as a leather armor. Dany was pleasantly surprised, but Melisandre was not calm. She could see that the St. Mary's golden clone on Matthew was a belief clone of Dragon Queen, and that clone was growing rapidly as St. Matthew converted them. Although Aunt May did not understand the reason, she guessed that she and Erlu had become the whetstones for the belief clone and Matthew himself. Matthew's sacrifice was not only a beautiful world, but also a kind of self-cultivation. Aunt May's and Erlu's Dao hearts were indeed flawed. After the Battle of Winterfell, especially after the sacrifice of Shireen, they were not in the right state of mind. If the stalemate continued, Matthew would become sharper and smoother, while their own psychological flaws would become bigger. If Matthew, Erlu, and Melisandre were locked in the same cell, Erlu would most likely collapse in all aspects after a year and a half. His faith, outlook on life, worldview, and beliefs would all collapse. Even if Aunt May could persevere, her worldview would change. Therefore, the way the two of them decisively ran away. Perhaps they had really missed the opportunity to repent and be saved. Well, they would rather die than turn back. The sun above Blackwater Bay shone brightly for 5 days and 5 nights. Dragon Queen's royal fleet sent out galleons more than 1,000 times, transporting a total of 200,000 old, young and women, to Tighthead Island. St. Matthew led about 250,000 refugees and poor people who could travel long distances south to Storm's End Fortress. At this point, the king's landing migration plan was declared complete. Dany had fulfilled her obligations and done everything she could. On the night of St. Matthew's departure, the light of the 7 holy towers of holy light of the Holy Cathedral was extinguished. In the training field south of the great Cathedral of Baylor, 99% of the coffins that used to occupy the space were gone, and the rest were placed in the warehouse in the backyard. The training field, paved with bluestone floors, was empty, and only the angry howling of the north wind could be heard here alone. Hiss! A huge black shadow flew over from the east and let out a low cry before slowly descending. When the pterosaur steadied itself on the ground, a one-armed monk holding an oil lamp was already standing in the corridor next to the training field. "I didn't expect you to really come." Looking at the short man who slid down from the pterosaur's back, the one-armed hero Lancel had a complicated expression. "Even though I've become more handsome, taller, and have the title of Targaryen's super illegitimate son, I'm still Tyrion, your cousin, Uncle Kevin's nephew, and Papa Tywin's good son." Tyrion took off his windproof helmet and giggled. "Bastard, you still have the face to call me Papa and Uncle." Tyrion was grinning as he made his way up the stone steps, his helmet tucked under his armpit, when a tall figure darted out from behind the pillars of the cloister, snarled, drew his sword, and came striding toward him. The dwarf was only shocked for a moment before he guessed the person's identity from the familiar figure and voice. He chuckled and did not dodge. With a clang, he threw his helmet away and grabbed the handle of the axe on his back with one hand. He shouted, "Almighty Dragon of Heaven!" The next moment, a golden rune lit up between his eyebrows. His body expanded like a balloon from meters to 6 meters in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 cold glints met in midair. Clang! Yellow sparks flew when the axe and sword collided. Then the person opposite him grunted, and his sword flew out of his hand. It flew back 4 to 5 meters and embedded itself 2 inches into the pillar with a thud. "Ha ha ha, Jaime, you've been defeated by me." The dwarf laughed excitedly. The sword handle was still vibrating in the air when the man who had lost his sword quickly lowered his body and took a step forward diagonally. With a sweep of his leg, the laughing giant immediately lost his balance and fell forward. Boom! With great difficulty, the dwarf used his axe to support himself on the ground and stabilized his body. But the next moment, he felt a strong force coming from behind him. With a thud, he fell to the ground. It was Jaime who had nimbly circled behind the dwarf and kicked him in the back. After kicking the dwarf to the ground, Jaime stepped forward and sat behind him. The dagger in his left hand was pressed against the dwarf's neck. He sneered, "You want to defeat me? Dream on. So what if you have boundless strength? Your martial arts are too lousy." "Sigh, I was too reckless." Other than strength, swordsmanship, and agility also determine the outcome of a duel. Tyrion sighed. The golden rune between his eyebrows dimmed, and his body shrunk like a pig with a hole. "But I haven't lost." He struggled to turn his body. He was still lying on the ground, but he was facing Jaime. Jaime sat on his lower abdomen and did not put away the dagger in his hand. "You haven't lost? Try it." The cold blade caused goosebumps to appear on his skin. "My life-saving spell is a bit disgusting. I was afraid of scaring you." The dwarf smiled bitterly. "You have already scared me." Jaime looked at the dwarf's face in bewilderment. "Could it be that you were really cursed by the forest witches when you were young? How about it? Handsome enough, right?" The dwarf winked. Jaime sneered and slid the dagger from his neck to his cheek. "Maybe I should peel off your skin and see if there is another deformed, ugly face underneath. Or I can pull out your heart and see if it is also cursed. I killed my father, but Uncle Kevin's death really has nothing to do with me." The dwarf sighed. "If it wasn't you, then who was it? Lancel walked down the steps and looked at him suspiciously. Seeing Jamie's expression that said he was lying, Tyrion said angrily, "Are you two idiots? In that situation, who would benefit the most from Uncle Kevin's death? When the lion is unlucky, Targaryen is happy, and you are Targaryen wearing the lion's skin." Jaime said with a gloomy expression, "You would rather believe that I am a demon than that she is a beast? You are a beast. You could even kill your father, let alone your uncle," Jaime said coldly. "I can pull the trigger only because our father is also a beast. He did those beastly things to me. Isn't it natural to kill him? But what did Uncle Kevin do to me? If Targaryen really wanted the lion to be unlucky, he didn't need to plot an assassination. Wouldn't it be better to just ride a dragon and breathe fire?" As Tyrion spoke, he reached out and pushed Jaime's chest. He did not push. "What are you riding me for? Although I've become more handsome, I don't look like our horse sister at all," the dwarf said with his hip out. Jaime sat down a few times and patted the dwarf's handsome face with the dagger in his hand. "Be honest. If you don't make things clear today, don't think you can leave in one piece." "Oh, you really think you have me, Tessa?" "Hiss." The pterosaur, who had been crouching on the side like a statue, flicked her tail lightly and sent Jaime tumbling a few times. It was as easy as a broom sweeping goose feathers. "Baby, be good." The dwarf got up and smiled as he patted the pterosaur's tail that was half the height of a man. "You told him to ambush me?" He turned to Lancel, who was holding a lamp. "Jaime can find me, but I can't find him," the one-armed hero said. "Where have you been recently? The other ghosts are going south. Why haven't you returned to Casterly Rock to take charge of the defense?" As soon as he asked, the dwarf waved his hand and mocked himself. "I'm so stupid. Who else could you be staying in King's Landing for?" Jaime fell a little hard. After taking a few breaths, he used his hands to support himself and slowly got up. Cersei would never murder her own uncle. He growled. "How long has it been since you last saw her?" "Half a year, a year and a half. It's almost 2 years, right?" Tyrion looked at his brother's crotch with pity. "You haven't used that thing of yours during this time? What nonsense are you talking about?" Jaime's eyes flashed with embarrassment. "Your dick is almost rusty, but she has already played herself to the point of breaking, bastard." Jaime's eyes were bloodshot. He roared and pounced on the dwarf again. This time, the dwarf did not fantasize about using force to defeat his brother. He took a step back and waved his right hand in Lancel's direction. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the flame of the oil lamp stretched out 3 feet and was as thick as an arm, blocking Jaime's path. "Calm down. I haven't seen you for a few years. How did you become so irritable? Are you holding back?" The dwarf shouted, "This is magic." Jaime's anger did not disappear, but he calmed down. "You've become a fire wizard? As expected of the noble blood of the true dragon." "You don't say. The blood of the true dragon is superior to that of the lion," the dwarf retorted. "I don't want to quarrel with you. Don't think I'm in the wrong. Let me tell you, I don't feel guilty when facing you. You killed my father and I killed yours. We both have our reasons. You and I are brothers. We should call it even." Lancel's mouth twitched. Jaime's cheek twitched a few times. "You said the Mad King deserved to die. I killed him well. I did." The dwarf nodded. "But you also taught me that if anyone dares to touch my woman, I'll take his life. You know better than I do how my father treated Tessa. How could I bear it when you told me the secret at that time? What's more, I found snow in his bed. When did I teach you that?" Jaime said, "You've been teaching me with your actions. If someone did that to Cersei, how would you react?" Jaime was silent. After a while, he said, "You're right. I can't tolerate you insulting her." "Insulting? Are you crazy? I said she was a slut. Isn't that the truth?" The dwarf pointed at Lancel. "Ask our bishop, cousin, how many men the sinner Cersei has." Lancel regretted not leaving earlier. Chapter 881. The north wind was howling in the courtyard, and the room was no warmer than the outside without a fireplace. The atmosphere between the three Lannister brothers seemed to have frozen into ice in the cold air. After a while, Lancel broke the silence and asked in a low voice, "You really didn't kill my father?" The dwarf hugged his cloak tighter and said with certainty, "It was Cersei, and you, Luwin." Then he explained why he went to see Kevin and what he discussed with Kevin. You can ask around and see if Uncle Kevin had any intention of surrendering that day. Then you will know if I'm lying. In fact, if you use your brains, I would have admitted to the crime of patricide without hesitation. Why would I lie about a lesser crime? Lancel looked down and sighed. Jaime pursed his lips, and his face twisted in extreme pain. The dwarf killing his father and Cersei killing her uncle seemed crazier, but the dwarf had a legitimate reason for killing his father, while Cersei did it for power. Jaime even sympathized with the dwarf, but he could not accept killing his own father for power. "What about Tommen?" he asked bitterly. "Seven hells. Why don't you say that I'm responsible for all the murders in the Red Keep?" Tyrion was furious. He waved his hand and shouted, "That day you all thought that I killed Joffrey, but what happened? I can even tolerate that crazy second-generation Joffrey. Why would I kill the honest Tommen?" "Tommen was poisoned to death by a shapeshifter," Lancel interrupted. "On the first night of Tommen's mortuary, a stray cat sneaked into the great cathedral and seemed to want to attack Cersei. Fortunately, St. Matthew, who was only an archbishop at that time, was there and severely injured the stray cat's soul. When the stray cat escaped, a monk was scratched by it and died immediately in the same way as Tommen. At that time, the long night had not yet come. We knew nothing about the shapeshifters and other supernatural beings. Later, when the sun went out and the mother gave an oracle, she told the archbishop all the secrets of the world. Only then did we know that the cat was the shapeshifter's animal companion." "Stark?" "Stark." The two brothers spoke at the same time. Jaime looked hesitant, but the dwarf's tone was certain. "Which Stark do you think it is?" Jaime looked at his brother and asked. "Perhaps it's the three-eyed crow?" At this moment, the dwarf was once again uncertain. Jaime pondered this for a moment before he shook his head and said, "It might be Jon Snow, Sansa, or Arya, but it wouldn't be the three-eyed crow. I've seen Bran before. He's very powerful. If he wanted to kill Cersei, he wouldn't have had to wait until then." The main reason was that the gnome didn't participate in the Battle of Winterfell. If he had gone and interacted with Arya, he wouldn't have any suspicions and would be able to identify the culprit. Forget it, there's no need to guess. It's Stark anyway. This is retribution, the grudge between the lion and the dire wolf. Jaime sighed bitterly. No matter who killed her, there's no need to pursue this matter. The lion killed Ide and Robb, so let's use Tommen to pay with his life. To that child, death might be a form of release. At least, when we face Stark in the future, we don't have to feel guilty anymore. Our families are even. I've never felt guilty. I didn't throw Bran, I didn't stab Ide, and I didn't kill Robb, Tyrion said. If you weren't held captive by a woman like Catelyn, why would I stab Ide? Why would father attack Hygin? In the end, you're the starting point of everything, Jaime said angrily. I should let father see how brainless his chosen successor is. Even now, he still doesn't understand the true cause of the War of the Four Kings, Tyrion mocked as he pointed outside the window. You think you're smart. Jaime spat out. Idiot. You're the idiot. Littlefinger has been dead for so long, and you still don't know that he's the mastermind, Tyrion retorted. Jaime smiled coldly. Smart man, tell me, how did Littlefinger die? The anger on the dwarf's face froze. Littlefinger's death was still an unsolved case. Could it be you? What have you been doing for the past 2 years? If I didn't hear that you went to Winterfell to fight deviant ghosts, I would have thought that some bastard buried you on the side of the road, Tyrion said in shock. It's a long story. Jamie waved his hand and sighed. Finally, I've repaid my debt. What debt? Speak clearly, the dwarf asked curiously. I can't say. I swear to keep it a secret, Jamie shook his head. The dwarf frowned and thought for a moment. His expression suddenly changed, and he said in shock, Could it be that Stark is still alive? I want to save Cersei. Jamie changed the topic abruptly. The dwarf had been staring at his face. Now that he had gotten the answer he wanted, he couldn't help but exclaim, I thought that Targaryen's life was the toughest. Even after the kingdom was destroyed, there would still be descendants who would rise again. Now, I realize that Stark is the main character. After so many years, no one died. Perhaps one day, Ide will suddenly appear. I shouldn't be surprised. You don't have to worry about that. Ide Stark's bones have been burned to ashes. In Winterfell, I saw it with my own eyes. The Stark in the tomb was burned to ashes, Jamie said. The dwarf smiled proudly. So it really is Catelyn. It's unbelievable that she was revived by the Red Priest. Jamie was shocked and angry. The dwarf waved his hand and smiled. Don't be agitated. I'm not trying to trick you. Stark's family only has a few people. Robb's head is embedded in the Magic Mountain, and Ide has been burned to ashes. Only Catelyn is left. I've heard rumors about the Lightning King long ago. Back then, I thought it was just a trick played by the flag-less Brotherhood. Now that gods and demons are everywhere, it would be foolish of me to think that way. Madame Stoneheart is a demon. You'd better not provoke her. Don't ask about her. Don't have any interactions with her. Jamie sighed. Tyrion shook his head disapprovingly and smiled with satisfaction. Jamie, you've been hanging around Westeros all this time. It's inevitable that your vision is a little narrow. I've seen too many terrifying people, gods and demons in the past 2 years. A mere Madame Stoneheart. Lancel glanced outside the window and reminded, It's getting late. The 7-star Tower of Holy Light will light up at 6 in the morning. Cultivators wake up even earlier for their morning classes. You should get down to business. Tyrion looked around the narrow and empty cold stone room and frowned. Waking up early and sleeping late. You're still living in this kind of room. You're living too shabby. The room that looked like an ice cellar was only 15 square meters. It should be very narrow, but other than a half-meter wide and 2-meter long wooden bed and a small office table and chair, there was nothing else. It was empty, but it also gave off a strange feeling of spaciousness. Now, the dwarf and Lancel were sitting on a hard, thatched bed, while Jamie sat on a small stool. My living conditions have already surpassed 90% of the people in the 7 nations, Lancel said calmly. As long as you like it. Tyrion shrugged and turned to Jamie. Where do you live now? A cave. What? The dwarf thought he was hallucinating. I'm digging a cave under Aegon Hill. It's the Red Castle's secret passage. Now, the secret passage is full of traps. I can only choose a suitable place to dig another path according to the original secret passage map that Varys provided. Jamie sighed. You're really stubborn. The dwarf didn't know what to say. The night had come. Today, the other ghosts were heading south. Instead of returning to the western region to reorganize the defenses and protect their homes, he went to dig a cave. After a while, he asked softly, She's already rotten. Is it worth it? Other than me, who else can save her? She must be looking forward to my arrival. That's enough. Jamie looked down and sighed. The dwarf rubbed his numb face and asked, How can I help you? You're not waiting for me here just to rekindle our brotherhood. This is really unexpected. Jamie didn't know you were coming. But the news of a noble coming to the cathedral to collect the coffins of his ancestors spread in King's Landing. He's also here to deal with the 4 coffins, Lancel said. Cremate them. I'll send the ashes to Casterly Rock. After this long night, the funeral customs of the Westeros will definitely change. Cremation will become the norm, Tyrion said. Jamie looked at the dwarf and said, You're wearing Vassar armor, right? Dany, Rise is really good to you. Stannis is about to attack King's Landing. There's still one last section of the tunnel to the Red Castle that hasn't been checked for traps. Maybe you can help me. What do you want? Tyrion asked cautiously. Vassar armor can protect against poison arrows, bear traps, and poison salts. You want me to take a mine? Tyrion shouted. Cersei is also your sister. Jaime sighed. I want to use that sister to feed the wraiths. Cersei is the most beautiful Cersei when she's turned into a ghoul. She has the same idea for me. Tyrion shouted. Then will you help me? Jaime asked directly. The dwarf hesitated for a moment before saying, Actually, you don't have to worry about Cersei's safety. King's Landing won't be defended. Stannis' two-headed dragon is very scary. It's the fallen demigod Megalosaurus Vargal, and I have a deal with Stannis. After he takes the Red Castle, he'll give Cersei and the Lion Army to me. Including you, he added. What deal? Jaime was puzzled. Half a month ago, I was negotiating with Davos on Tidehead Island. Have you heard of it? Jaime nodded. There's Vargal's little bird on Tidehead Island. You're still messing around with that fat eunuch? Now that things have come to this, do you still not understand his scheme? He didn't even mention what Rhaega and his siblings did. He only talked about Lannister. That night, I was able to see Pops and kill him because of his scheme. Even a fool knows that Lannister, who has Duke Tywin, will never let Aegon take the Iron Throne. Tyrion frowned. Did he hold her hand and force you to pull the trigger? Jaime mocked. Aye. Tyrion's right hand waved unconsciously in the air a few times. In the end, he weakly placed it on his leg and sighed. I persuaded Sansa to provide 100,000 tons of food to Stannis and swore allegiance to him with her. With the two strongest competitors for the Iron Throne gone, Stannis was happy to let you and Cersei go. He also promised not to ride the two-headed dragon and burn Casterly Rock. You're quite considerate. You even gave up your father's Iron Throne. Jaime's expression was calm. It was hard to tell if he was mocking or admiring. Sigh, you might not believe it, but the effort I put in to protect Lannister is more than you and Cersei combined. The dwarf sighed. Then help me save Cersei, Jaime said. So what I said before was for nothing. I don't believe Stannis' promises. The fake Crown Prince Aegon is a good example. Also, tell me, when he rode the dragon to burn the Red Castle, how did he avoid Cersei, who was hiding somewhere? Chapter 882. Holy Mother of God, are you really Tyrion? You've grown so tall and handsome. You've changed so much. In the dark cave, the turbid air was filled with the faint fragrance of the rosin torch. As the bearded, fat warrior limped closer, Tyrion smelled the familiar scent of cosmetics. It was the fat eunuch Varys, who had disguised himself as the bearded warrior. Before the Tower of Light lit up, Tessa carried 4 coffins and carried Jaime and Tyrion out of the sacred hall. The two brothers worked for an entire morning and finally burned the 4 corpses to ashes. They put them into 4 jars and hung them around Tessa's neck. Then they snuck into the narrow beach behind the Red Castle from the direction of Blackwater Bay and entered the cave on the cliff. There were many traps buried in the tunnel leading to the Red Castle. The traps that belonged to Varys had already been marked, and the traps that Kevin had arranged for the Lion Army to set up had also been checked over the past few months. Only the last few hundred meters of the tunnel remained. Before approaching the last stone path, Tyrion and Jaime met Varys. You haven't changed much. You're still sneaking around and scheming in the dark. Tyrion sneered. Varys stuck the torch into the stone wall and leaned closer to observe Tyrion. Strange. You don't look like King Aerys or Prince Viserys after you recover from the curse, he said. You don't look like King Aerys or Prince Viserys at all. You don't even look like Madame Joanna. You and Jaime are still brothers, but there's still no resemblance. Instead, you look like a non-Undul foreign bloodline. Why? After being reminded by Varys, Jaime also reacted. I really don't look like an Undul. His rough left hand touched his brother's face and pinched for a while. He shook his head and said, "It's not a faceless human skin mask." "You're crazy." Tyrion pushed Jaime's arm away and shouted, "This is the High Valeglia bloodline, the royal bloodline." After calling out, Tyrion stepped forward and grabbed the fat eunuch's greasy and dirty woolen sweater. "Varys, don't try to change the topic. The Dragon Queen will deal with you for murdering Rhaega's 2 children. Now tell me the truth. Did you plan to murder my father?" "Which father?" "His Majesty Aerys was killed by your brother. It has nothing to do with me. Duke Tywin was killed by your own hands." I was shocked. Varys laughed. "Don't deny it. You wanted to kill my father. Tywin, the final victor of the War of the Four Kings, is your greatest enemy. At that time I found it strange. No matter how dishonest my father was and how lustful he was, there was no need for him to play with my second-hand woman. Besides, he never touched prostitutes. Everyone knows that." Varys shrugged and said maybe he just wanted to take revenge on Aerys' son. The Mad King strengthened his wife, so he played with the Mad King's son's wife. That would make him feel the excitement of revenge. For example, you're Tessa. Where did Tessa go? Maybe he hid her, just like how he hid Shwet. Maybe when he rode Tessa and Shwet, he shouted, "Kill you, wife of Aerys' son." "Tessa!" Tyrion's body trembled. His eyes were in a daze, and his heart became uncertain. Could it be that after Tessa was rotated by 100 soldiers, Tywin's father hid her and enjoyed her alone? No. The dwarf suddenly recalled how he shot his father to death on the toilet that night. Why did he shoot him? Because he asked him where Tessa went. He thought for a moment before saying scornfully, "Oh, Tessa, I remember now. You are the first prostitute. Where else can a prostitute go?" Because of the sentence, he did not want to kill him, but he was really provoked, and then, bastard. Thinking of this, Tyrion was sure that he had been played by Varys. He grabbed the fat eunuch's clothes with his left hand and slammed him against the wall. The index and middle fingers of his right hand heated up and elongated, turning into 2 slender and slippery earthworms. At the top, there was a mouth full of rice-sized sharp teeth. Just like Jenny, he used part of his body to turn into a dragonworm. Tsk tisk. Before Varys could react, the dragonworm slithered into his nostrils like a small snake. 7 gods above, what is this? You turned into a monster? The fat eunuch cried out in shock. As he cried out, he struggled. But just as he struggled, he cried out in pain. It hurts. My heart and liver. Don't bite my heart and liver. Dark red blood seeped out of Varys' nostrils. Behave, don't move, don't play any tricks. Tyrion laughed sinisterly. I won't move, don't bite me. Damn it, what kind of monster have you turned into? Are you still Tyrion? Varys looked at the dwarf in front of him in horror. Tyrion, your finger. Jaime was also shocked. This is witchcraft. Tyrion smiled proudly and said, I have obtained the inheritance of the great wizard Valeglia. I am no longer the same as before. Witchcraft. Varys' eyes were filled with disgust. He said in a low voice, You have fallen to actually learn blood witchcraft. Tyrion sighed and said, I know that when you were young, your tongue was cut off by a wizard, so you hate magic. But reality is cruel. Gods, magic, demons, megalosaurus, and monsters are all real. Burying your head in the sand and pretending to be an ostrich is useless. The deviants are in the north, millions of them like a tide, and there is also the frost god who can casually cast forbidden spells. Without a powerful wizard, the human race will go extinct, just like the other races in the countless eras before. Evil wizard. Varys was unmoved. Forget it. I have nothing to say to a psychopathic muggle like you. Tyrion let himself penetrate deeper into the eunuch's body, causing him to sweat profusely from the pain, before continuing with the previous topic. When I know about your plan with Illyrio, know that the true king in your heart is Aegon, and know that you plan to overthrow Lannister's Iron Throne. All the doubts from before will be clear. Lannister with Tywin is the strongest Lannister, and your scheme will never be realized. So, you will definitely find a chance to kill him. That night, you killed him yourself. If I didn't turn back, you would have framed his death on me. Varys was silent. Tyrion laughed coldly. When I was Prime Minister, we were good friends. You often sent Shwe into the tower of the Prime Minister through the secret passageway of the Red Keep for me to fuck. It was done quietly and no one knew. Unfortunately, when my father returned to King's Landing and became the Hand of the King, he also lived in the tower of the Prime Minister, in the bedroom I slept in before. You used the same method to send Shwe to the same bed. If I had left the Red Keep like a coward, you would have returned to the tower of the Prime Minister, killed Shwe and my father, and then left some traces of my appearance. In fact, after I killed Shwe and my father, I didn't leave any traces and there was no third party at the scene. But the next day, everyone agreed that I did it. Why? Shwe is my biggest trace. That poor woman, perhaps she still wanted to seduce the new Hand of the King. But she didn't know that my father hated prostitutes the most. The dwarf smiled bitterly. Is this true? Jaime asked in a trembling voice. If it was true, then he had been played by Varys. Varys looked at Tyrion and said, First, pull that thing out of my nose. You make me feel like I'm having chicken tips. They're your slender dick. Tyrion shuddered and cursed in disgust. My dick is so thick that it can take your last breath. If you don't tell the truth, let me tell you, I've played with all kinds of trash in Slaver's Bay. I've been through a lot, and I can get hard even in the face of a fat eunuch. Varys clenched his thighs and looked at the dwarf in horror. A chill crept up Jaime's spine, and he hurriedly took a few steps back, as if Tyrion was emitting a plague. I misunderstood you. Varys apologized sincerely. I thought you practiced evil witchcraft because of your twisted nature. Now it seems that you're still you and nothing has changed. This kind of twisted witchcraft suits you perfectly. Cut the crap. Tyrion poked him a few more times. Yes, you guessed right. Pull it out, it hurts. Varys wailed. Then the dwarf pulled out 2 20-centimeter-long tentacles that looked like earthworms, sticky and writhing unconsciously in the air, hissing and baring their teeth. It was a horrifying sight. 7 levels of hell. What have you been through in the Ursos continent for the past 2 years? Jaime's scalp went numb, and his voice trembled. Explain your plot, Tyrion urged angrily, kicking the fat eunuch who was backing away from him. Sigh, you're right. As long as Duke Tywin doesn't die, Lannister's Iron Throne will be as stable as Mount Ty. That was what I thought at the time, but now it seems laughable. 10 Tywins wouldn't be enough to defeat the Dragon Queen, and 100 Tywins wouldn't be able to defend the King's Landing against the otherworldly creatures. It's not that he's not strong enough, but he's just like me. He belongs to the real world, without magic, gods, or Megalosaurus. The world now is too crazy, and old-school power players like us have been eliminated. Varys sighed. Jaime's face turned ugly. When I forced you to release Tyrion, was that also part of your plan? The target was already determined, and all that was left was to act according to the circumstances, the fat eunuch said. Slap. Jaime stepped forward and slapped him hard. That's it. Tyrion looked at his brother and said, coldly, I thought you'd give him a stab. When we first met last night, you didn't go easy on me. If I didn't go easy on you, you would have died long ago. Jaime's face was filled with loneliness as he said bitterly, Let bygones be bygones. Father plotted against others, and others can plot against him as well. How can there be an innocent person in the game of power? At least Varys really did save you, and later he saved me, but you killed Father. The dwarf frowned and stood there in a daze. Varys looked around and reminded, If you still have business to attend to, hurry up. When I came in, Stannis was arranging his troops outside the Iron Gate, the gate to the northeast of the king's landing. They might have already started fighting. No rush. I still have a few questions I don't understand. Tyrion waved his hand and asked the eunuch, "You're a foreigner. Why did you participate in Illyrio's scheme? It's reasonable for him to help his son ascend the Iron Throne, but what do you gain from it?" Chapter 883. After a moment of silence, Varys said in a shrill voice, "Everything I do is for the sake of this country and the common people. In the power games of you nobles, the ones who suffer the most are always the innocent. I want to put an end to all this and change everything." Tyrion looked at him as if he were an alien. "Is there something wrong with your head? You are from Lys. As a foreigner, you care about the lives of Westeros. Do you think you are the slave Misha St. Dany? Even St. Dany is not as generous as you. She only does her best and never takes on responsibilities beyond her abilities. I was born in Lys, but spent most of my life in Westeros," Varys argued. "You are lying." Jaime stared at the fat eunuch. "Tyrion may be young and does not remember what you did to Rhaegar, but I knew that Barristan and the other old men knew what had happened in the Red Keep. Everyone knows that Aerys is a fatuous ruler, and Rhaegar is a rare example of benevolence and wisdom in the history of the Targaryen royal family. The people of the Seven Kingdoms look forward to the day he takes over. It was you who slandered Aerys and instigated discord between the king and the prince, causing Prince Rhaegar to no longer participate in politics. If you really cared about the people of the Seven Kingdoms, you should not have done that. Is Rhaegar really a wise ruler? Look at what he did after that." The eunuch sneered. "You are reversing cause and effect. No matter what he did after that, he did not do anything wrong when you targeted him," Jaime said in a low voice. "I did not target him. I only told the king that the nobles secretly supported Rhaegar to replace Aerys. Is this not why King Aerys invited me to be the head of intelligence?" Varys said, "Stop pretending in front of me. Even a fool would not believe that you love Westeros. Look at the Seven Kingdoms now. How rotten is it? You should take half the blame. It is because of you and Littlefinger behind the scenes that there was the War of the Four Kings and Aegon's True Dragon alliance. Littlefinger did it for power and to get closer to that iron chair. What about you? Give me a reasonable explanation." Or else the dwarf stretched out his right hand, and his two fingers elongated and changed shape again. A mouth full of fine and sharp teeth split open at the top of his head, and it was hideous and terrifying. 7 levels of hell. Varys took a few steps back and shouted, "I'm not lying. Only a prince who grew up as a commoner could become a good king. Before Aegon learned how to walk, he had already begun to learn how to be an excellent ruler. He was trained as a knight in arms and taught to read and write, history, law, and poetry by maesters, for as long as he could remember, and none had taught him the mysteries of faith. When he became a big boy, he lived with the fishermen and relied on his own 2 hands to survive. He knew how to fish, cook, mend nets, treat wounds, and wash his own clothes. He knew the fear of being hunted and starved. To him, the crown was his responsibility. He understood that a true king must put his people first and think of them all his life. Tyrion stared blankly at the fat eunuch. "Is there really nothing wrong with your brain? What did I say wrong?" The fat eunuch said angrily, "Is the Aegon you speak of really the same person as the Aegon I met? To be honest, he is not bad, but he has always been protected under your wings, and is no different from the outstanding children of other noble families, putting his people first and thinking of them at all times." The dwarf shook his head mockingly. This sentence completely exposed a fact, and that is that you are lying. As the saying goes, watch a child grow up, and watch a person grow up when they are 3 years old. Aegon is not 3 years old. Can't a shrewd person like you see his personality? The one who truly puts his people first is not Aegon, but the Dragon Queen. When she first freed the slaves in Astapor, you should have understood this fact. But your first choice is still Aegon, and the slaves Misha are just cannon fodder to be sacrificed. Isn't this a joke? On one hand, you say you want to choose a benevolent king who understands the suffering of the people, but on the other hand, you abandon such a benevolent king. Varys' expression changed several times. Then he turned around and ran into the depths of the cave. Although he was missing a leg, he was still as fast as a rabbit. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered 7 to 8 meters, as expected of a water dancer who had been around for decades. But although he was fast, Tyrion's reaction was not slow either. He pulled out the small crossbow hanging from his waist, and with a whoosh, shot an arrow right into Varys' thigh. Ow, wow! The eunuch fell to the ground, and Jaime immediately went forward to hold him down. Why are you running? You have already told us about murdering my father, and we will not pursue the matter. We only want to know why you support Aegon. Is there a need to risk your life? Jaime said unhappily. I am getting more and more curious. What secret is it that you would rather die than submit? The dwarf walked over and squatted beside Varys, undoing his belt with a sinister smile. Tyrion, what are you doing? Varys said in shock. What am I doing? What do you think? Jaime, don't be in a daze. Help me hold him down. Damn it! How dare you do such a thing in front of me? I swear, I will cut off your little brother. Jaime's face turned green. I won't use my little brother, only my hand. The dwarf winked at him. I am scaring the damn eunuch. Varys, you should tell the truth. Tyrion is not human. He can do anything. Jaime sighed. Varys closed his eyes and became a corpse. But as soon as Big White Spot was exposed to the cold air, he could not hold on any longer. He wailed, Don't, I will tell you. Tyrion, stop. I will tell you everything. In fact, the dwarf was also in a difficult position. He was even disgusted by the fat eunuchs, but now that he heard the eunuch begging for mercy, he pulled up his pants and urged with a wooden face, Speak. The fat eunuch lay face down on the muddy ground. 2 drops of tears seeped out from the corners of his eyes, staining the ground with 2 wet spots. He said in despair, I am Syra's brother, which means I am Aegon's uncle. 7 levels of hell. The dwarf and Jaime shouted at the same time. After being stunned for a while, Tyrion frowned and said, That is reasonable, but why are you running? Even if you are the Mad King's illegitimate son, there is no need to run, right? I am a eunuch, a Targaryen illegitimate son without a little brother. The eunuch choked. So what if I am a eunuch? I am a dwarf. Tyrion's voice became gentler. I would rather exchange my height for your little brother, the eunuch said. No. Tyrion shook his head like a rattledrum. The eunuch sobbed softly. Jaime let go of the eunuch and cleared his throat. It is getting late. Let's get to work. Help me bandage my leg, the eunuch said in a muffled voice with a heavy nasal voice. Jaime checked it and frowned. The wound is very deep. It is best to get a priest in the Holy Church to take a look. They are not good at treating illnesses, but healing is their forte. Let me do it. The dwarf reached out his right hand, and a ball of gentle white light slowly lit up in his palm. Jaime and the eunuch's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How is this possible? How can someone like you become a priest? Jaime said bitterly. The dwarf used his dagger to cut open the wound on the eunuch's leg and took out the arrow. He said casually, You might not know, but I am the first holy knight. My understanding of the teachings of the 7 gods is not inferior to the average white bishop. Actually, the dwarf was avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. With his piety, he was not qualified to be a priest. It was only because he begged that the Dragon Queen gave him a life-saving divine spell. The life-saving effect of holy healing was too good. Later, Dany felt that she could not be biased, so she upgraded the seal of the Holy Knight to version 2.0. In addition to the previous functions, there was an additional holy healing skill. However, version 2.0 of the seal of the Holy Knight was still in the beta testing stage. other than the dwarf. Only the few white knights on the front lines could use it. I remember that you were an apprentice in the circus when you were young, and Scylla was a prostitute. Tyrion was puzzled. Do slaves have the chance to choose their lives? Varys smiled bitterly. No matter how poor the descendants of the Blackfire are, they should not become slaves. Dany Rise was even a beggar. Tyrion shook his head. She just did not have food to eat. Why did she have to beg? If she heard what you said, she might spit out a mouthful of dragon flames. You, me, and Aegon are different. We are innocent, so she can accept it. But you are the main cause of her miserable life. Then, who will be responsible for my miserable life? I would rather be a beggar than lose my dick. Varys asked with a twisted face. You have a bad life. Are you going to blame Dany, Rise, and the Mad King? Her tragic fate is all because of your and Illyrio's ambition. Tyrion sneered. If I had not been secretly protecting her and Viserys, they would have been killed by Robert's assassins. Varys said, When she catches you, you can try begging her for mercy with those words. Let's see if she'll forgive you. Tyrion sneered. You think I'm afraid of death? Varys sneered. You are not afraid of death. But are you not afraid of being attacked by 10 strong men? If the queen wants to punish you, she will do anything. Tyrion laughed. Have you been attacked by 10 strong men before? Jaime could not help but ask. The dwarf's smile was as sour as expired milk. No such thing. Don't talk nonsense. Jaime was really suspicious. Looks like I have to find someone to find out what happened to you at Slaver's Bay. Don't do as you please. Tyrion waved his hand weakly and asked the eunuch, Is Rhaega's son really dead? Varys shook his head. No one would have thought that Duke Tywin would be so ruthless, even killing a baby. Illyrio's letter to Aishera was fake and Aegon's substitute baby was real, but that was after Illyrio's son was killed. At the time, Illyrio had just given birth. After learning about the incident at King's Landing, he had a flash of inspiration and suddenly had the idea of having Aegon replace Rhaega's son. Then I began to arrange for the letter and the substitute baby at Reek Bay. That baby had a difficult birth and was not born at all. I deliberately told Sir Clinton that I had the child's father lie to his family and say that the baby had a difficult birth. In fact, he had secretly sold it to me as soon as it was born, and the price was a bottle of red wine. This was a lie that no one could see through, because the baby had a difficult birth, and the baby's father was indeed an alcoholic. When he died drunk in the gutter, no one knew if he had sold his son. But no matter who you asked, they were certain that he would have sold his son for the sake of red wine. Varys looked proud. As for the letter, it was even simpler. I had someone personally deliver the letter to Aishera instead of a messenger crow. The reason was sufficient. I was afraid that the secret would be revealed. And the person who delivered the letter had to travel thousands of kilometers, so it was normal for it to be delayed for a few months. You're an idiot who thinks you're smart. You didn't cover up the biggest flaw. So what's the point of doing these minor details? Tyrion disdained. Chapter 884. What other flaws are there? Varys said unhappily, The way you treat Aegon is so different from how you treat Viserys, Dany, and Lys. As long as Aegon appears, even an idiot will be suspicious, Tyrion sneered. What's there to be suspicious about? Viserys, Dany, and Lys are exposed to Robert, but no one knows of Aegon's existence. Isn't it natural to sacrifice them? Varys said, Do you think it's natural? Tyrion turned to Jaime. Jaime shook his head. I never believed that Varys could be loyal to the Targaryens. Yes, the Targaryens of Aerys branch. When I first saw Aegon on the Rhone River, even if he dyed his hair and changed his identity, I immediately guessed his true identity. Others may not be as smart as me, but once Aegon appears in front of the world, everyone will be suspicious, Tyrion said. Sir Clinton and Lady Aishera both believe it, Varys argued. So, you think that by deceiving 2 honest people, you can deceive the entire world? Then, if I close my eyes, will the sky turn dark? Let me tell you the right way to do it. Raising Aegon like that is no problem, but you have to spend some effort on Viserys, Dany, and Lys. Fake an identity to get close to them, such as the Steward of Dane. Feed them, give them clothes to wear, teach them how to be a prince or princess, and reveal some information about Aegon to them. So what if Robert knows of Aegon's existence? The world is so big, where can he find him? Even if you want Viserys, Dany, and Lys to be cannon fodder, they won't be suspicious. Others will think it's natural. Tyrion stared at the dazed Varys, his expression turning into one of mockery as he continued. With your and Illyrio's intelligence, it would have been easy for you to fix this flaw, but you didn't do so. Illyrio even hinted to me that both red and black dragons were dragons. Hee, this means that you don't care about the title of Lejezi. You want to restore the glory of the Blackfire as soon as you take the Iron Throne. The leader of the Golden Group must also know Aegon's true identity. That's why I said you're stupid. You're so stupid that you think everyone is an idiot, a chess piece that can be manipulated, and there are only 2 fat chess players on the chessboard. Varys said excitedly, but we almost succeeded. Dany, Rise believed us, and Aegon proclaimed himself king. Just because of a 1-in-a-million accident, we met the unreasonable Stannis. When he mentioned Erlu's name, his face was filled with malevolence and anger. Obviously, he hated Erlu to the core. She believed us. Tyrion smiled bitterly and shook his head. Aegon has already gone to heaven. What's the point of discussing this now? Let's continue to clean up the tunnel, Jaime said impatiently. With that, he raised his torch and walked forward. The other 2 silently followed behind him. In the first half of the tunnel, we stuffed a thick towel in the sheep's mouth, blindfolded them, and drove them forward. But in the second half, especially the last part near the cellar of the Red Keep, we have to avoid triggering any traps. Jaime explained to his brother as they walked. Can't we continue to use the sheep to scout the way? Tyrion asked absent-mindedly. Varys shook his head and said, Stepping on a trap makes too much noise. Another reason is that some traps can cause cave-ins. If the entire cave collapsed, not only would the path be blocked, but how big would the commotion be? Almost half of the castle would have felt the tremors. So that's how it is. Tyrion suddenly understood. How do you check for traps now? We use a blower to blow the dust. They kept walking forward. In just a few 100 meters, they avoided more than 20 traps, all of which were set up by Varys. Finally, when they came to the edge of the upper cellar, their eyes lit up. There were 2 whale oil torches on both sides of the stone wall. The windmill whined as it turned. The air was filled with dust, and their field of vision was yellow. They could only vaguely see the figures of 2 children. When they got closer, the dwarf discovered that there were 3 children. One of them was slightly older, about 12 years old. He was carrying a hand-cranked blower that he took from the stove in the blacksmith shop. The blower was connected to a yellow bamboo pole that was as thick as a wrist. The hollow bamboo pole was held in the hands of another little boy, sweeping back and forth on the ground in front of them. Air spurted out from the bamboo pole, blowing up the dirt and dust on the ground. The last boy crawled on the ground, his dark eyes gleaming sharply in the yellow light of the fire. Like a hawk searching for its prey, he was looking for every trace of digging on the ground. Almost all the trigger mechanisms of the traps are buried underground, but not too deep. They rely on a person's weight to activate them. If they are too deep, it will affect their sensitivity. Therefore, by blowing away the dust on the surface of the dirt road, we can at least distinguish the traces of digging, Varys explained. What's the detection rate? Tyrion asked. 7 little birds have already died. Traps like traps and animal traps have a thick layer of soil, so it's very difficult to detect. Fortunately, we are only worried about the collapse of the soil caused by the explosion. Those kinds of traps are triggered by wire ropes and are buried very shallow. Varys' eyes were sad, but there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked very much like a Buddha in a temple. "You're really ruthless." A cold light flashed in Tyrion's eyes. He said sarcastically, "You deserve retribution. When you were young, you lost your penis. When you were middle-aged, you broke your leg. When you die, you will fall into the 7 levels of hell." "No, no, no, I will go to heaven." Varys laughed and pulled out a small pouch embroidered with a 7-pointed star from his chest. "The merciful and compassionate Virgin Mary saves all living beings from suffering. I am also one of the living beings and a devout believer. When the world is peaceful, I plan to join the monastery." Then he pointed at the little birds in front of him who were clearing the mines. "I'm not cruel. They all have atonement scrolls. What joy is there in life? What bitterness is there in death? Instead of suffering in this cold, dark, and hungry world, it's better to go to heaven and enjoy the sunshine and fruits. This idea is not bad. Work hard. Who knows, when you go to heaven, you might even be warmly received by the Virgin Mary." The dwarf smiled strangely and nodded in agreement. "If the Virgin Mary doesn't send you to hell, I'll change my surname to yours." At this time, Jaime also found a blower and threw a pair of windproof glasses and a scarf to the dwarf. He said, "Put them on and quickly come over to help. The Virgin Mary is merciful. Didn't you hear what the damn eunuch said? 7 of them died. I don't want to die." Tyrion shook his head and retreated. "Before we came, I already said that I need your help because you have the Varys steel armor. If you don't check for traps, are you going to tell us jokes with your eloquence? Or are you going to use your fingers to perform blasphemy?" Jaime sneered in annoyance. "Can't you send in a few more little birds?" Tyrion shouted. "Cacique." Varys laughed like a hen that had just laid eggs. "You just said that I'm cruel and that I'm going to hell." The 3 little birds who were working in front turned their heads and stared at the dwarf with emotionless eyes. Tyrion smiled awkwardly at them and said, "Uncle has 3 chirps that can perform a fight. Do you guys want to watch?" As he said that, he walked forward and came to the edge of the safe path. He squatted down and smiled at Jaime. "My sister is right. Technology and magic are the primary productive forces." "What?" Jaime was at a loss. He was shocked to see the dwarf's right middle finger and index finger were like melted candles. They elongated, changed shape, and turned red. Plop! They fell to the ground and turned into 2 red earthworms that were 30 centimeters long and as thick as a little finger. Hiss, hiss! The earthworms raised their heads. A mouth full of tiny sharp teeth appeared on their small heads. Ah, when had the 3 little birds ever seen such a horrifying scene? They threw down the work in their hands and ran away while howling. Ka! Suddenly, a sound that sounded like a sugar cane breaking came from the front, followed by the painful howls of the youth. The 3 little birds were frightened. 2 of them ran backwards, while the other one ran forward in a panic. In the end, he stepped on a minefield and was clamped on his calf by a bear trap that was as big as a basin. The bear trap was too strong. The sharp teeth that flashed with blue light were too sharp. The child was malnourished, and his calf was as weak as a stick. Bang! The area below the knee was bitten off. Only a thin layer of blood and skin was left. The dwarf was at a loss. Jaime sadly turned his head away. The fat eunuch reacted quickly. He coldly glared at the dwarf and quickly took off the short crossbow at his waist. He pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow into the eye of the youth with the broken leg. The ear-piercing wails that reverberated in the empty stone path stopped abruptly. "What are you doing?" The dwarf came back to his senses. He turned his head and angrily looked at Varys. "His cries are too loud. It might attract the attention of the guards above." The fat eunuch put away the crossbow and gave a look to the other 2 little birds. The 2 youths endured their grief and walked forward to carry the corpse of their dead companion. When they passed by Tyrion, their eyes became filled with resentment but also fear. They fearfully avoided the two red snakes lying on the ground. Tyrion did not care about the youth's resentment. He only coldly looked at the eunuch and said, "Just go up and cover his mouth. Is there a need to kill him? His leg is broken. Instead of living in torment, why not go to heaven and enjoy life?" Varys sighed. "Your leg is also lame and you've lost your penis. Why don't you go to heaven and enjoy life?" Tyrion coldly said, "I can't raise a disabled person. Previously, I was able to maintain the huge little bird all because of the king and Illyrio's sponsorship. Now that I have no income, the price of living materials increases by the day. Little bird that can't work will only be a burden to others." Varys bitterly said, "Sigh, it's also your fault. You suddenly made two strange snakes. Even I was scared. How can little bird not be scared?" Jaime looked at the dwarf who was missing two fingers. "I planned to use witchcraft to investigate the trap so that you guys would commit fewer sins. Who would have thought that I would commit more sins first?" Tyrion said with a pained expression, "You should have told us in advance." Varys sighed. Following that, there was a long silence between the three of them. Only the whale oil torches were burning. However, because Little Bird had stopped and left, the smoke and dust that filled the cave drifted to the ground. A layer of dust fell on their hair and clothes, but the air became clear. Varys lightly coughed and broke the silence. He pointed at the dragon worms lying on the ground and unconsciously writhing and asked, "These two little snakes were transformed from your fingers? How do you detect traps? Do you know about dragon worms?" Tyrion's thoughts moved, and the two slender dragon worms wriggled forward. He followed them to the trap and then began to burrow into the ground. Chapter 885. Half a day later, Tyrion used a long bamboo pole to point at the ground in front of him and said to Jaime, "Right here, a finger deep, there's a wire buried all the way to the wall. It might detonate a device on the ceiling, probably something like a wildfire jar." Jaime walked to the spot the dwarf pointed out, squatted down, and used a small shovel to gently scrape the surface of the soil. He then removed the loose soil on the surface and found a taut 3-strand hemp rope. At the bottom of the rope, Jaime also dug out a small trench that was as deep as a palm. If someone stepped on it, they would definitely leave a deep footprint and trigger a mechanism. "I need to rest for a while. I'm so tired." Tyrion waved his hand and found a rock by the side of the tunnel to sit down. Jaime stared blankly as the two earthworms crawled out of the ground and crawled to Tyrion's side. They crawled onto his fingers and squeezed out the missing index and middle fingers as if they were plasticine. "This kind of witchcraft looks so evil," he said. "There's no such thing as evil witchcraft, only evil wizards." "How many of these worms are in your body?" Jaime asked curiously. "Not even one." Tyrion shook his head. "Those are not real dragon worms, but my fingers transformed into dragon worms." After understanding the meaning of dragon worms, Jaime unconsciously looked down and finally stared at the dwarf's crotch and asked, "Can other parts of your body become dragon worms?" "You've seen it before. It's big enough. There's no need to transform into dragon worms." Tyrion also lowered his head and looked at his crotch. Which man would complain about his crotch being big? Otherwise, why did you transform your index and middle fingers? Wasn't it to assist your second brother? Jaime sneered. "So, with only Cersei as your woman, your life is really lacking a lot of fun. You haven't even experienced group sports." "Fun?" Jaime was dismissive. "If group sports can make you feel fun and not guilty, it only proves that you're pathetic. Envy is envy. Don't say that the grapes are sour just because you can't eat them," the dwarf said with a smile. "When you truly love a woman, you can only experience bliss that transcends the physical body when you are in union with her. When you truly love a woman, you won't feel happiness even if your penis enters another woman's body. You will only feel shame and regret," Jaime said calmly. The dwarf's expression changed. He looked at his brother gloomily and said, "Are you forgetful? Wasn't my true love ruined by you? Jamie smiled bitterly and fell silent. Regardless of whether Tessa was her brother's true love, he did participate in Tessa's demise. He helped Tywin lie to his brother, saying that she was a prostitute who had a sugar daddy. After a while, Jamie asked doubtfully, "Is the dragon worm transformation spell only used to toy with you?" Hearing this, the dwarf pulled out the dagger at his waist. Under Jamie's shocked gaze, he cut the middle finger and index finger of his right hand in half as if he was peeling a carrot. Plop! Fresh blood splattered, and the severed fingers fell to the ground. "Are you crazy?" Jamie shouted in horror. The dwarf gave him a strange smile. The two severed fingers wriggled again and elongated into two dragon worms. Even the blood nearby merged into the dragon worms' bodies. Other than losing two fingers, the dwarf's right hand did not have any injuries. Then, just like how he retrieved the dragon worms previously, the dragon worms crawled onto his palm and turned back into two fingers. Jamie was dumbfounded. When all my muscles, bones, and organs turn into dragon worms, the weapons of the mortal world will no longer be able to harm me, the dwarf said proudly. Your entire body will turn into dragon worms. An image immediately flashed in Jamie's mind. The upper half of the little devil's body was human, and the lower half of his body was covered in a dense bundle of wriggling, slippery dragon worms. Then a group of women lay side by side, and the dwarf raised his head and laughed loudly. He shuddered and cried out, "It's too scary! This is sorcery!" Tyrion said indignantly, "If you ask me, the sword techniques you've been practicing since you were young are even more evil than my witchcraft. This is because sword techniques can only kill people. My witchcraft is mainly used to improve bloodlines, increase magic power, and immunity to damage. The number of people who have died under my sword far exceeds all the witchcraft in the world combined. It can't even compare to forbidden spells. Why don't you say that sword techniques are evil magic?" Jamie said hesitantly, "You can't say it like that. Sword techniques are upright, while your witchcraft is sinister and evil. Have you forgotten that a little kid was scared to death just now?" The dwarf was stupefied. "If you say it like that, then we can't continue this discussion. Anyway, the benefits of dragon worm transformation will not change because of your thoughts. For example, I will never be like you and become crippled." Jamie's expression turned ugly, but after a moment he had a thought. He asked hesitantly, "If I learn your dragon worm transformation witchcraft, can I grow a right hand?" "You can." Jamie's face showed joy, but the dwarf shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, you don't have the high bloodline of Alleglia. You can't learn my witchcraft." At this time, a light suddenly shone from the cave behind them. The fat eunuch shouted at the top of his voice, "Amazing, amazing! Stannis has broken the city gate!" "The king's landing has fallen? That's too fast." Jamie was shocked. Tyrion hung the lantern on the wall and handed the food box in his other hand to Tyrion. He sighed and said, "This is the first time I've seen the Megalosaurus. I never thought that the Megalosaurus would be so powerful. You guys didn't see it, but the Megalosaurus attack was too convenient. First, a group of pterosaurs used kerosene bombs to clean up the crossbows around the city gate and set the entire city wall on fire. Then, Stannis rode on the two-headed dragon and spat out dragon flames. The city gate only lasted for a minute before it collapsed. After that, the 20,000 Valley Army, 1,000 Northern Cavalry, and 3,000 mercenaries, a total of 24,000 people, rushed into the steel gate. Like a flood, they rushed into the streets and alleys, chasing and killing the King Descend's guards, robbing the people of King Descend's, raping the women, setting fire to the houses, and committing all kinds of crimes. "What about the sea monsters?" Tyrion quickly asked. The sea monsters didn't appear. Stannis attacked from the Megalosaurus gate in the north. It's 7 or 8 kilometers away from the sea. Varys shook his head. "Yu Luin is the priest of the god of storm. Doesn't he have a trump card? Tyrion asked again. The city was in chaos. I didn't see you, Luwen. But I heard from the monks that St. Matthew used first appearance of holy light to break you Luwen's sorcery, Varys said. It only destroyed his sorcerer's magic power. But Luwen is not only a sorcerer, but also the son of the god of storm. Tyrion shook his head and said doubtfully, since he dared to defend the King's Landing, he must have a way to deal with the two-headed dragon. Strange. Jaime asked anxiously, did Stannis attack the Red Keep? Only those who are not interested in the Iron Throne would want to destroy the Red Keep. Why do you think Stannis attacked the King's Landing? Varys sneered. Jaime said anxiously, how many more days can you Luwen last? We need at least one more day to completely open up the tunnel. If Stannis is one step ahead of us, don't worry. I told you, Stannis won't hurt Cersei, Tyrion comforted. You dare to believe Stannis? The fat eunuch was surprised. It's written in black and white. The Dragon Queen is a witness. Tyrion said. Varys did not say anything. I'm afraid Luwen won't let her go, Jaime said worriedly. There's no point in worrying. Eat your lunch and continue to check for traps. I'll help you ask around about the King's Landing, Varys said. The two brothers looked at each other and sat down on two rocks helplessly. Opening the lunchbox, the dwarf was neither surprised nor disappointed. The main dish was white bread and barley turnip soup. The side dish was 2 pieces of fried cod and a plate of green shredded kelp. Tyrion threw half of the shredded kelp into the bowl of soup and asked casually, Stannis allowed his soldiers to rape and pillage? The soldiers have been stuck outside the city for months. Varys shook his head. The church didn't do anything. Jaime followed his brother's example and poured the rest of the shredded kelp into the bowl of soup and dipped the bread in the soup. Behind the Megalosaurus Gate is the Renais Hills. It's a few kilometers away from the Visania Hills where the church is located, Varys said. The dwarf's eyes flashed as he looked at the fat eunuch and said, You spent so much to open up the tunnel. Is it also for my sister? What are you trying to say? Varys narrowed his eyes. It depends on what you want to do, the dwarf laughed. Varys laughed too. Tell me, what can I do? The dwarf chuckled and said, Do you know how your nephew failed? The smile on Varys' face disappeared, and he said calmly, Because you underestimated the red-robed woman. She can accurately predict her own ominous signs within a day. Your plan was very precise, but she had already predicted it. The 8-clawed spider lives up to its name, Tyrion praised. When Varys heard this, he revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Slap, slap. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard. His fat face instantly turned red. The 8-clawed spider deserves to meet a deviant. He cursed with a pained expression. I have studied Melisandre for almost 10 years. He stretched out his hands and spread his fingers, waving them back and forth in front of the dwarf. 10 years. When she first set foot on Dragonstone Island, I knew of her existence and gave her the most attention. Because she is the type of person I am most afraid of and hate the most, the red-robed sorcerer. He said the last sentence angrily. Could it be that the red-robed monk cut off your penis? Tyrion asked in surprise. Varys nodded painfully. I was only 10 years old then. A red-robed monk gave me a bowl of medicine. I couldn't move or speak, but my senses were clearer than usual. He expressionlessly cut off my penis and threw it into the fire. I saw shadows and strange scenes in the fire. Then he laughed maniacally and said that the wheel of fate had been activated. What fate? Tyrion asked in surprise. I want to know too. Varys was silent for a moment before continuing. I paid attention to Melisandre and planted a little bird on Dragonstone Island. I knew a long time ago that she used prophecy magic to avoid Scholar Rixon's poison wine. He hit his forehead hard and howled like a she-wolf that had lost its cub. I was so stupid, really. I only knew that Melisandre might have used prophecy magic that time. I didn't know that she could make a prophecy every day. You can't be blamed. After all, you're just a muggle and don't know anything about supernatural knowledge." Tyrion consoled him. Varys became even sadder after hearing this. "I was so stupid, really. I only knew fear and hate magic. I didn't know that the more afraid I was, the more I should understand and master it. You can't be blamed. After all, rejecting magic is a tradition of Westeros." Tyrion said. Varys left, crestfallen. He was responsible for monitoring the situation in the city while the two brothers continued to check for traps. However, the fat eunuch only left for half an hour before he ran back, panting. His face was twisted as he said in horror, "The Lannister of Casterly Rock City has been exterminated." Chapter 886. The Lannister of Casterly Rock is all dead. Tywin's Lannister branch is all dead. The fat eunuch held up a letter and cried out in fear. Clang, the copper kettle slipped from Jaime's hand and hit the ground. The water from the kettle flowed out and soaked the soil. "How is that possible?" "What did you say?" Tyrion asked, confused. "Your entire family is dead." Varys swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "Fuck, you're the one whose whole family was eaten by deviants." Tyrion cursed and rushed forward to snatch the letter. Jaime also moved his head closer. With just one glance, the two of them frowned. There were many words on the letter, but they were all numbers. The two brothers were dazzled. "What is this?" Jaime asked anxiously. "It should be some kind of password, using numbers as the encryption method." Tyrion looked at the fat eunuch in surprise. "You learned this from the Dragon Queen?" "I invented the method of using numbers to encrypt messages decades ago. Now that you mention it, I suspect that she learned it from me." Varys muttered and looked at the two Lannister worriedly. He said softly, "The letter was sent from Casterly Rock. I have little birds there too. Your family, hundreds of people died. Almost all the direct descendants, and those close to the direct descendants are dead." At the peak of the eight-clawed spider, he even had spies in Queers, Horse King City, and Slave Bay. It was normal for one or two little birds to appear in the families of the Seven Dukes. The number one spymaster of the Song of Ice and Fire was Varys. "You're kidding." Tyrion's heart tightened when he saw the eunuch's serious and pitiful eyes. He tried to crack a smile that was uglier than crying. "I contacted Uncle Damien a few days ago. I told him not to worry about the Dragon Queen and Stannis anymore. He smiled and said that he believed that I didn't kill Uncle Kevin. He also said that Aunt Xena and her family will return to Casterly Rock from Riverrun in 2 days." Jaime said bitterly, "Who can take down Casterly Rock? Deviants? That shouldn't be. Deviants can't take down Casterly Rock in an instant. If the deviant ghosts attack, Wizard Grom in Casterly Rock City can instantly contact the Dragon Queen of Dragonstone Island through the glass candle. And then the Dawn Warriors stationed in Hellenberg will immediately rush to support." "It's not deviants, it's food poisoning," Varys said. "What? You're kidding, right?" The two brothers' eyes almost popped out. "Your Aunt Xena is the wife of Count Edmund Fry of Riverrun, right?" Varys asked. "Don't talk about these useless things. Let's talk about Casterly Rock first," Tyrion said irritably. Varys spread out his hands and said helplessly, "I'm done. Including the fire wizard Grom, 874 people died in Casterly Rock. It's that simple. They were all poisoned to death at the banquet. Even the scholars died. We haven't confirmed what the poison was. My spies aren't sure if it was an accident or if it was Lannister's enemies who poisoned them. We should have more news in a few days." "Damn it." Jaime's eyes were sore. He punched the stone wall and choked. "It's all my fault. I should have returned to Casterly Rock immediately after the Battle of Winterfell." Tyrion turned his head away and wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He said hoarsely, "Thank goodness you didn't go back. At least we're alive. Cersei is alive. Marcella is still at Slaver's Bay. The two brothers lowered their heads and grieved for a while. Tyrion wiped the tears from his face and asked the eunuch, "What did you want to say?" Varys hesitated for a moment and said in a roundabout way, "Do you know that there are dead people outside Riverrun?" Tyrion rubbed his red eyes and shook his head. "I only know that there are deviants in Riverrun." Although Jaime had been digging in the tunnels, he had been getting information from Varys. He was not slow on the uptake. He said, Dragon Queen's judgment that day was correct. The deviant Ghost King activated his second life and disappeared. However, the deviants' southward movement did not stop. They just changed from a large-scale attack to a small-scale infiltration by a single deviant ghost. In the north and Riverrun, many tombs have been robbed. The dead are crawling out from the ground to strengthen the deviant ghost army. When there are too many of them, they will inevitably reveal themselves. Many castles and villages in Riverrun have been alerted to the presence of the deviants. In the past month, Riverrun has been alerted to the deviant ghost at least 3 times. However, Dragon Queen ignored them and the Dawn Warriors did not move. Varys said with a strange expression, "I didn't know about this. Is it because the deviants are too small?" Tyrion asked. Varys said, "Riverrun is the capital of Riverrun. The Ghost Resistance Committee, or more accurately, the Dragon Queen, did not send any alchemists to Riverrun, the fire wizards of the King's Landing Alchemist Guild. She also did not send any atonement scrolls or dragon crystal weapons to Riverrun. If the deviant ghost army attacked Riverrun, it would fall in half an hour like Hearthstone in the north. That's why your aunt and her family had to leave. Most of the Lion army fell in King's Landing. Casterly Rock is unprecedentedly empty. They also welcome any military force that comes to join them. Not to mention, Lady Xena is a direct descendant of Lannister. Why is the Dragon Queen targeting my aunt?" Tyrion was confused. "It has nothing to do with Xena's aunt. It's Wade Frere." Jaime smiled bitterly. Varys looked at him and nodded. "The Dragon Queen has mentioned many times that after the Battle of Meereen, she will return to the Westeros and hold a meeting to sort out the rotten things that have happened in the Westeros for the past 20 years. "I know," Tyrion said immediately. Even Jaime knew what the Dragon Queen was thinking. Now that the deviant ghosts are heading south, it's almost impossible to gather the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. That's why some things can only be discussed online through candles and letters. At that time, you were still at Slaver's Bay. The whole process lasted less than a week before it ended early because Wade Frere didn't cooperate, Varys said. "Don't beat around the bush. If you want to say something, just say it directly," the dwarf said impatiently. "This is my way of expressing myself. Do you want to hear it?" "If you don't, I'll leave," Varys said calmly. Jaime seemed to understand something. "Continue." Varys said slowly, "The Kingslayer has become a Grey Guard. Lannister, at least Jaime and Targaryen's grudge, is settled. After that, the Dragon Queen focused her attention on the red and purple weddings. The purple wedding had already been decided. Joffrey died in the scheme of Old Rose and Littlefinger, and Tyrell was destroyed by Yulun. The Queen only officially announced that Tyrell and Littlefinger were stripped of their titles. Since everyone was dead, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms had no objections. The red wedding was originally very simple. Everyone knew what happened in Clonic River City. The problem was the result of the trial of the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen meant that Old Wade had to admit that he violated the rights of the guests and betrayed his lord. He had to publicly apologize to Winterfell in front of the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Every noble would have to send a messenger crow. Secondly, those who participated in the Red Wedding, including Old Wade himself, would have to commit suicide to atone for their sins. Thirdly, the Frere family would be stripped of their title as Duke of Hudgeon. Clonic River City would still belong to the Frere family, but the Frere family would be demoted from Marquis to titular knight. The land around Clonic River City would belong to the Iron Throne. and the Iron Throne would take out a sum of money to compensate the families of those who died in the Red Wedding. Of course, there was still the Holy Wedding before the Red Wedding. Stark would also be punished. Robb's violation of the Holy Marriage Contract was no less than Old Wade's. First, Robb and Wade Frere would have to commit suicide to atone for their sins. At the same time, the current Duke of the Northern Territory would have to publicly apologize to Clonic River City's Frere in front of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Secondly, Winterfell would have to fulfill a wish of Miss Frere, who had her engagement broken off. In this way, the Frere family and the House of Stark's grievances would be settled. Tyrion's mouth twitched. That's fair, but to Wade Frere, I'm afraid it would be difficult to accept. Jaime sighed. Old Wade should accept that the most valuable thing in Clonic River City wasn't the land or the title, but the city itself, which was the only bridge to the Green Fork River. The Frere family was the victim of Robb's violation of the Holy Marriage Contract. This was the truth. The Dragon Queen had already considered this point, so she left the Frere family a foundation to rise. Varys sneered. Wade Frere didn't want to die, and he didn't feel that he should give up the title of Duke of Hudgian. He said that the title was conferred by the Iron Throne, and that the Dragon Queen had no right to revoke his title and land. Old Wade didn't know the result of the Battle of Meereen. He dared to reject the Dragon Queen. He really had guts, Tyrion said curiously. Jaime shook his head and said the trial on the glass candle was just an experiment. After the Dawn Knights were established, the use of the glass candle was demonstrated to the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms to strengthen their confidence in fighting against the Ghost Committee. Wade Frere knew this, and he was sure that the Dragon Queen didn't really care about his reaction. Moreover, he already knew the Dragon Queen's bottom line. When the long night passed and the Dragon Queen came to settle the score, he would have died many years ago, and Frere wouldn't receive any heavier punishment. In this way, he would have profited greatly. Varys sighed. In fact, the Dragon Queen didn't arrange for the Megalosaurus to burn the city. She just completely gave up on Rapid Flow City. The Atonement Scrolls, the Magic Network, the Dragon Crystal Weapons, and the Dawn Knights' rescue were all gone. What does this have to do with the mass poisoning in Casterly Rock City? Tyrion asked hesitantly. Although he was asking the eunuch, his expression became serious. Like Jaime, he had a vague guess in his heart. The only reason so many people were poisoned, including the scholars and the wizards in charge of the glass candles, was because Casterly Rock was hosting a banquet to welcome the Freys from Riverrun. P.S. 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 The Freys. The Dragon Queen refused to help Rapid Flow City, and the news from Winterfell was too frightening. Now that a small group of ghouls appeared outside Rapid Flow City, the people in the castle couldn't sit still and fled to Casterly Rock City, which was building the third line of defense. Rapid Flow City also brought 5,000 Hudgian soldiers and a large amount of emergency food to Casterly Rock City. How could they not celebrate? Then that old bastard Wade Frere led Frere's enemies to Casterly Rock City. Tyrion's eyes were red, and he was about to cry again. Varys's eyes flashed. Perhaps it's not a disaster. You Lannister have done a lot of evil, don't you know it? Have you guessed who the murderer is? Tyrion's eyes were cold. Varys waved his hand as if he was chasing away something terrifying. The discussion ends here. I'm just a messenger, and I don't want to get involved in your feud. More than 800 people were killed just like that. A true killer, I'm scared. Chapter 887. Dragonstone Island received the news of the tragedy in Casterly Rock City half a day later than Varys. After the incident, Little Bird immediately sent a letter to the spymaster. Casterly Rock City lost its backbone, and after another half a day of trouble, they invited Sir West from Lannister Harbor Tywin's distant cousin, the captain of the Lannister Navy that was being rebuilt. Well, like the Dragon Queen, the Lion Navy began to fish offshore. The first thing Sir West did was to write a letter to Dragonstone Island, not to the Dragon Queen, but to the Imp. Now, Casterly Rock City had fallen to the point where even the illegitimate child of the imp was more noble than everyone else. The direct descendants and the slightly closer branches were all poisoned to death. Although it was half a day late, the content of the letter was more comprehensive than the one little bird sent to Varys. It was a poison that the maesters had never seen before, and it was in the summer red wine that Walled Fred brought from Riverrun. The onset time was half an hour after drinking. There was no warning before the onset, and there was no cure after the onset. In an instant, the eyeballs were filled with blood, and they died of madness. Casterly Rock City not only lost 874 people, but also 200 or 300 guards died from the frenzied attacks of the poison patients. At that time, the main hall of Casterly Rock City was like a purgatory on earth. The Lannister who drank with red eyes and dark red blood vessels appeared on the surface of their bodies, attacked and tore each other with swords, forks, chairs, wine bottles, and even teeth and nails, and then attacked and tore at the guards and servants who came to pull them. It should be mixed with snake lizard poison. Warm-blooded creatures will go crazy and lose their minds after being poisoned. Rats infected with snake lizard poison will even bite lions, Dr. Marwyn said from the bull's neck. Scholar Pylus said, in Dr. Wargrave's works, there are many mentions of the faceless poisoning methods. The spices added with the blood of the stone lizard are particularly impressive. When those spices are smeared on meat and roasted, it will emit an extremely tempting fragrance that no one can resist. Well, because of the otherworldly great writer, the whole world knew the methods of the faceless. They were all real, and the faceless really liked to use poison. The first target that Arya killed was poison. She smeared the poison on a silver coin and put the coin in the hands of the moneylender, who liked to bite the money with his mouth. In the kindly man's room, Arya learned how to make hundreds of poisons. It seems that it really is faceless. Didn't the letter say so? The old crab waved the letter in his hand. Old Wade attended the banquet and immediately invited everyone to toast Casterly Rock. Everyone at the banquet raised their glasses and gave a toast, and they all drank the wine in their glasses. However, when he collected the corpses, only Old Wade was nowhere to be seen. When we checked the kitchen afterwards, we found what we suspected to be Wade Frey's bones in the pot of meat soup. Holy Mother of Mercy, those who attended the banquet all drank Wade's soup. The black girl Larissa, who was standing on the first stone step below the throne, said in horror, "Hiss, so ruthless!" Everyone gasped. King's Landing has brown soup every day. What's the big deal? The old crab shook his head disapprovingly. That's not the point. The point is that Old Wade is clearly dead, but he appeared at the banquet and invited everyone to toast. This is faceless. Yes, it was most likely done by faceless. Marvin and the others nodded in agreement. Does Casterly Rock not have faceless hounds? Bronn asked curiously. That might not be the case. Not everyone is wary of faceless. Some nobles haven't dealt with faceless for hundreds of years. Marvin hesitated. Then he said, "The point is who hired faceless. How much gold royals should be paid for killing so many people?" Bronn stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "I heard that Winterfell recently made a fortune by selling grain. Not only did they write off the loan from the Iron Treasury, but they also made millions of gold royals. Stark has the ability to hire faceless, and only they have such a deep grudge against Wade Fry. In fact, there was no need for them to speculate. When Dany received the news of the massacre in Casterly Rock, she had already guessed the identity of the culprit, his methods, and his motive. Who else could it be other than Arya? However, even Dany found it hard to calm down at this moment. Too ruthless. While marveling at Arya's ruthlessness, Dany couldn't help but envy her. She envied Arya's freedom. She could do whatever she wanted, as long as her thoughts were clear. She was now the queen, the empress, the seven gods, and the savior of the world. Her many identities emphasized one persona, a kind, just and kind person. Without a doubt, this was political correctness, but also a great restraint. When Wade Frere had refused to follow her instructions and commit suicide to atone for his sins, Dany had also wanted to ride her dragon and fly to Riverrun City, bathe the city in her dragon flames, and then stand on top of the city walls, with the smoke rising into the sky and the wailing of the undead as the background. She would throw her head back and laugh maniacally. Fine, even if she were to indulge herself. This style was still too much for Dany. "Your Majesty?" Old Crab called softly. "What's the matter?" Dany was awakened from her thoughts. "What should we do about Casterly Rock?" Old Crab asked. "What does it have to do with us? This is Lannister's family matter, and the letter was written to Tyrion. Let him handle it." Dany said casually, "Tyrion is not on Dragonstone Island." "Where did he go?" "Taz Island or Sun Halberd City." Dany asked. "Prince Zeon received a letter from the church. He went to the cathedral 2 nights ago to pick up Duke Tywin's coffin. He hasn't returned yet." Scholar Pylus said, "King's Landing is at war. Could he be trapped in King's Landing?" Bronn asked curiously. Old Crab shook his head. "Our people have been monitoring the situation at King's Landing. There are only street battles in the city and no dragon battles. Tyrion is riding a pterosaur. No matter which side attacks him, he won't stay still." At this point, the old Earl couldn't help but look worried. He looked at the Queen and asked, "Your Majesty, the battle at King's Landing is more tragic than expected. It's not a battle between high-level supernatural forces like we thought, but a battle between ordinary soldiers. The fall of King's Landing's gates was just the beginning. Yuluen deliberately gave up on the city walls with fixed targets for kerosene bombs and distributed his forces in the streets. The Iron Throne's army and Stannis' men are fighting over every street, every alley, and every building. The soldiers are in a mess, and there are also civilians mixed in. The 2-headed demon dragon and pterosaur can't interfere. In terms of total forces, Stannis is inferior to Yuluen. I'm afraid this battle won't be over for a few days. I know the situation at King's Landing." Dany said calmly, "What I mean is, do you want to interfere? If we lose too many soldiers, what will happen to King's Landing when the other ghosts arrive?" Old Crab asked worriedly, "Who do you want me to help?" Dany asked. "No one. King's Landing belongs to you," Old Crab said excitedly. Dany face-bombed and said helplessly, "I thought you pitted the people of King's Landing in the chaos of war, but it seems that you don't think they're suffering enough. It's better to get it over with enough." Dany raised her hand to stop him and said seriously, "I'll say it again. The biggest enemy in the Long Night is the Frost God. If we can't deal with the Frost God, the 100 cities of King's Landing are no different from sand castles on the beach. The waves will come and take everything away. The Frost God is a true god. Even Lalo was beaten like a dog by him, and I'm just a mortal. It's already very difficult for a mortal to deal with a true god. I can't waste my energy and time on a useless iron chair. To be more direct, unless the Frost God descends, I won't leave Dragonstone Island. No matter what happens in the 7 kingdoms, no matter which city the other ghosts invade, don't disturb me. That's the business of the Dawn Warriors and the Ghost Resistance Committee. Mortal matters are mortal matters. I'm only responsible for the Frost God. If the nobles of the 7 kingdoms ask, tell them the same. Do you understand?" "Understood." That night, Dragon Queen slapped herself in the face and left Dragonstone Island in a hurry, because Casterly Rock City had fallen. Helen Castle was another proof that the Song of Ice and Fire world had a bug-level architecture. It was made up of 5 huge towers that were more than 100 meters tall. The towers were connected by suspended stone bridges. Standing at the top of the towers and looking at the catapults outside the city, they were about the size of insects. The castle was 3 times the size of Winterfell. The Divine Forest alone was 20 acres. Helen Castle's kitchen was as big as Winterfell's main hall. The main hall of Helen Castle was called the 100 Furnace Hall, which meant that there were 100 fireplaces in the hall. Of course, the 100 Furnace Hall was bragging. The real number of fireplaces was only 1/3 of the total, 35. Just 35 fireplaces was enough to imagine how grand the hall of Helen Castle was. In fact, the biggest castle in the 7 kingdoms was Helen Castle. Helen Castle was not only big, but its walls were also thick and tall. Its gate was the same size as Stark's main castle. Standing outside the gate and looking up at the inner city, one could only see the top of the 5 towers. The walls were too tall and blocked the view of the observers. Because of this, even though Helen Castle was badly damaged, it was still chosen by Dragon Queen to be the garrison of the Dawn Warriors after the Battle of Winterfell. The city was sturdy, and it was the closest and most convenient way to reinforce Hygien. We should immediately reinforce Casterly Rock City. Helen Castle's acting castellan, Sir Beaufort Hayes, said. Shadow Binder Tam shook his head and said, I've already sent a message to Dragon Queen. She's on the way and asked us to stay put. Later, she'll bring us to Casterly Rock. Yes, not only did the Dragon Queen leave hundreds of sets of tile steel armor here, even the leader of the Royal Mage Corps was stationed here. Why don't we leave first and let the Queen come later? Sir Beaufort said. Helen Castle received a messenger crow from Casterly Rock City. Sir, do you understand what this means? White Knight Garth said with a gloomy face. It means that Casterly Rock City is in danger and urgently needs our help, Sir Beaufort said anxiously. No, it means that it doesn't matter if we go or not. Garth sighed and shook his head. It's more than 1,000 kilometers from Casterly Rock City to Helen Castle. When we received the messenger crow, it had already been 2 days since the attack. More importantly, this time it wasn't just a normal attack. There was a mass poisoning in Casterly Rock City, and the death toll was more than 1,000 people. In an instant, they all turned into ghouls and exploded from the inside. The Queen is here! Tam suddenly pointed at the dim light and shouted. So fast? It hasn't even been an hour. Under everyone's stunned gaze, a red light suddenly appeared and expanded into a light red mirror with a diameter of 40 meters. Whoosh! A black shadow came out of the mirror. Hiss! The black dragon roared, its wings flapping at high speed, stirring up the dark clouds in the sky. Ah! Beaufort and the knights on the city gate screamed in horror. It was the Dragon Queen who jumped and fell towards them at high speed. It's over. The Dragon Queen fell off the Megalosaurus. Someone howled, but after a while they suddenly realized a problem. The Dragon Queen's speed of descent was not increasing, but slowing down. It wasn't an illusion. When she was 30 meters above the city wall, she was already like a willow leaf, floating and flying horizontally. 7 gods, this Dragon Queen can fly. Sir Beaufort said in disbelief, Alela. The Dragon Queen took off her helmet and looked around. Just as she was about to say something, Sir Beaufort lost his composure and screamed. Dany frowned and looked over. She saw the lanky old knight with tears in his eyes, full of reminiscence and love, looking at her. What's going on? Chapter 888. After Littlefinger became the Duke of Hellenberg, he didn't move to his fief. Instead, he went to the valley and became the young duke's stepfather. That was why the Iron Throne, Tywin, appointed the newly surrendered Sir Beaufort as the acting mayor of Hellenberg. After that, Dany didn't change Beaufort's position because he didn't belong to any faction. He was a very devout knight of the Holy See. Before Big Sparrow took over, the church didn't have any armed forces. Maegor abolished them. At that time, the noble knights couldn't even join the warriors' sons like Randall Tarley. So, Beaufort formed a non-profit mercenary group of the church, the 100 Crusaders. It was made up of 100 devout noble knights. Before the War of the Four Kings, the 100-man Holy Legion had been roaming around the 7 kingdoms, escorting pious travelers between the holy churches and eliminating bandits and robbers when they encountered them. Later, when Joffrey's identity as a bastard was exposed, the 100 Crusaders joined Erlu's side and participated in the Battle of Blackwater River with Erlu. After they were captured by Tywin, they came to Hellenberg to protect the people. They were a group of pitiful knights who were both devout and lost. Of course, that was before. Now, the Holy Mother had descended, miracles were happening, and the Pope ruled the world. They were officially part of the Holy See. In terms of devoutness, there were only 87 people left in the 100 Crusaders, and all of them were priests. Wasn't that scary? Other than being the leader of the 100 Crusaders, Beaufort also had another powerful identity. He was Dany's mother, Layla's ex-boyfriend. Before Layla and Aerys got married, they both had their own lovers, Aerys with Joanna and Layla with Beaufort. But Beaufort was only a productive knight, and Joanna was a branch of Lannister's family. They weren't good enough for the princess and the prince. Of course, the biggest obstacle was a prophecy from the ghost of Noble Heart. The savior would be born from Layla and Aerys's offspring. Beaufort once wore the token that Princess Layla gave him to participate in the tournament. He killed everyone in the tournament. Like Big Bear, who later wore Lyneth's token, he defeated all his opponents and put the crown of love and beauty on Layla's head. Then, the next year, Layla married the Mad King. Feeling dejected, Bolivar turned to the embrace of the 7 gods and formed a 100-man holy war. Dany didn't know about these things. When she was preparing to make Hellenberg the Dawn Knight's base, she considered changing the Lord. Old Barr dissuaded her and told her a secret that everyone knew. Sir Beaufort is perfectly trustworthy. He would never betray you, said Barton in a very mixed tone. Now that Dany had seen the old knight herself, she was sick of him. If she had known he was like this, she would have sent him away, no matter how loyal he was. You know my mother, Sir Beaufort. The Dragon Queen's expression became serious, and an inexplicable majesty and pressure naturally emanated from her body. The tall and thin old knight was awakened from his beautiful dream. He bowed in embarrassment and apologized. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I was rude. TSS. TSSS/S. Kane Sesta, aren't you going to rescue Casterly Rock? White Knight Garth broke the awkwardness and asked anxiously. The Western region has fallen. There's no point in being anxious. Pick 50 Dawn Knights and follow me to Casterly Rock to see if there are any survivors. I came down to warn you that the rest of the Dawn Knights should be on high alert and be ready to support Hudgin Castle at any time. Dany sighed. Beaufort came back to his senses and asked in a trembling voice, What do you mean? Casterly Rock, Port Lannister, and a few castles nearby. More than one. 5 million people in the Western region are all dead. The Western region is finished. Dany said with a gloomy face. How is that possible? Several people almost fell to the ground in fright. 'Tis the truth. Casterly Rock fell less than 2 hours after the messenger crow was sent. Another hour later, Port Lannister fell and more than 500,000 people died. Then the ghouls scattered into many teams and raided all the castles and villages within 300 kilometers in the next 2 days. So far, more than 10 earls' castles have been breached and their families wiped out. The Western region is finished. Dany also flew out of Dragonstone Island on Blackie. After a cool breeze, she realized, Casterly Rock has fallen. Can't I just go to heaven and see if it's true? She was also stupid before. Now, even Waldfred's family was in heaven. If she wanted to know the secret, she could ask the person directly. Then, she used the portal to speed up and turned into the Virgin Mary to check the heaven in her mind. She didn't know if she didn't look, but when she did, she was shocked. The ordinary spirit was now crystal clear, exuding a huge and mysterious aura. Its volume had expanded by millions of times, like a golden planet. How to put it? A spirit had no volume to speak of. Dany thought it was big because it was measured by its energy. In the space of faith, the higher the power level and the stronger the energy, the larger the size of the spirit. This was also the reason why no believers ever doubted the authenticity of the Holy Mother, because when they met in the faith space, the Dragon Queen's size was countless times larger than the mortal believers, and the naked pressure of a superior energy level. No one would think that it was fake. Now, the heaven of thought was 8 million times stronger than before, and Danny's entire soul could be divided into 10,000 spirits. This meant that the heaven of thought contained 800 times more soul power than Danny's body. The reason why it was so strong was that the quantitative change caused a qualitative change. The heaven of thought had nearly 2 million souls. There were about 150,000 in the northern region, the castles and villages that fell after the Battle of Winterfell, 300,000 in Hajin, Valley, Royal Territory, River Bend, Dorne, and King's Landing. Then, in 3 days, more than 5 million people from the western region suddenly appeared. Right? There were also more than 30,000 people from Urso and more than 200 people from Slave Bay. Obviously, not all of them died at the hands of the deviant ghosts. It was now a long night, cold and lacking in food. More than 20,000 people starved or froze to death every day. More than 1 million souls gave the thought paradise a sense of reality that belonged to a physical substance. Through the heaven of thought, Danny learned many things. For example, because she was unwilling to give out atonement scrolls to Rapid Flow City, Old Wade and the others bought red light, ordinary atonement scrolls from the nearby castles. For example, Old Wade was indeed killed by Arya. Before he died, he even ate the meat stew that Arya made from his youngest son. After he finished the meat stew, she took off the servant's mask and told Old Wade everything she was doing and what she would do in the future. You're a greedy old fool. If you agree with the Dragon Queen's judgment, when she announces that Stark and Fry are even in the name of the 7 gods, I won't dare to touch the Fry family. Arya leaned against Old Wade's wheelchair and laughed as she said in his ear, "Do you know? Before the Battle of Winterfell, I was on my way to Rapid Flow City. After the Battle of Winterfell, I was about to continue my unfinished revenge when the Dragon Queen meddled and made a judgment. Sigh, you don't know how depressed I was. That woman is too saintly. What kind of revenge is it if you don't kill your entire family? Of course, I'm grateful for her saintly treatment of Jon, Bran, Sansa, and Stark. After all, my father also destroyed her father's dynasty. Speaking of which, my family owes a debt to the Targaryens because my Aunt Lyanna was a promiscuous slut. She wasn't abducted by Legger at all. Those 2 bastards eloped. Fortunately, the Saintess protected us, and you rejected her judgment. Then I excitedly rode Nymeria, Arya's direwolf, here. Hee, I can't give you a chance to regret. Mercy. Old Wade's eyes were full of pleading and regret. Na mercy. She slit his neck. For example, from the temporary castellan of Casterly Rock City, West Lannister, Danny learned about the specific process of the fall of Casterly Rock City. The corpses piled up in the Hall of Heroes, Casterly Rock City's burial chamber, waiting for Tyrion to return and dispose of, suddenly came to life in the middle of the night. Taking advantage of the night and the memories of the living in their minds, the ghouls raided the city wall guard camp. Every time a person died in Casterly Rock City, the ghoul army gained a fierce general, cleaning up the Hall of Heroes from the bottom layer to the top layer. Without the help of the ghouls and deviants outside the city, Casterly Rock City fell into the hands of its own people. After receiving information about Casterly Rock City from the Paradise of Thought, Danny immediately contacted Bran in Winterfell and asked him to find the whereabouts of the ghoul army. She had to stop the millions of ghouls from leaving the western region and wreaking havoc elsewhere. Chapter 889. While the Dragon Queen was rushing to Casterly Rock, Tyrion had finally broken through the last tunnel under the Red Keep. Above us is the Black Dungeon and the cellar. There are 4 levels to the dungeon, and Balerian's skull is in the cellar, Tyrion said weakly as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. After learning about the massacre in Casterly Rock, he was anxious to return home and wished he could teleport to Casterly Rock. But Cersei was right in front of him, and he could not give up halfway. He had to work hard, overdrawing his mental strength and mana to order the dragon worms to scout the way. Compared to the estimated time, they were at least 7 or 8 hours earlier. "Are you okay? Can you come with me?" Jamie forced himself to stay alert despite his exhaustion. His condition was not much better than the dwarf's. Although he did not have to work through the night, what happened in Casterly Rock and the ongoing war with the King's Landing made him so anxious that he could not sleep. "Don't worry. Let's rest for 2 hours and recover our mental strength to deal with the upcoming battle." Tyrion grabbed Jamie's arm and forced him to sit on the ground. "Varys." Tyrion shouted towards the entrance of the cave. The fat eunuch went ahead to scout the way. After a while, the sound of riding boots running on the stone floor came closer, and the fat eunuch's panting gradually became clearer. 7 levels of hell. Yuluan has gone mad. Varys's terrified yell reached him before he even came down the stairs. Yuluan are crazy. He filled the cellar with wildfire jars. Hundreds of tons. The eunuch exploded. Yuluan are going to bomb the Red Keep? Tyrion and Jamie suddenly stood up and shouted. The fat eunuch trembled as he said, "I have always wondered why Stannis' army was not attacked by wildfire bombs. I even wondered if Yuluan were thinking about the big picture and left the wildfire bombs to deal with the other ghosts. It turns out that after the madman confirmed that he had no confidence in defending the King's Landing, he wanted to blow up the Red Castle and perish together with Stannis." At the end of his speech, the fear on his face disappeared. His tone became slower, and a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. As long as Stannis entered the Red Keep and ignited the wildfire bomb, even the King of Light would not be able to save him. It seemed worth a try. "We have to save Cersei before the Red Keep is blown up," Jamie said anxiously. "No, I can't let Yuluan blow up the Red Castle." The dwarf waved his hand repeatedly and said with a serious expression, "If the Red Fort is blown up, not only will we lose a large number of wildfires, a huge gap will also appear in the walls of the King's Landing. Moreover, in the Dragon Queen strategy, even if the King's Landing falls, the Red Fortress and the great Cathedral of Baelor will act as a nail, firmly nailing the deviant ghost's passage to the south. You'll understand once you go up and take a look. There are too many of them. We can't carry them all," Varys said helplessly. "Inform Dragonstone Island. Messenger crows are too slow. Send a letter to the church and let them use glass candles to contact the Dragon Queen," Tyrion said. Varys hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "That works too." He then turned to Jamie and asked, "What about you guys? With the Dragon Queen's intervention, it seems that we don't have to take the risk anymore. I think it's useless to call the Dragon Queen. Yuluan is about to blow up the Red Keep. Why should we care about her? It's better to save Cersei first." "Anyway, I have to go up," Jamie said with a firm tone. Tyrion thought for a moment and said, "Varys, wait for a moment. We'll go up and scout the way first." The wide tunnel was paved with stone slabs, which clattered loudly as they walked. On both sides of the dark tunnel, there were stone steps that were 1 meter high. On the steps were the skulls of the megalosaurus that were born after the Targaryen family took over the 7 kingdoms. They were like shrines, worshipping the glory of the Targaryen family. At this moment, where the yellow light of the lantern shone, there were no longer black skulls that swallowed the light. Instead, there were rows of neatly stacked green glass bottles. As they walked, Tyrion felt as if he was in the mouth of a dragon, Crescent Moon Tensei. "The King's Landing should have more than this amount of wildfire," Tyrion said doubtfully as they reached the end of the cellar. "You think it's too little?" "This amount of wildfire is enough to make the Red Keep fly," Varys shouted. "It's not a matter of whether it's too little or too much. We have to find the location of the remaining wildfire," Tyrion said. "Before the Battle of Winterfell, the Dragon Queen asked Randolph Talathos for 100 tons, Jamie said. "That still doesn't seem right." The two of them left the cellar as they spoke. The Red Keep had 2 levels. The inner level was for the royal family. There were the Empress Dowager's Tower, the Meg Tower for the King and Queen, the Chu Lady's residence, and the White Sword Tower. The outer level was for the council ministers, such as the Grand Scholar's Crow's Nest, the Hand of the King's Hand's Prime Minister's Tower, which had been burned by Circe, and the judge's room on the 4th level of the dungeon. Between the inner and outer levels was a city wall and a moat that had dried up all year round. Rusty iron spears were stuck on the battlements, specially used to pierce the heads of traitors. For example, the heads of Ide and the people of Winterfell were hung on the tips of the iron spears on the inner walls. The classic scene of Joffrey forcing Sansa to see her father's head happened there. The problem now was that Meg, who had built the tunnel, was not stupid. The secret tunnel could only lead to the outer level of the Red Keep, such as the Prime Minister's Tower and the Crow's Nest. The inner city of the royal family, such as the Meg Tower and the Empress Dowager's Tower, could not be reached directly. In the original novel, Tywin died in the Prime Minister's Tower in the outer level. If Varys wanted to kill Kevin, he had to lure him out of the inner city of the royal family and kill him in Grand Scholar Pycelle's Crow's Nest. Now, Tyrion and Jaime had to cross the city wall. Fortunately, most of the soldiers were fighting outside the city, so the Red Keep was not heavily guarded. As expected, it was lax. Besides the bronze gate at the front of the city wall, there were few small side doors around it. At this time, Jaime was glad that he had called the dwarf along. No matter what kind of door it was, whether it had a lock or a bolt, it was defeated by the dwarf's 2 nimble fingers. Along the way, they killed 7 or 8 guards and finally stepped onto the stone steps of the Empress Dowager's Tower. "Circe, Circe!" Jaime shouted anxiously as he ran up. At the entrance of the Empress Dowager's Tower, he and Tyrion had killed 2 Tywin, but they did not find the church's knights. When they reached the outer room of the Empress Dowager's bedroom, even the nuns were nowhere to be seen. Jaime became more and more anxious. He pushed the thick oak door with all his might, but it did not budge. He could only open the small window above. Immediately, a faint stench of blood rushed to his nose. "Jean, moo?" After a series of shouting and banging on the door, a weak and hoarse voice, like a female ghost, came from the room. "Circe, it's me. I'm Jaime. I'm here to save you. How are you?" Jaime began to use his knees to push against the wooden door and used his steel sword to hack at the door lock. "Jaime, what are you doing? Why are you so loud?" Tyrion, who was standing guard downstairs, exclaimed. "No." The door lock was hacked open and the oak door opened. Carrying an oil lamp, he stepped into the dark, cold, and bloody bedroom. Jaime broke down and wailed. It was as if Sister Xianglin had seen a Mao with a hole in his stomach and all his organs eaten. 7 levels of hell. The dwarf, who had heard the commotion, only took one look before he retreated, cursing. "Come back and treat her." Jaime stopped him. Tyrion had no choice but to walk over. He tried his best not to look at the bloody face that had been stabbed thousands of times and the wet and bloody crotch. He only put his hands on her bruised chest where her head had been bitten off. A white light flashed, bringing warmth and vitality to her. Sob, sob, sob. Is the Lannister of Casterly Rock City wiped out? Cersei's toothless mouth let out a mournful cry. Hearing this unexpected sentence, Jaime and Tyrion were stunned. "How did you know?" Tyrion asked. "Sob, sob, sob. Yuluen said that Casterly Rock City was destroyed, that I was useless. Sob, sob, sob. He couldn't do it himself, so he let Tywin take turns to XX me. Last night, many of them died. He said that he would use the queen to reward the warriors and boost their morale. Sob, sob, sob. Bastard. I'm going to kill him." Jaime's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He clenched his fist so hard that they broke his skin. Blood and dull pain seeped out, but he did not feel it. His anger and frustration were about to burst out of his chest. Tyrion asked with a gloomy face, "What about the Reverend Mother and the Paladin?" The Paladin was chopped up and fed to the dogs. Tywin also raped Sister Maul. They killed her in front of the statue of the Madonna. Her body was thrown into the sea by a catapult, saying that it was a gift to Inami. Circe's throat moved as she spoke, and a yellowish-white substance with traces of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. "You Lewin have gone mad," Jamie said in disbelief. Circe opened her bloodshot eyes and struggled to look at the man beside her. Tears began to well up in her eyes again when she saw the man beside her. Yuluen hated Matthew for crippling his magic. He wanted to blow up the Red Keep and sacrifice the King's Landing. He said that after this, he would return to his hometown with glory and wealth. He said that he wanted to sit on the Iron Islands and wait for the chance to rise again. "Don't worry. We have found the wildfire in the cellar of the Red Keep. We won't let Yuluen succeed." Jamie held her face and comforted her gently. "No, no, no. Don't look at me. Please don't look at me." Her tears washed away the blood in her eyes, and her vision became clear. Circe saw her lover, who was still as handsome as he was in her dreams. At the same time, she also saw her own condition. She broke down. Tears poured out of her eyes, and she pulled the straw quilt to cover her dirty body. But she had been tortured too much last night, and she had no strength left. She could only cry like a kitten. Tyrion's eyes were sore, and 2 tears fell. He quickly pressed the lion head button on his shoulder and covered her with the brocade cloak embroidered with a red dragon and a golden lion. She clenched the cloak tightly and pulled it up, trying to cover herself. But she wanted to see the man crying like a child. So she slowly pulled it down again, leaving only a slit outside. "Mother of God, why did you arrange such a fate for us? Why?" Jamie held Circe and cried. Tyrion was very sad, and there were still tears on his face. But when he heard Jamie's cry, he could not help but smile. Mother of God only left a Bible to teach people what to do, how to do, and what the end result is. She doesn't care. Don't doubt it. She said this to me herself. She told me not to complain about fate. Fate has nothing to do with her. Jamie ignored him, and Circe only stared at Jamie. "Jamie, you are so cruel. You left King's Landing after our fight. It's been more than 2 years, and you didn't even send me a letter. When I got married, you didn't even come to see me. You bastard. I was captured. I wanted to come back, but I couldn't." James cried. "I'm sorry. Who caught you?" I swore not to tell." Jamie's face was full of pain. "You still want to lie to me? Are you hiding somewhere and giving birth to a child with that ugly Brittany?" Circe cried. Jamie. Chapter 890. Tyrion broke the awkwardness and said, "It was Madame Stoneheart, Sansa, and Robb's mother. She died and was revived by Red Monk Soros. When she let Jamie go, she forced him to swear an oath to release Sansa and Arya. Jamie broke the oath, and then she caught him in the river and forced him to after a pause." Tyrion shook his head and continued, "I don't know what Jamie did. Jamie didn't break the oath and tell me this information. I came up with it with my clever brain." "You are Tyrion?" Circe turned to the handsome young man in front of her and asked in surprise, "You just realized?" The dwarf was a little unhappy. Even if his face changed, what about his voice? Jamie had told her his name before. "You're here to kill me?" Circe asked in a trembling voice. The dwarf raised his hand with a wooden face so that the Whore Sister could see the holy healing on his hand. "He's here to save you," Jamie said gently. "Why didn't you save me earlier? If you had saved me a day or 2 earlier, I wouldn't have ended up like this." "Boo-hoo!" Circe cried resentfully. The dwarf's brocade cloak covered her body and seemed to hide her shame and cowardice, giving her the courage to hold her head high. Jamie wanted to explain, but he lowered his head in the end. "I'm sorry." "That's enough." Tyrion shouted and scolded. "Didn't you bring this upon yourself?" After the Battle of Winterfell, Jamie didn't even return to Casterly Rock. Instead, he came to King's Landing to dig a hole and worked for more than a month like a gray mouse. You, on the other hand, are willing to give up your life for an iron chair. Didn't Matthew want to take you away last time? Did you leave? Even if Jamie came a day earlier, would you have left with him if he took you away? Cersei glared at the dwarf and shouted, Why should we leave? If we kill you, Luwin, the Iron Throne will be ours. Aren't you proficient in assassination with a crossbow? Go and shoot Luwin to death, just like how you shot your father's penis. Sneak into Luwin's bedroom and shoot him to death on the toilet bowl when he goes to the toilet. Before Tyrion could say anything, Jaime suddenly asked, Did you kill Uncle Kevin? What? Cersei was stunned for a moment before she shook her head in denial. No, it wasn't me. It was Tyrion. No, it was you, Luwin. Yes, it was you, Luwin. The dwarf was speechless. How did you become like this? Jaime seemed to have been hit twice and was in extreme pain. You despise me? Cersei was surprised. She clearly didn't mean it that way. But Jaime's words instantly reminded her of her current situation. Feeling the numbing pain all over her body, Cersei lost her courage. Weakness and humiliation overwhelmed her once more. She pulled her cloak up to cover her face and sobbed. Damn it, what are we doing? The dwarf suddenly woke up. Hurry up and take her away. We killed someone outside. Soon the guards will... Dang, dang, dang. Before he could finish, the sound of a gong came from outside the tower. There were also warriors shouting. Enemies have infiltrated the Red Keep. Enemies have infiltrated the Red Keep. We can't let them take the gate. Otherwise, we'll be trapped. The dwarf pulled up his helmet, unbuckled the axe on his back, and ran out. Hurry up, I'll open a path. Jaime nodded and bent down to carry Cersei. Let's get out of here. Cersei pushed him away. There was no expression on her bloodied face, but her blue eyes were filled with despair and determination. Go. I'll only be a burden. Don't be silly. I'm here to save you, Jaime said anxiously. No, you're here to save the noble and elegant eldest daughter of Duke Tywin, the beautiful and pure Queen Cersei, not a monstrous old woman like me. Cersei shook her head in pain. Don't be silly. You've never been pure. You're just a slut who talks nonsense with your brothers, even after marriage. Your current appearance perfectly complements your ugly heart, but I still love you, because I'm also a monster and old man. Jaime hugged her and said passionately, You're an angel, Jaime. Cersei caressed his face, her eyes glazed over. If only we were the son and daughter of the Mad King. Even the 7 gods wouldn't be able to stop us. I'll be your wife and you'll be my husband. We'll receive the blessings of the nobles and people of the 7 kingdoms and sit side by side on the Iron Throne. Sigh, can you not mention the Iron Throne? Jaime wailed. The good atmosphere was completely ruined. Cersei suddenly became very happy. You and I have been circling around the Iron Throne for our entire lives. You're protecting the person on the throne. But I want to be the one sitting on it and giving orders. The best situation would be me sitting on it and you protecting me. Unfortunately, perhaps when we're both dead, the Iron Throne should be carved on our tombstones. Let's leave this place first. When you've recovered, you can ask a stonemason to design 2 tombstones for the Iron Throne, Jaime said sadly. What joy is there in life? What pain is there in death? My injuries are too severe. I can't be saved. Even if Mother Mary is merciful and St. Matthew is willing to save me, I don't want to live. I'm in too much pain right now. Death is only a release. Cersei smiled bitterly. No, you can't. Fuck. What are you 2 waiting for? Come down. The dwarf shouted hysterically from downstairs. Jaime took a deep breath and begged, Cersei, you can't die. What will happen to me if you die? Listen to me, Jaime. Cersei's eyes were filled with pain. I wish you, Luwin, had tortured me to death last night. Just like Sister Morley, you threw me into the sea to feed the fish. That way, your memory of me would forever be fixed at the moment before we parted. At that moment, I was the dazzling Queen Cersei. Well, the reason she was not tortured to death was not because Luwin wanted to save her life. After losing the church, Randall Tarry, and Casterly Rock, Yuluan would not hesitate to kill her. Circe had a seal of redemption that Mother Mary kindly gave her. Every time she prayed to the Mother Mary, she would be rewarded with a weak healing spell. She could only heal herself and not others. Last night, she had been tormented. In her despair, she had prayed to the Holy Mother and managed to survive. Jamie, I beg you, let me go to the Mother Mary with my last dignity. So what if you take me away? Let the whole world know that I became a camp chicken, used by Yuluin to inspire the fighting spirit of the soldiers, and trampled on by hundreds of barbaric and filthy Taimen? Circe begged. The dwarf, who was climbing up the stairs, heard this, and the anger on his face disappeared. He quietly retreated. He stood guard at the door and did not call out any more. But I don't want you to die. I want to save you, Jamie said in despair. If you love me, then kill me with your own hands. To be able to see you before I die is the greatest misfortune and also the greatest fortune. Come and kill me. It's me who killed Uncle Kevin. I used my queen's blood to cast a curse on Yuluin. I also had an affair with Cousin Lancel and Brother Kate Black. Jamie, kill me, I beg you, it's too painful for me to live. You're missing an arm. If you hold me, you won't be able to hold your sword. Without your sword, how can you escape the Red Keep? Circe thought, but she did not say it out loud. She only humiliated herself. At first, she was screaming herself hoarse, but in the end, her face was covered in tears, and her voice was full of pain and pleading. Jamie's heart and body were trembling. As if possessed, he reached out with his trembling left hand and held her slender neck that was covered in hickeys and bruises. Wait, she called out just as he was about to use more force. Remember to avenge me. Yes, I swear I will kill you, Yuluin. Jamie cried. No, I want to blow up the Red Keep, Circe said with a twisted face. What? Jamie was stunned. Circe said, I want all Taimen to die with me. Actually, I had people build the wildfire under the Red Keep. I was going to blow up that little bitch Sansa, but the fake crown prince was useless. He was defeated by Stannis before he even reached the King's Landing. Later, I thought that without Aegon, Dany Rise might come down personally. So I didn't move the wildfire. Sigh, now it finally comes in handy, ugh. Jamie could not listen anymore. He closed his eyes and turned his head. His left hand was as hard as steel as he tightened it. Thump, thump. Circe's eyes rolled back as she struggled violently. Even the bed was shaking. Wait, the dwarf suddenly rushed over and grabbed Jamie's hand. Cough, cough, cough. Circe caught her breath and coughed violently. What are you doing? Jamie roared. He was already feeling bad, and it was not easy for him to make up his mind. Now that he was interrupted by the dwarf, his anger rose. Ah, atonement scrolls. The dwarf took out a large, 7-pointed red pouch from his pocket. Oh, right, you have to wear atonement scrolls. Jamie was scared. Cold, sweat broke out on his back. With Circe's sins, even the 7 levels of hell would not be enough for her if he did not have atonement scrolls. Seeing the dwarf stringing the little sunny pouches one after another on a string, James asked in bewilderment, One is enough. What are you doing? Tyrion shook his head. Not enough. When Circe killed Uncle Kevin, she made a deal with the evil god. Anyone who borrows the power of the evil god will be branded by the evil god. When she dies, the evil god will come and take her soul. The essence of the atonement scrolls is Mok's divine power. The more divine power there is, the stronger the effect. He heard this secret from the fire wizard Pogba. At that time, he was negotiating with Davos on Tidehead Island. He met his former underling and saw a string of pouches around his neck. He thought that he was selling atonement scrolls, so he tried to persuade him. In the end, Pogba mysteriously told him a big secret. One of Volantis' duel masters, the old fire wizard, had once sacrificed to Lalo. After his death, he was immediately captured by the shadow demon Lalo. Luckily, the Dragon Queen helped him escape The Dragon Queen had asked him about the old fire wizard's legacy and his family. All right. After hanging the string on Cersei's wrist, the dwarf quickly retreated. Cersei slapped away Jaime's left hand and complained, "I'm not done yet." "I know. Blow up the Red Castle." Jaime nodded helplessly. Cersei then smiled in satisfaction and raised her neck for him to strangle. But when Jaime put his hand on her neck, her pupils contracted and she struggled. "What's wrong?" Jaime let go and asked. "I suddenly remembered something. You are also my Valonqar. So I misunderstood Tyrion. The toad, which prophesied that the person who killed me was you, not him," Cersei said in horror. Chapter 891. What if we don't die? Jaime did not understand Cersei's prophecy. "No, I want to go to heaven. Jaime, help me." Cersei begged, clutching the scroll tightly. Jaime put his hand on it again, and Cersei struggled again. Jaime looked at her helplessly. "I think it's better to tell you about the prophecy," Cersei said. "What are you doing?" "Soldiers are coming this way." The dwarf wailed downstairs. Cersei spoke faster. "Do you still remember the Toad Witch? She had prophesied that my brother would seize me by the pale throat and take my life. I thought it was Tyrion and wanted to kill him. Now I know it was you." "I didn't want to," Jaime said in pain. I know, my dear. I'm sorry, but this is fate. My life has been going according to the witch's prophecy. Before I die, I want to try one last time to change my fate. Don't grab my neck. Stab me to death." She gritted her teeth. Jaime stood up, drew widow's hewl from his belt, turned his back sadly, and waved it gently at Cersei's neck. Chi-chi! Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the golden thread lion's cloak red. Arg! Cersei hissed in pain. James turned his head back, only to find that his hand had trembled and he had chopped at the wrong spot. Seeing that Cersei was in so much pain, he let go of the sword hilt and rushed to her side. He grabbed her slender neck and twisted it, ending her pain once and for all. But when he moved his trembling hand away and looked at Cersei's body, he was shocked to see that her eyes were wide open, and she looked like she had died with a grievance. Only then did he remember that Cersei had asked him to help her change her fate. "Fuck! What are you doing?" The dwarf ran up the stairs again. His silver armor was stained with blood, and the axe in his hand was also stained red. Thud! 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 "Don't let him run away, dwarf." The sound of soldiers running and shouting could be heard from the staircase below. Looking at his sister's eyes that were wide open in death, the dwarf spat, "You've killed her!" "Tessa!" He pulled Jaime back and shouted at the window. Boom! The next moment, wood shavings flew everywhere, bricks toppled over, and a small part of the wall collapsed. A huge beak reached in. "SSSS!" Tessa opened her mouth and screamed. A gust of wind blew in the room. Now, Tyrion grabbed Cersei's body, flung it forward, and jumped into Tessa's mouth. Well, Tessa could swallow a horse alive, and her mouth could easily hold 3 living people. "Jaime!" The dwarf turned around and cried out anxiously. Jaime was stunned for a moment. When he turned around and saw the red fort guards rushing up, he didn't dare delay any longer and jumped in as well. Boom! Tessa kicked hard, and her huge body flew out of the Empress Dowager Pagoda upside down. Swoosh! Swoosh! Dragon-slaying crossbows were nailed to her wings, back, and abdomen. Even her neck was pierced by 4 to 5 sharp arrows. Awoo! Leaving behind a pool of fresh blood, Tessa howled as she disappeared into the dark Blackwater Bay. Back then, Jon had sent 2,000 Winterfell cavalrymen to follow Erlu to the south to fight the Iron Throne. After the Battle of Winterfell, 1,000 cavalrymen remained in the valley to form the 3rd defense line. The other 1,000 cavalrymen followed the rations in the valley from Seagull Town to King's Landing. It wasn't that Jon wanted to be loyal to Erlu. He wasn't interested in the glory of conquering the King's Landing. He was willing to send 1,000 cavalrymen to King's Landing because Erlu had told him about the Battle of King's Landing plan. To put it bluntly, John had asked Big John to lead 1,000 cavalrymen to King's Landing in order to fight the deviant ghosts. Hence, when Erlu's mercenaries and the vassals of the valley fought the Iron Throne's army, John only led the Northerners to follow behind and collect the corpses. Collecting the corpses was literally collecting the corpses. The Northerners carried the corpses of the dead soldiers from both sides and the innocent civilians outside the city and burned them together. On the first day, the Northerners collected 4,000 corpses. The Iron Throne lost 2,000, the vassals lost 1,500, and the other 500 were civilians. Among them, Erlu had executed more than 200 of his own men. John followed suit and used the Dark Sisters to cut off the heads of 20 knights of the north, because they burned, killed, and looted. On the day of King's Landing siege, as Varys had said, many nobles were used to the venting of their soldiers. However, Erlu had never spoiled his soldiers in the past few years. No matter how difficult the situation was, he was very strict with his soldiers. If they encountered anyone who raped women, robbed civilians, or killed indiscriminately, they would be tied up and sacrificed to the Red God, regardless of whether they were mercenaries, peasant soldiers, or noble knights. Just like when Erlu had led 1,000 cavalrymen and 3,000 clansmen to attack Winterfell, they had traveled thousands of kilometers in the snow. Many of the soldiers could not bear the hunger and secretly ate the flesh of their comrades. However, if they were discovered by Erlu, they would be burned regardless of whether they were hungry or not. John followed suit. As such, on the second day, there were no more incidents of rape or looting in King's Landing. However, the strict discipline also resulted in many deserters in Erlu's army. Merciful Virgin Mary! Duke John, please let me go. My 8-year-old son and 50-year-old mother are waiting for me in my hometown in Bravos. I can't die. At the north shore of Blackwater Bay, behind a small hill, there was a 4-meter-long boat tied to a shallow beach. The boat was filled with gold and silver utensils and leather coats stained with blood. For Bravosi soldiers from the Great White Shark Mercenary Group knelt on the icy beach and kowtowed to the Unicorn Rider at the top of the hill. Behind the Unicorn Rider, there were 30 horseless cavalrymen with bows and arrows aimed at the mercenaries on the beach. Caw, 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 there's blood. Murder, they're murdering people. Don't let any of them go. Take them all away. The big crow flew from the boat and landed on the Unicorn Rider's shoulder as he cawed loudly. Hoo, hoo, hoo! The white wolf beside the Unicorn Rider snorted in agreement. Capture them. If they resist, kill them on the spot. John's eyes flashed as he ordered coldly. On the way back to the campsite, John met Davos, who looked exhausted. Duke Stark, how many captives did you capture today? The Onion Rider greeted him. John pointed behind him and said, Not too many. Including these 4, only 23. Only 23. The old knight smiled bitterly. They're all mercenaries with no honor. They robbed a bunch of gold and silver utensils from the Whitehead Fish Hotel on Powder Street and planned to escape, John said. Let them go. Davos waved at the Northerners who were holding the deserters. We're close to Aegon Hill. Tomorrow we'll take the Red Castle. The war will be over soon. From tonight onwards, I'll arrange for the soldiers to go to Silk Street in batches. The old knight smiled ambiguously. Duke, you can also go and take a look. There are girls from all over the world on Silk Street. There's even Saintess Yuan Kaisi, who's proficient in the 7 types of spring cries. No need. John quickly waved his hand to refuse. If it was another time, he wouldn't mind going to the famous Silk Street in the King's Landing to observe. But the bitter civil war of the humans these days made him very depressed. He was even a little confused about the future, so he wasn't in the mood to visit brothels. The king's hand then announced to the soldiers that His Majesty Stannis would pay for everyone to visit the brothels and promised a high reward. The camp was filled with cheers and the atmosphere was instantly high. Even the deserters were gone. Today's war ended in the afternoon. The pterosaur knights in the sky even saw a large number of Taimen escaping from the kings, landing through the king's gate in the south and the mud gate near the river. Duke Yuluen escaped. Big John stood outside the steel gate. He saw the unicorn knight from a few dozen meters away and shouted at the top of his lungs, "We won, even though we didn't fight a single battle." "Are you sure?" "I just met Count Davos. He said he would only attack the Red Keep tomorrow." John was bewildered. "Even we have deserters on our side. Taimen can't see any hope of victory, so there will only be more deserters. Now that those Taimen are running away in waves, how many will be left in the Red Keep tomorrow? Yuluen won't be able to escape tomorrow if you don't run today." Big John chuckled. John's heart skipped a beat. "How many people died today?" Big John stepped on the wet mud mixed with snow and water as he walked to the unicorn. He exhaled a white breath and sighed. "It's a bit tragic today. We lost 5,000 people, and the other side lost 6,000 or 7,000. We're almost at our limit. It's just a matter of who breaks down first. Now it seems that our morale isn't high, but it's much better than Yuluen. The casualties are too heavy." John's expression was heavy. "Sigh. The Mystic Dragon is also effective in street battles. At noon, 3 Dragon Knights were even shot down." Big John shook his head. "I only heard a whine." John frowned. 2 of them were shot through the head and fell to the ground like rocks. They didn't even make a sound before they died. After explaining, Big John sighed. "Yuluen are too sinister. You actually hid the Dragon Slayer crossbow in a residential building and aimed through the bull-sized window on the roof. It was like shooting live targets. That scene was too spectacular. The explosion was too sudden. I was stunned at the time. Not only was I stunned, the entire battlefield was silent. Then Stannis rode the 2-headed mystic dragon and burned the streets in anger. Every house that was shot with the crossbow, no matter if it was a residential building or an army stronghold, was set on fire. However, the mystic dragon wasn't invincible. I saw it with my own eyes. At least 2 arrows pierced through the mystic dragon's neck. Blood flowed out, and its wings became like the rags of the church's beggar army. In the end, it couldn't even fly. Now, I understand why the Dragon Queen's Megalosaurus wore chainmail. John was also fascinated by the story. He said regretfully, "I didn't expect there to be a dragon battle today. I should have left a crow in the sky to watch the battle." "Watch the battle. I want to watch the battle." "Caw, caw, caw." The Mormont crow immediately flapped its wings and cawed. Indeed, today's battle was more exciting than yesterday. I have to say, although Yuluen was at a disadvantage, today's battle was beautiful. Big John was excited and regretful. "It's a pity that we didn't participate in such a magnificent battle. Even if you didn't participate in the Battle of Winterfell, you should know how serious the situation of the 7 Kingdoms is. What's the point of the infighting between the humans now other than wasting power?" Big John's eyes were sharp as he scolded. "I'm just saying, although he was an elder of Winterfell for 3 generations, Big John was still as obedient as the dire wolf beside Big John when he was scolded in front of everyone. John didn't oppress him and immediately comforted him gently. "Quickly move the corpses out of the city and burn them. Tonight, you can go to Silk Street for a stroll. Stannis will pay for it." "Haha, that's great." Big John laughed and said with nostalgia, "The last time I went to Silk Street was during the War of the Usurpers. Your father eyed BOM." The earth shook and their ears buzzed. In the King's Landing city, the enchanting green color suddenly filled their vision. Chapter 892. Let me be the King of Ashes in King's Landing. Let me be the King of Ashes. These were the famous words of the Mad King Aerys and also his dream. Because of Jaime's stab in the back, his dream turned into his will. He thought that the Mad Kings would be forever buried in the dust of history and the ridicule of future generations. He didn't expect that in just 20 years, someone would turn his dream into reality. This was a day that the people of King's Landing and the people of the Seven Kingdoms would remember forever. After a day of fierce fighting, it was 4:00 in the afternoon. It was like a volcanic eruption. Some of the survivors of King's Landing even swore that the Valeglia cataclysm was nothing more than this. The explosion first occurred at Reanice Hill, starting from the Silk Streets Technical Complex. Green pillars of fire and sparks rose into the sky one after another. Eventually, half of King's Landing was covered in wildfire. Shops, stables, technical complexes, plazas, street crossings, city gates, and so on were all covered in wildfire. The highest point of the explosion came from the Red Castle. The crust that supported the Red Castle was like the lid of a can. More than half of it was lifted, leaving a huge hole in the ground. Because Aegon's Hill was higher above sea level, from afar, it looked like there was a divine torch near the bay of King's Landing. The torch burned with green flames that were 100 meters tall. It was the largest wildfire that humans had ever seen. No living person under the shadow of the flames felt warm or scorching. They broke out in cold sweat in fear and confusion. An inexplicable chill was like a living nematode, seeping into their bones from the bottom of their hearts and freezing their souls. 7 levels of hell. What happened? Why is it like this? Outside the city gate, Jon's legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground. He looked at the fire in the direction of the Red Castle in fear and helplessness, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked away. No, a howl that sounded like the cry of an old ape came from afar. It was Erlu. Like Jon, he also seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat on the ground in despair, looking in the direction of the Red Castle and wailing. You Luan are too ruthless. You destroyed it when you couldn't get it. Now that everyone's gone their separate ways, there's no Iron Throne left. Big Jon murmured in shock. Quick, let's go to Dragonstone Island and invite the Dragon Queen. A knight yelled at the top of his lungs. Big Jon turned around and found that the one who shouted was the Red Heart Knight beside Stannis. He recognized him, the pockmarked knight Richard. That day in the divine forest of Snakewood City, in the valley, the two of them had fought over King Aegon. That's right. Send a message to Dragonstone Island and ask the Dragon Queen to save the citizens of King's Landing. Another Crimson Heart Knight shouted. It was the short and stout knight Songo. Are those two guys scared out of their wits? Big Jon was confused. He led the Northern Territory Cavalry and was stationed in the valley. He did not participate in the Battle of Winterfell, so he did not know much about the legendary experiences of the two knights of Red Heart. Well, Richard and Songo were almost taboo in the Erlu camp. No one dared to talk about them. At this moment, Jon recovered from his shock. He stood up and said anxiously, The Dragon Queen is proficient in fire control. Let her. Before he could finish, he saw Melisandre's red hair fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were glowing red, and she was mumbling something as she rode past him on her horse. Every flame within 500 meters of her, be it candles, bonfires, torches, or lanterns, seemed to be covered by a layer of shadow that was as thick as sand. The flames were extinguished one by one. As she entered King's Landing, the burning wildfires and the people and houses that were set ablaze by the wildfires were quickly extinguished as if they were covered by sand. It was as if a self-moving EMP electromagnetic pulse emitter had appeared in a brightly lit modern metropolis. The power was not high, only half a kilometer away. Everywhere it went, the lights were extinguished, and a large circular scar appeared in the city. This is a domain. The shadow domain and the fire domain are stacked together. The fire domain absorbs the fire element, while the shadow domain lowers the temperature. This is terrifying. The others did not know what was going on. They only felt that the red-robed witch's magic was powerful. Now that Jon was no longer a novice, he was truly shocked and in awe. Like Melisandre, he was also a shadowbinder who practiced both fire and shadow. She was his senior and the goal that he worked hard for. There's no need to look for the Dragon Queen. He shook his head and smiled bitterly at the northerner beside him. But we still have to inform her. Yulun, Erlu suddenly shouted from afar. His face was twisted as he boarded the two-headed demon dragon. The demon dragon flapped its tattered wings and flew unsteadily towards the west. John's expression changed. He quickly ran to Davos and said anxiously, "Count, please stop His Majesty Stannis. I suspect that Yulun guessed that we would be angered, and that there would be dragon knights chasing after them. So he might have set another trap. We've already suffered a few losses from him today. Duke, you're right." Davos's expression changed. He immediately rode his pterosaur and chased after Stannis. Before leaving, the Onion Knight said with an unnatural expression, "Duke Stark, please inform the church to let the monks come out and help the people. Let the church knights help with the disaster." Without needing anyone to remind him, when John arrived at the Wisania Hills, the 7 holy light towers lit up the surrounding 1 kilometer as if it was daytime. The white-robed monks, priests who knew holy healing, were all mobilized. There were 400 to 500 of them. The square in front of the holy church was filled with people and nobles who were burned, smashed, and injured by the shockwaves of the explosion. The nobles were carried into the holy church by servants, while the commoners were left on stretchers in the square. Holy white light shone in the hands of the priests, stopping the bleeding and healing the injured. The hateful gazes of the people around King's Landing embarrassed John. He carefully avoided the injured and found the one-armed hero Lancel under the statue of Saint Bailey. He asked, "Bishop, have you informed Dragonstone Island?" "The Queen has gone to rescue the Western region," Lancel said gloomily. "What happened to the Western region?" John was surprised. The one-armed hero looked at him with a complicated expression. "The Lannister family of Casterly Rock City has been exterminated." "Does Duke Stark know?" The other party's stare made him feel uncomfortable all over, and the content of the other party's words shocked him even more. "What do you mean by exterminated?" As soon as he said this, he had a terrible premonition. This matter was probably related to Stark. On the day the phrase of Rapid Flow City arrived at Casterly Rock City, the Lannister family held a banquet for them. In the end, 874 people died from poison wine, including Walder Frey and his sons. Arya, in an instant, John thought of the culprit. "This is the first time I've heard of this." John showed a shocked and sympathetic expression. Lancel's expression was indifferent as she continued. "Later, we discovered that there were deviant ghosts watching Casterly Rock City. When they noticed the large-scale deaths in the city, they immediately resurrected more than 1,000 dead people. Within 2 hours, the ghouls blew up Casterly Rock City from the inside, followed by Lannister Harbor. Hundreds of thousands of ghouls spread in all directions. So far, the Western region's death toll has exceeded 5 million. Counting the ghouls that crawled out of the graves, the Dragon Queen estimates that the ghoul army is more than 300. Right now, she's chasing after the huge army of ghouls." Gods! This time, John was truly shocked. He lost his composure and cried out, "Are you sure 5 million died?" The voice in his throat sounded like it came from the mouth of a dead person, stiff and erratic. Before the War of the Four Kings, the Western region had a population of nearly 2 million. Now, less than 10% are left. Lancel said sadly, "This." John's heart was filled with bitterness. He felt that any words of comfort were meaningless. Lancel glanced at the wounded around her and said, "The church will definitely do its best to save the King's Landing. Right now, the archbishops are praying to the Holy Mother in the Holy Church, asking for God's landing." After saying this, he took his leave and went to the side to treat the wounded. Well, he was also a priest. John stood beside the statue of Saint Basil in a daze. The water in his body seemed to have frozen into ice. He didn't even care about the one-armed hero's landing. His mind was filled with only one thought. Arya, what have you done? Suddenly, a cold mist surged in from all directions. The sunlight from the Tower of Light became hazy. Oh! The dire wolf beside him stood on end. It adopted a vigilant posture and whimpered softly. John felt a tingling in his soul. He suddenly woke up from his deep pain and frustration. The next moment, in the dark city where the fire had been extinguished, screams of the living rang out. Ah, the living dead. The corpses are moving. A chill ran down John's spine. Lancel's words were like a hammer, hammering into his heart. So there were otherworldly ghosts keeping an eye on Casterly Rock, and when they sensed a large number of deaths in the city, they immediately resurrected the dead. So deviant ghosts were smart. They were also watching King's Landing. When they sensed a large number of deaths in the city, they immediately resurrected. Oh gods, there are still 3 pterosaur corpses in the city. John ran to the edge of the square in fear. He looked at the street of Sister Silence, where the pterosaur had fallen. The more you worried about something, the easier it was for it to become reality. 3 pairs of flickering blue eyes slowly rose into the night sky, like 6 sky lanterns. Oh gods, Bran. John's consciousness left his body. It rose infinitely and entered a strange state. Bran, come here quickly. 3 ghoul corpse pterosaurs have appeared in King's Landing. Mark them, lock them, don't let them leave your sight. His consciousness sent out such mental waves in the mysterious space. I'm busy. Bran's tired voice rang in his ears. The next moment, John's consciousness returned to his body. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom. Before he could react to Bran's busy, he saw a series of meteor-like fireballs rise from the dark land. The fireballs whistled in the air as they flew. It was Melisandre. She had made her move. In the face of the incoming fireballs, the 2 ghoul corpse pterosaurs below closed in on each other and blocked the one at the top. Although they were hit head-on and ignited into 2 gigantic fireballs, the pterosaurs above them pulled their bodies higher and higher. The last 2 balls of blue light were about to disappear into the night sky. Caw, 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 caw. As the crows cawed, the chanting in the holy church became louder. A golden line of fire rushed out from the dome and into the darkness. It flew in a strange trajectory. No one knew what the line of fire did, but a fireball suddenly lit up in the sky. The last ghoul corpse pterosaur failed to escape. Buzz, finally! The line of fire flew to the center of King's Landing. It drew a circle and lit up a huge sun in the circle. Chapter 893. Big Sun stretched across the sky. In an instant, the King's Landing was as bright as day. Standing at the edge of the lectern in the great cathedral and looking towards the north, one could see the ruins of the city, the wailing living people, and the cold-blooded ghouls chasing after the living. Everything was visible. Chee, chee, chee. Under the sunlight, the living dead's pale skin emitted a cold white mist, as if a red-hot iron was pressed on pork belly. The white mist rose and immediately dissipated under the bright, almost scorching sunlight. The world was clear, and the cold mist was not allowed to exist. At least the cold mist emitted by the ghouls could not block the sunlight of such a scale. The ghouls' agile movements became stiff and slow, and they even reached out their hands to block the light that shone on the indifferent face. They gave up on the massacre of the living people in the King's Landing and began to retreat weakly, running away from the sun. The monks in the sacred hall were still chanting scriptures, but they switched from the Holy Mother scripture to the Light Maiden scripture. Outside the sacred hall, a white-robed priest broke the silence and shouted excitedly, "The night is long and full of danger. Fortunately, there is a young girl who is with me. Long live the Maiden of Light." After the long night, the night is long was no longer Lalo's exclusive sacrifice. Long live the Maiden of Light. Soon, the living people in the city shouted together, "Block the city gate. Don't let the ghouls leave the King's Landing. The Maiden of Light is with us. Kill the deviant ghouls. Go to heaven. Randall Tully in the colorful striped cape raised the dragon-tooth blade and roared loudly. His current spirit was completely different from before. Although it was the first time he saw the living dead, he exploded with unprecedented fighting spirit and vitality. Because he was fighting for glory, for faith, for the people, because hope was like the sun in the sky, so dazzling, so bright he would never lose his way. Kill the deviant ghouls. Go to heaven. Hundreds and thousands of warriors' sons were fanatical, raising their dragon crystal weapons and shouting in unison. They were like a flood, rushing down the Visania hills and along the streets, cleaning up all the smoking existences under the sun. The Maiden of Light was with the Church's warriors. The great sun, formed by 100 fire elves, split into two. The great sun continued to hover over the King's Landing, while the little sun, formed by 10 fire elves, came to the top of the warrior sun's head. The sunlight was blinding. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that the large-scale battle officially stopped. During this period of time, Dragonstone Island had airdropped more than 10 tons of dragon crystals to the Templar, and hundreds of Dawn warriors had rushed over from Hellenberg. Of course, the Red God believers did not let the 7 gods monopolize the battle. Not only did the Erlu that Yuluin shot a few arrows return, but even the remnants of Erlu's army raised their flaming blades and flaming swords and blocked the retreating ghoul army at the city gate. Just like what Aunt May did in the last season of Power Rangers, she ignited thousands of weapons by herself. The effect on deviant ghosts was uncertain, but it was barely enough to kill ghouls. After the battle, the young beggar army that stayed in the Great Templar walked to the streets and alleys to clean up the individual ghouls that were hiding in the dark. They also carried the ghouls that were killed by the dragon crystal weapons to the square in front of the Great Templar. Some people stood numbly in front of their houses, watching the monks and the Church's armed forces come and go. Some people cried and wailed as they searched for traces of their loved ones among the piles of corpses. There were also people who volunteered to join the beggar army to help carry the corpses and carefully collect the belongings of the ghouls. They also brought the corpses of animals back home to pickle. Yes, the Church's monks had promised the people that eating ghouls was harmless to the human body, and they would not be punished with any sins, but they should not eat humans. In fact, the number of ghouls in King's Landing was limited. Many people who could not find food had secretly hidden some fat pieces of meat with obvious human characteristics. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, about 100,000 corpses had been collected from the entire city, and they piled up into a small mountain in front of the Templar. Those who were still alive, whether it was the Bravos mercenaries, the Northern Knights, the Valley Warriors, or the ordinary people, had all come. They stood at the periphery of the Visania Hills to bury their companions and loved ones in the mountain of corpses. Hundreds of white-robed priests chanted together the scripture to expiate the souls of the dead, stranger guest, so that the souls in the body that had been desecrated could ascend to heaven. The reason for such a ceremony was that a noble had questioned the monks. Why did my father still become a ghoul even though he was wearing an atonement scroll? Moreover, the father ghoul seemed to recognize me and chased after me to bite me. When I hid in my bedroom, it even knew how to find the spare key under the flower bed to open the door. 1 soul and 2 spirits, this was the official explanation of the Church. After the explanation, they had to make arrangements. Send them to the Church to expiate the souls of the dead and burn them to ashes. This was also beneficial to the Dragon Queen. As the monks chanted the demon-hunting ritual, the divine spell to kill evil beings as a sacrifice to the 7 gods, Chapter 861, a large amount of spiritual substance entered the faith space. The burning lasted for more than half a day. When everyone was physically and mentally exhausted and ready to leave, something strange happened again. At the front of the crowd, a group of warrior sons with colorful cloaks stained with blood was suddenly enveloped by a beam of light. Among the thousands of warrior sons, 400 to 500 of them had a golden beam of light descending from the sky. The Holy Mother has descended. Bronze John, who was standing at the front, looked around and asked the monk in front of him, This should be the Holy Mother's grace, the monk in linen clothes said with uncertainty. What is grace? John, who was standing beside Bronze John, asked in confusion. It means that the Holy Mother may give a reward after slaying the demons. But this is the first time I've seen such a scene, so I'm not sure if, before he could finish, the beam of light suddenly disappeared, leaving only the shining golden runes on the forehead of the warrior's son. Ah, it's really grace. Earl Randall and the others have become holy knights. The monk in linen clothes shouted in excitement. Holy knights? 400 to 500 of them. How can there be so many pterosaurs? Even if there are, it's not enough to keep them alive. Stannis is almost broke from eating just 20 pterosaurs. He can only go fishing in the bay every day. John was confused. Why don't we go and ask? Bronze John's eyes flashed as he squeezed into the noisy and excited group of monks. The people around him saw his unique bronze armor and the family emblem on his chest and immediately recognized him. They didn't stop him and made way for him. John hesitated for a moment and followed him. Hey, old friend, you're finally free from the abyss of suffering. After John went over, he gave Randall a big and warm hug. Randall Tari's body stiffened. He wasn't used to and didn't like John's sudden closeness. But with their status, he couldn't push him away impolitely. Nice to meet you, Earl John, he said with a stiff face. I'm so envious of you. Actually, I didn't want to work with that heathen Stannis for a long time. But the 20,000 warriors of the valley came with me. The responsibility is too heavy. John sighed in a low voice. This was a little too deep for a friend. Randall Tari kept a straight face and didn't say anything. Bronze John, on the other hand, had a belly full of grievances to pour out to his old friend. Tell me, what's all this about? We, the people of the valley, were originally living our own peaceful lives. If it wasn't for the great ideal of ending the chaotic world, who would leave their home and travel thousands of miles to come to King's Landing. But after we took down King's Landing with great difficulty, the way the people of King's Landing look at us, I reckon that even Tywin, who looted King's Landing during the War of the Usurpers, didn't receive this kind of treatment. We're here to liberate King's Landing. We should be enjoying the reign of petals and cheers, riding tall horses into the Red Fort, surrounded by glory. But in the end now, half of King's Landing is burned down. The Red Fort is in ruins. More than 5,000 warriors of the valley died in the wildfire, and the ghouls broke through the encirclement. Randall Tari's face was stiff and expressionless. Bronze John didn't care about Randall's reaction. He was just frustrated and wanted to find someone who had the same experience as him to pour out his mental garbage. Well, in his opinion, Randall, who had joined Uluin, and Cersei and himself, who had no choice but to serve Ulu, were the same type of people. Even their titles and statuses were similar. I'm very confused about the future. I also want to join the warrior sons. What do you think? In the end, he said tentatively. Up to you, Randall said blankly. But now, the future of King's Landing is uncertain. The remaining warriors of the valley are at a loss. I can't bear to abandon them. Bronze John said bitterly, What are you trying to say? I've already joined the church and will no longer participate in the political games of the Seven Kingdoms. Randall wasn't a political novice. He could already tell something from old John's words. Bronze John glanced at Randall beside him and said without hesitation, I want to bring the warriors of the valley back home. Can the church help convert His Majesty Stannis and ask him to let us go? St. Matthew has already left. Randall's mouth twitched. There are other archbishops, right? Randall said calmly. Not everyone is St. Matthew. Think about it. How many people in the world can be unscathed after a sword pierced through the heart, or after being punched and kicked for a few days and nights? But the heart of mercy and the will to sacrifice oneself to save the devil. Mercy is common, but normal people don't have the right to sacrifice themselves to save the devil, Randall said impatiently. In the end, he added, I'm a pious disciple of the Holy Mother, but I'm not stupid. Actually, You can summon the Holy Mother and use the Holy Mother's palm to convert my king. Bronze John thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. If word got out, Erlu would definitely send him to heaven with the flame of the demonic dragon. John fell silent. John took over and asked, Count Randall, the monk said that you received the Holy Mother's grace. Is it the Holy Night Seal? When John heard this, he also looked over curiously. It's a pure Holy Night Seal, not the Pterosaur Night Seal. What can it do? John asked. Randall hesitated for a moment. He felt that there was no way to hide it, and there was no need to hide it. Miracles needed to be spread widely. There are stamina, strength, warrior sword, level 1 holy healing, level 0 holy light, and level 2 holy fire. There are 6 divine spells in total, he said. Ah, Commander, you have 6 divine spells. I only have 3 level 0 holy light, level 1 holy healing, and strength. Sir Theodore was shocked and envious. Ah, I only have 1 level 0 holy light. I have 2 holy healing and strength. I have 2 too, but it's different from you. Sigh, I didn't receive the Holy Mother's blessing. I have to work harder next time. Hearing the discussion of the warrior sons, Bronze John was confused. What's going on? Does everyone receive the Holy Mother's grace differently? Randall searched for a piece of information in his mind and said thoughtfully, the Holy Knight profession is the same, but there are levels. I'm a level 3 Holy Knight.